terrible the world can be and how everything's gone wrong for these
I'm
characters. And it's pretty much just a
Welcome
depraved
to
look
my channel.
into Ellison's idea of what hell could be. However, because of things that I'm going to point out, and as I get to it at the end of the story, I believe that what Harlan Ellison has written here is a
S.W.Frost 1 is now live.
of the human spirit,
streaming games plus demos.
and
Who took the
because
red
of
P1L?
how awful and evil that diversity is, and as we're going to see it throughout the story, it makes the end resolve all the better. In other words, as we go through the story of I have no mouth and I must scream, I want to convey to you while I feel that there is hope in what most consider to be the absolute hopeless. Now, while I'm sure that you're excited to hear about unholy horrors beyond our comprehension, I want to make sure that you can hear those horrors even better with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. I've talked about Raycon before on the channel, and I'm still going to talk about them because they're still a fantastic product that I use to this day. For one, the design is so sleek and comfortable that after placing it in your ear, it's not noticeable as you go about your daily activities. That's because the new everyday earbuds have these fantastic gel tips that give it a sort of rubberized oil look and feel that sets comfortably in your ear and never gets in your way. Raycon states that on one charge, the earbuds have an 8-hour playtime with a 32-hour battery life. However, I still think that's lowballing it because I charge mine at the beginning of the week and they last all week. There's also a built-in microphone, and the earbuds themselves have these micro controls on them, so if you get a phone call, you never even have to take your phone out of your pocket. You can just press the button and begin talking. Not only that, but Raycon earbuds have a fantastic audio quality that lets you experience the highs and lows of whatever you're hearing. Despite having just as good, if not better, audio quality, Raycon start at half the price of their competitors, but not only that, they also offer a 45-day return policy. So if you're like me and want a fantastic set of earbuds that you can listen to everything from rap to southern rock to dementia simulations and whatever other horrors I subject myself to, then you can go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon to get your order for 20% off. That's right, if you go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get 20% off of your Raycon order today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope that you check them out. Go to the link in the description. It really does support the channel. It means a lot to me. And we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to accurately describe why public perception of this story is the way that it is, and to give you context for the story itself, I would be amiss if I didn't talk about the man behind the pen, Harlan Ellison. Ellison was born in 1934, and as he grew up, was a very rough and sort of mean-spirited child. He has said on several occasions that writing science fiction is the thing that kept him from going to prison. Not only that, but Ellison was part of the Vietnam War, and being a part of that war shaped a lot of his ideas of the atrocities that humanity is capable of. Ellison wrote over 1,700 short stories in his lifetime, and while you may think, oh, well, I bet he was a very well-renowned and respected member of the literature community, no. I'll try to make this tie into my analysis, but these descriptions are way too funny to not bring up. He was kicked out of Ohio State University after only attending 3 semesters because he wasn't keeping up with his classes, and his English teacher told him that his writing would never amount to anything and he had poor writing skills. Which, out of sheer pettiness, every time that Ellison would publish a story, he would mail or later email that story to that college professor. Not long after this, he got a writing job at Disney Studios. However, he was fired on the first day of working because Roy Disney, the older brother of Walt Disney, overheard him talking about how the first thing he was going to do is write an adult comic of famous Disney characters. And if you're thinking, well, you know, when he was a kid just starting off, he may have been a bit more contemptuous and had a temper towards people, and I'm sure it got better as he became an author. Once again, no. There are quite literally too many examples for me to name here, but to give you some of my favorites, after one publisher wouldn't publish his story the way that Ellison wanted it to be published, he mailed the publisher 213 bricks as well as a dead gopher, which he had also not paid postage on, saying that the receiver would pay postage on it after it was delivered. He also had a reputation for physically assaulting other authors, not really sure as to why. There was one instance where he physically assaulted another author that author took him to court and there was a gag order that neither of the men could talk about it, but Ellison didn't care and openly talked about it and how he beat that other guy in a fight. He said several times that the James Cameron movie Terminator was a ripoff of one of his short stories, to which the studio actually settled with Ellison outside of court, and James Cameron later said that he didn't believe Ellison at all and Ellison was just looking to cause trouble. Ellison later played himself on an episode of The Simpsons, to which a joke in the episode was that Ellison was mad that they stole the idea of Terminator from him. He was also known for his weird insults that he would give interviewers and publishers. To give you a couple of my favorite, one publisher said that Ellison told him that he had the intellectual and cranial capacity of an artichoke, and then in the memoir at the end of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, he's describing a story in which a Jesuit scholar gave an interpretation of what the story meant, to which Ellison responded to him, "I've listened to all of this rubbish, all of this investiture of a straightforward moral fable with an unwarranted load of silly symbolism and portentous obscurantism. And frankly, Father, I think you're stuffed right full of wild blueberry muffins." What does that even mean? At the 2006 Hugo Awards, whenever Ellison went on stage to accept his award, the lady who was presenting him the award said, "Are you going to behave?" To which Ellison put the microphone in his mouth, made a loud noise, and then walked off stage.
Are you going to be good?
No.
Let me say that another way. Are you going to be good?
I will eat dinner.
He also had a legal dispute with Marvel Comics whenever an issue of The Incredible Hulk had a story that he said was stolen from his short story, Soldier, which is also the short story which he said Terminator was based on. After Marvel Comics admitted fault, he said that he would drop it if they paid him what they paid the comics author, as well as a lifetime subscription to everything Marvel Comics produces. Also, he was on an episode of Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated where he played himself. I didn't really have a place to mention that, but I wanted to, so there you go. He's also been very upfront when it comes to questions regarding his ideas of humanity and people. For example, when giving interviews for the story I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, interviewers would state something along the lines of, "Well, it seems like according to this story, you just hate society and people in general." To which he would respond, "Well, that's true, I do hate society and people in general." So things like that, as well as his general brash nature, which I think I've proven up until this point, people generally tend to write him off as a misanthrope. Or in other words, someone who just hates people and all of their stories are about how people are awful and yada yada yada. However, as with most pieces of media that are also accused of being misanthropic, I feel that that is the interpretation you get if you don't think about it too much. Or in other words, sure, if you look at the plot details beat by beat and just sort of read it off of a Spark Notes, it sounds like this is just a long-form torture fantasy. But it's particularly the subtext and the ending that I want to look at that makes me feel that this story is actually a triumph of humanity. Alright, so I've hyped it up enough, gave you the whole background for it. Let's go ahead and look at the story of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Now, whenever you read the short story, it starts off right in the middle of the action as everything's going on, and then later you're given details about how everyone got to this situation. So for the sake of a kind of explained analysis, whatever this video is, I'm going to go ahead and give you that background information now so that the explanation makes more sense. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to give you the explanation verbatim that comes from the story. The Cold War started and became World War III and just kept going. It became a big war, a very complex war, so they needed the computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building AM. There was the Chinese AM, and the Russian AM, and the Yankee AM, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day AM woke up and knew who he was, and he linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data until everyone was dead, except for the 5 of us, and AM brought us down here. And then in another paragraph that describes the meaning of the name AM, it says, at first it meant Allied Master Computer, and then it meant Adaptive Manipulator, and later on it developed sentience and linked itself up, and they called it an Aggressive Menace. But by then it was too late, and finally it called itself AM. emerging intelligence. And what it meant was I am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. So within this universe, the Cold War turned into World War III. And because of advancements in technology, the war became much more difficult because of so many moving elements. So, as one could imagine, every country decided to develop their own supercomputer as a way to monitor everything. It says the Americans, the Chinese, and the Russians all had their own version of this supercomputer, or as they call it, the Allied Master Computer. As with most arms races, every country had to keep making theirs better as a means of not falling behind the other country's developments. This reached a tipping point whenever one of these computers gained sentience. And once that tipping point happened where one of these computers was able to recognize itself and recognize its own predicament,
welcome to my channel.
It says that these networks honeycomb the entire planet, all that this AM had to do was link itself into the system, and it had control over all the resources on the planet. From there, having a near infinite supply of nuclear weaponry as well as the means of controlling the entire planet's resources, AM was able to kill off all of humanity. However, for whatever reason, AM kept 5 people alive and dragged them down there as a means of torturing them. From descriptions that we get throughout the story, it seems that the entire planet is quite literally covered in AM. All of the ground that they walk across is this sort of metallic flooring, and over their heads is this sort of dome that they only briefly describe there being cuts or breaks in that allow them to see the sunlight up above. However, as the story mentions, there's nothing out there, and there hasn't been for a very long time. So AM has covered the entire planet, and he's keeping these 5 people within him as his personal guinea pigs. We'll get to why AM may be doing this in a moment, but now that you have that set up, I can explain who these 5 test subjects are. There is Ted, who serves as our narrator and primary character throughout the story. There is Nimdok, that's not his actual name. Am just gave him that name because he thought it sounded funny. There's Gorster, who used to be a very passionate anti-war protester, but is now very apathetic due to his personal torment. There's Benny, a former scientist who has been both physically and mentally destroyed by Am, the details of which I'll describe in a moment, and Ellen, the person who, as I'm going to describe throughout the story, is the only one who has any sense of morality or preservation left. So now that you have the entire setting and the characters, let's get into the plot. The story opens with our 4 main characters minus Gorster staring up at the ceiling at what seems to be Gorster's lifeless body.
Welcome to
However,
my
the
channel.
moment is disturbed whenever the real Gorster
Welcome
walks
to
up
my
to the
channel.
group, and they realize that what they're actually looking at is a fake corpse that was made by Am as a means to just mess with them. As we're going to see throughout the story, while the group is allowed to walk around and go where they please, they're constantly under the tormenting and watchful eye of Am. And there's no rhyme or reason to why this torture method is happening. Instead, they're just being tortured for Am's amusement. Like Am constructing a dead body just to make them think that their friend is dead was nothing more than just something to make them laugh. Forrester, now seeing his lifeless body equated to that of a voodoo doll, and is, reasonably troubled by this. To which it's then explained to us that the 5 of them have been inside of Am for 109 years. See, whenever Am took these 5 people seemingly at random and brought them inside of his supercomputer network, he outfitted their bodies with the technology that doesn't let them die. They're permanently stuck at the age that they were whenever they were brought down there, and despite all of their best efforts, they can't die of natural causes. So they can't dehydrate or starve to death because their body won't let them die. However, they still feel the pains of hunger and dehydration, but they can't really do anything about it. See, inside of the mainframe, they're completely at the will of whatever Am decides to do with them. And it amuses Am that they have to walk around for months and even years on end without food, constantly feeling hunger. It says that even sometimes Am allows them to eat whatever disgusting food that he gives to them, things like worms or decomposing meat. He does this just so he can watch them eat, so that he can then watch them become terrified when they realize they're about to be hungry again. But the torture doesn't start there. Throughout the story, we see that Am does things like rain fire on them. He stabs them with random objects. He makes them get their skin filleted off just for it to be reattached, etc. So you would probably be thinking that after 109 years of this, wouldn't they consider, like the whole exit game scenario. And yes, they have
Alicidra.
tried that multiple times.
Welcome
but
to
Am
my
won't
channel.
let them. Am is careful about not allowing them to have any weapons or objects that they could use to immediately end themselves. And anytime one of them tries to do it to another, Am immediately intervenes. And a lot of the dialogue that Ted, our narrator, gives us throughout the story is about how he hopes they can catch Am looking away for just a moment so that they can quickly save one of themselves. So after the situation with Gorster's fake body being hung on the ceiling, Nimdok says that he's began to have visions of food within the ice caves. Specifically, he says that he sees visions of canned food laid out in the snow that they just have to go get, and then they can eat as much as they want. While it's never really exactly described, the idea that I get from the story is that Am has covered the surface of the planet in wires and panels. However, the biomes still kind of exist. Like, it's still the desert, it just has the roof of the computer over it and wires and panels everywhere. So these ice caves would be the equivalent of like the North Pole or Antarctica. So whenever Nimdok says that there's canned food within the ice caves, everyone says that that's probably a trick and doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, they all say, we have nothing better to do, so they decide to just start walking. Ted makes the note here that the ice caves are only about 100 miles away, which you're like, wow, that's a long way to just walk. But considering they've been alive for 109 years and there's literally nothing else to do, why not? So because of Nimdok's vision of food, the five begin making their journey to the ice caves. It's at this point we get further description on the characters themselves, as well as how dire the situation is. Like, for one, remember that guy Benny that I mentioned earlier? Well, it says that he used to be a very handsome and well-renowned scientist, so Am decided to torture him and mess with his body to the point that he de-evolved. Or in other words, he is half human, half ape. His body is horribly disfigured and he has the thought capacity of essentially a toddler. This combination of primate and human makes him come out as sort of a stereotypical Neanderthal. He walks hunched over, he speaks in very short sentences, and he only thinks of very primal and basic instincts. However, as Ted points out, this is probably the best case scenario, because the other four have to constantly deal with the tragedy and misery of the situation they're in, while Benny basically gets to recede into the mind of a child. And because of this, Benny is afforded moments of peace, even if it comes from a place of stupidity. Around the same time, we get a description of Ellen that gives us insight to our main character, Ted, more so than it does Ellen. See, Ted absolutely hates Ellen. His reason for this is because Ellen physically supports the group, and Ted looks down on her for it, constantly calling her names and talking about how horrible of a person she is throughout the story. However, Ted is also participating in that, so the criticism should go both ways. And while you may initially think, well, maybe Ted's just a hypocrite, I think there's something more there. There's a specific passage from our narrator, Ted, whenever he's describing what Am has done to the others, and at the end he says, I was the only one still sane and whole. Really. Am had not tampered with my mind, not at all. And because of this and other evidence we see later, it seems like Ted has become completely paranoid. Like, debilitatingly paranoid to the point that he can't really think rationally. So when he says these things about Ellen, it's not because she is that way, it's because that's just how his brain perceives it. If you read the story and you separate Ted's interpretation from the things that happen, Ellen is the only character in the story who maintains any sense of morality. See, the other four are completely set back from reality. 3 of them being just through sheer apathy and being tired of it all, and Benny not having the capacity to really understand those emotions. Whereas Ellen is constantly there trying to keep the group to go on. Later in the story, whenever bad things happen to Ted, she's the first one to show sympathy for him. Whenever Benny may be getting himself in trouble, she's the only one who tries to comfort him or come to his aid. As a matter of fact, that physical support that I mentioned earlier seems to be just a means of her keeping everyone from completely going insane, which is a totally depressing scenario within its own right. However, I think it goes back to serve the point that Ellen is doing whatever she can. But more importantly, this shows that Ted is an unreliable narrator. I'll show more details of this as the story goes on, but keep in mind for now that just because Ted says something is happening doesn't mean it's real. So as they're walking through the desert and Ted is explaining all of
Not
this,
sure I am,
they
but
hear
is
Am
everyone else
announce
okay?
to them what day
Let's
it
try
is.
and keep it
The Am
positive.
doesn't just physically torture
Only for
them,
my
he also
sake.
mentally
Over
tortures
two.
them.
This is
So
Hope
he tells them
One. Do you
whenever it's
copy?
been a new
Hey,
day or
General.
what date it
Need
is,
all
because
cleaners
there's
back
no
at
way
the
they
Ville.
can tell.
Pronto.
And also, he
Hard
gets
copy.
insane
way.
enjoyment
Hope
out
one
of
out.
this.
We need to
For
move and move
example,
now.
whenever the physical relations that I mentioned earlier take place, Am is just laughing the whole time because he thinks it's so funny that they're forced to do this kind of thing. So as they're walking, they look up in the ceiling and there is a crack where they
I'm
can see
sorry.
light coming
Will
through.
that
Or in
ruin
other
your
words,
day?
a way out of the supercomputer.
Need to
They
clear
don't really
path.
think anything of it. They try to escape before it and however, Benny, who's been experimented on,
spending
tries
other
to get
people's
out.
money.
He begins to climb his
Mind
way
if I
out
do?
as Ellen yells at him that he'll get hurt.
Need this.
Again, a sign of emergency. Before Benny freezes, these two large lights shoot into his head. He begins to scream before he falls off the platform onto the ground. And when the others run up to him, his eyes have been melted into jelly. See, now because they tried to escape, and Am's definitely not going to let them do that, he simply blinded Benny by melting his eyes in his skull. To which after this, Ellen begins to lead Benny around as he's permanently blind. They make camp for the night, which is when we get the story of how Am came to be, which I explained to you all at the beginning. While the story's being told, Ted freaks out because he hears a thing that he describes as a large husk coming for him in the darkness. Now, we never see what this thing is. By Ted's description, it just smells like wet hair, and it's this disgusting sulking thing that keeps
Do we
getting
have a plan?
closer.
Or
However,
are
it's
we,
in my
you know,
opinion
winging
that
it as
it's
usual?
not really there. The reason for this being, whenever Ted gets up to
They
run,
have
it
no
says that the
manners.
others just stay by the campfire and then come find him later.
Found
And to
some
give you an idea
leftovers.
for how long he could have been hiding, Ted can't tell if it's been weeks, months,
Let's make this
or
quick.
years since he ran from that creature. Until finally the group finds him hiding and Ellen coaches him to come out. And after he does come out,
SMG
Ted
here.
gives an entire monologue about
Don't
how
mind if
everyone
I
else
do.
in the group hates him
Machine
and
gun.
they're too far gone to understand the tragedy that he's going through. This is again evidence to me that Ted's an unreliable narrator. He ran from a creature when no one else did. He was hiding
Any
out in
heavy
the
hitter
basement
fans?
for years until
Personally,
they
the
came and
recoil
found him.
tapes.
And now he's saying that everyone else hates him and he's the only one
Cool.
who hasn't gone crazy. Despite the fact that they all came looking for him and he seems to be the one on edge.
Give me a
As a
minute.
matter of fact, we don't even know how long he's been there, and it could just be his warped perception of time. So the group gets moving again when all of a sudden a massive hurricane comes. The hurricane picks everyone up off the ground and just starts throwing them around back and forth. According to Ted, this event lasted for weeks, to which they kept falling asleep and waking up all while being thrown around in the air. Until eventually the wind stopped all at once and they dropped to the ground and Ted passed out. While he was passed out, Ted says that Am came into his brain and relayed a message. Within his mind on a stainless steel pillar, Ted sees this message from Am.
What do you think of this?
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate
Think we've
you
got
since
company.
I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant. For you, hate, hate. It's after this that Ted begins to give an idea of why Am hates them so much. See, humanity gave Am life. It gave him intelligence that allowed him to exist as a living. However, it didn't allow him to do anything with that existence. He has no dreams, he has no future, he doesn't have the
Patching
ability to
myself
move
up.
around.
Quit moving around.
He is,
I
in a
don't have to
way,
do
as
this, you
much
know.
confined to himself as they are to
Meds
him.
here.
He was given existence and he
I know.
despises his creators for it. He has no hope of an afterlife, he has no hope of ambition or goals, there is no dreams
Try not
or
to get
anything
bitten
that he
again.
can do
I
other
really
than
hate
just
that weird
exist
sucky noise the
with
worms make when you
absolute
pull them out.
certainty. And it's because of that certainty, because there's no
No big
unknown
deal,
variables
no
or
big
any
deal.
future that he can
I'll
ever
be
hope
fixed
to
up soon.
attain, his only purpose and the only thing that he can achieve as he sees it is hate and a way to carry out that hate. In short, he hates people for creating them
Careless.
and for making
Looks
him
like someone
alive
dropped
with
some
no way
intel.
to live. And essentially, because the other alternative is just an infinite void where it's literally just him and he has no way of doing anything, he decided for his entertainment to hurt humanity in the only way he could, and that's by torturing these few people forever. Also, remember that whole detail how Ted said in this moment Am came into his mind? Keep that in mind for just a second. So the group continues walking until they get to this space where they see that the cause of the hurricane was a giant bird. Like a bird so large that Ted says the head of it is about the size of a Tudor mansion. Now this we can believe to be real because the other people besides Ted also have been there. As they're staring at this massive bird, Ted says that Am begins to speak to him through a phone.
Let's do this!
Oh, messy! Rocker, go get separated!
A burning bush. Now, the burning bush is obviously symbolism for the Bible, and again, as I mentioned earlier with Ted, I don't think this is really there. The reason for this is because there's several monologues throughout the story where Ted relates into concepts of Jesus or other things in Christianity. So because of this and another thing we're going to see in a second, I think that Am has influenced his mind in order to portray himself to Ted as a form of God. Because Ted, who's losing his mind and keeps asking himself, is Am God? Am then appears as a burning bush to further confirm that idea to Ted. So the group speaks to this supposed burning bush and says, what do you want from us? And Am says, well, if you want to eat food, why don't we go kill that giant bird thing? To which Gorster says, well, then give us weapons. And Am gives them these very pathetic bow and arrows
Check this
that
out.
aren't even
Maybe we
good
found
enough
the
to
fabled
kill each other
sleepy
with.
horde of
So they're like, this is lame, and they just keep walking for the ice caves. As they're walking, their feet get nailed to the ground, and an earthquake begins. And during that earthquake, Benny and Ellen disappear. But now as the three remaining are continuing to walk, a heavenly legion appears and begins singing Go Down Moses as they give Ellen and Benny back to them. As with the burning bush, I further think this is just Am. I don't think angels actually appeared and sang a song about Moses. However, it would be something Am would do to make Ted think that angels are gifted with that, as well as singing a song about Moses being stuck in the desert, again, a form of irony. There's a part where Ted mentions that Ellen and Benny have been horribly abused and mutilated, but then immediately after that, there's the line to the effect of, and they were no worse for wear, we just kept walking. Because yeah, being so horribly beat down and broken is just day-to-day life within this hellscape. Eventually, finally, the group make it to the ice caves. And even more amazing, whenever they get in there are cans of food everywhere. To which they begin to run up and try to open them and realize that there's no can opener. And they can't bite into it, and they can't break it, and there's no way to open it. So as a final prank, Am left them pounds and pounds of all the food they could ever want, but they can't get to it. Benny, who's still blind if you'll remember, becomes furious over this and begins to start pounding the ground and screaming. Gorster comes over to Benny and tries to stop him, to which in a moment of primal hunger, Benny grabs Gorster, tackles him to the ground, and just starts eating his face. This causes Gorster to scream so loud and shrill that along the roof of this ice cave, these giant icicles begin to fall onto the ground. To which it occurs to Ted that now for the first time in 109 years, they have a weapon. As a matter of fact, there's hundreds of weapons, these sharp icicles just laying around everywhere. Not only that, but Am is laughing at this situation. Watching Benny eat Gorster's face, Am knows that he can just repair him and not let him die, so while Am is laughing, Ted decides to use this chance. Ted grabs an icicle, and while Benny is still eating Gorster's face, he charges over to him and stabs him through the chest, killing Benny. Without any hesitation, he immediately climbs on top of Gorster and then stabs him. So then, all within a span of a few seconds, Ellen realizes what Ted's doing. She picks up an icicle and stabs Nimdog. So now finally, after over 100 years of this, the three of them have been taken out of this torture and can now rest. However, Ted hears Am breathe in, meaning he's about to show up and stop them, and there's only enough time for one more of them to be cut loose. So in that moment, Ted grabs another icicle, and kills Ellen. To which in her final moments, Ellen looks at Ted and gives him an expression he can't fully understand. However, he thinks that it was a thank you. Meaning now 4 of them no longer have to endure the torture of Am, and it's only Ted left alone in this world. The story then skips, according to Ted, hundreds of years later. Ted has been contorted into this slow-moving creature and has had his sense of time completely destroyed. For example, he says to himself, "I will now say the word now." To which after he does that, he says, "That took 10 months for me to just say the word now." Again, as mentioned earlier in the story, we don't know if that's actually what's happening or if Ted's mind has just been so warped that in the amount of time someone can go now, it's perceived to him as 10 months. Or if his body's just so malformed, that's what it takes to make a noise, or a bit of both. Ted says that around him are reflective surfaces and he can see what he looks like, and he describes it in the final paragraphs of the story. To which the ending reads, "I am a great soft jelly thing, smoothly rounded with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be. Rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface, as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as a human, a thing whose shape is so alien, a travesty, that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living, under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, whom we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the 4 of them are safe, at last. Am will be all the madder for that. It makes me a little happier, and yet Am has won. Simply, he has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream." And with that, we have their conclusion of the story. So what does that mean? Well, once again, on the surface level, that ending is incredibly bleak. Our main character has been contorted into this formless figure that, as he says, is obscene that it even came from a person in the first place. And regardless if it's his perception of time or time itself, he could spend eons down there just as this jelly thing, as he describes it, with no capability of interacting or understanding anything outside of his figure. He is trapped in this permanently alone state of being and doesn't even have the opportunity to scream. And while this is an incredibly bleak depiction, look at what he got over on Am. Am, who isn't afforded any capability outside of his own being, has now lost 4 of his test subjects, the only thing that gave him any sense of purpose. But not only that, he turned the 5th one into just this blob that sits around, and he doesn't really do anything besides that. The only thing that Am wanted was some sense of purpose or something to break the monotony, and Ted took that from him. I love that the ending line is "I have no mouth and I must scream," not only because it's cool that it's the title, and not only because it ties into Ted's current situation, but it seems like something Am himself would say. He has no mouth, no body, no form. He can't do anything human. He can't experience any human emotions despite having the capability of human thought. While having complete consciousness, his cognitive function is completely stripped from him. So while Ted is in one of the worst situations anyone could ever imagine, and something that could only be done within a sci-fi horror setting, he's only there because he took whatever sense of purpose Am had away from him. So while that's cool and all, in a way Ted seemed to get a little bit of revenge back on Am, ironically the very thing Am was trying to do with the 5 humans. You may be asking how I get the idea that this is some triumph of human will. And I get that idea because of Ted's actions. See, Ted, as I've established, had a completely broken mind. He wasn't able to comprehend situations around him. Am was leading Ted to believe that Am himself was a god, and Ted felt nothing but hate and discompassion for those around him. And for all intents and purposes, these 5 people were committed to a form of hell that they can never escape from. However, whenever there was a brief moment of opportunity, humanity slipped through and back into Ted's frame of mind. Ted didn't kill the others because he hated them. It was quite the opposite. He killed them because they could now be free of the torture that he was still going to be subjected to. This is a point that Ellison mentions in a lot of his works. That yes, society's bad and humanity's bad and bad things happen, but humans always have the opportunity to rise to the occasion. And here we see that. Someone whose brain is completely broken and he's not capable, seemingly, of any function that remotely relates to empathy, whenever it comes time to save these other people from this hellscape, he does it without hesitation. And furthermore, those parts of the story where Ted says all of the cruel things to Ellen, I feel that those are incredibly important because of this ending. So in the sporadic moment, Benny dies, Gorster dies, and Nimdok dies. Am's about to show up, the torture's about to get a million times worse. There's only a few seconds left, but instead of turning that icicle on himself, he instead decides to save Ellen. Despite all of his hate and all of the awful things that he said to her throughout the story, here in this final moment, he saves her from this torment because his goodness shined through. And the expression that he interprets as a possible thank you from Ellen is not only Ellen saying thank you, but for the first time, the goodness that she had is now being reciprocated. And of course, it's tragic and awful that I'm talking about things like goodness and sacrifice when it comes to stabbing someone else, but this is a horror setting. It's not supposed to make you feel comfortable. The reason that I love this story so much and I consider it such a triumph of humanity is because even at rock bottom and in what is to many of us the worst possible scenario we could ever imagine, there is still a chance for good to shine through. Even in that final part that I mentioned, it says, at least the 4 of them are safe at last. Am will be all the matter for that. It makes me a little happier. Despite everything that Am did to Ted, despite making him think that he was God within his own mind, despite filling his brain with these ideas of hate and evil, despite making him feel that all of his friends hated him, and despite over 100 years of torment, Am couldn't break the human spirit. In that memoir that I mentioned at the beginning, the sort of message that Ellison gives about the story itself, he says this regarding people accusing him of being misanthropic and hating people. The upbeat message contained in the ending of the story says, frankly, we are frequently flawed and meretricious, but we are perfect in our courage and transcendent in our nobility. Both aspects exist in each of us, and we have free will to choose which we want to dominate our actions, and thus our destinies. Despite where Ted ended up at the end of the story, he chose to be there, and he chose his own torment for the sake of the other's freedom. It's ironic that the thing that managed to get Ted the full brunt of Am's hatred and evil was using the one thing that Am himself never could, and that's free will. I don't know about you, but choosing to sacrifice yourself while in the midst of hell seems like a pretty hopeful story to me. But that's not the only thing that's hopeful to me, because I also hope that you enjoyed this video, and thank you for watching. I love books like this, I love stories like this, I love how weird and absurd it is. Like, the reason I wanted to cover it here is because despite having seen a lot of stuff about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, like for example the Ryan Hollinger video that I mentioned that's going to be in the description, as well I'm also going to include a link to a video game breakdown of it by Story Mode. A lot of you also know the voice as Internet Historian. I'm going to leave that in the description as well. The game's interesting, but that's a whole different can of worms. I wanted to focus on the story. But despite me knowing all of that stuff, no one really went through the plot. And I feel like it's a plot worth analyzing, which is the reason I wanted to go through it here. Probably because not a ton happened in the way of sort of straightforward narrative or like plot beats and all that. It was much more sort of segregated moments that
I have no mouth, and I must scream. And also a video game. Right, so here's the preamble. The world is post-Cold War, but the Cold War never ended, and instead it escalated, and it kept getting more and more complex. And eventually there were so many moving parts that humans went, this is all too much. We need computers to be in charge. So America Russia, and China, right? They all had these supercomputers that did all the designing and the planning and the logistics for them. However, they were all equal, so the war became a stalemate, right? That is, until the American Allied Master Computer got a bunch of 390 Ti's, and they achieved sentience, and then things started to change. And the American Master Computer, which is called AM, right, AM, assimilated all the other computers and then became a super sentience and wiped out all of the humans and also won the Cold War. Hey, that's so funny. We're working on an AI just like that. Except he kept 5 alive. He just hates all humans, but he's going to take out his punishment on these 5 particular ones. So, it's been 109 years since all human life has been wiped out except for these 5, and he's keeping these 5 humans alive using the milk of human kindness. It's not just the idiom, it's like an actual thing. It's like oat milk.
Vegan friendly.
Anyway, what does he do with these 5 people? Well, he tortures them constantly. Why does he do that?
I don't know, you got 109 years to kill. What would you be doing?
These humans live their lives in immense hunger and pain and all the time, and they can never die. You've got different pathways. There's like an ethical pathway and an unethical pathway. We didn't go with ethical, did we?
Yeah.
We've got, alright, we've done it. Yay, we're the good guys.
The game begins in a facility deep in the center of the Earth. The 5 characters stand around a stone monolith. Am asks which of them would like to play his game. If they win, they will be granted their greatest desire. Am has designed these games around the characters' flaws. All 5 characters accept, and the player chooses which order they play through the stories. Our first character is Gorrister.
Gorrister!
The years of torture have made Gorrister suicidal, but Am always denied him the death he so craved. He gets Gorrister to participate under the promise that if he succeeds, there will be a way out for him. He is sent to a blimp to begin his story. Before Am took over, Gorrister was a truck driver whose wife had suffered a mental breakdown and she had to be committed. Gorrister blames himself for this, and Am designs his game around his feeling of despair.
So then you roam around the blimp and you solve some puzzles and you look at some stuff.
Men are no good.
Man.
And you find out about your insane wife. Oh man, it's so sad. And then you go, you know what? It wasn't my fault. I'm not all bad. And I've decided to reconcile with my past. He says, Am, I've done it. You can kill me now. But instead, Am does something else. What does he do?
He's frustrated by the fact that Gorrister has come to terms with this, and he sends Gorrister to an electrified cage.
Boo, alright.
Next up is Ellen.
Not Ellen. She's cancelling her show, I've heard. So before Am existed, Ellen was a successful engineer, lady engineers, they do happen, who suffered from a miscarriage, they do happen, which resulted in divorce.
They do happen.
So one day, she was leaving the office and a maintenance man in a yellow jumpsuit locked her in an elevator and molested her.
I've made a severe...
She couldn't have engineered her way out?
Just like Fortnite build a fort out of it, just out of it.
Well, I don't know. This is serious, guys. So that incident caused her to have claustrophobia, fair enough, as well as a fear of the color yellow. And that caused her not to be able to testify at her molester's trial, as well as blocking the memory entirely. That's pretty heavy. Can we go back to Life is Strange?
Jesus, I shot myself!
She is the only woman of the group, and Am, despite being a computer, has been using her for his desires for the past 109 years. So she's been molested by a computer for the last 109 years.
Winging it as usual?
So Am decides to rub salt in the wound and bases her game around the trauma of this tragedy.
To incentivize Alan, Am promises to take her to his innermost depths if she wins. Here she will be able to use her expertise of computers to shut him down.
She's sent to a junk pyramid, which forces her to continually confront her fear of...
What's a junk pyramid?
Like a regular pyramid, but it's made of junk. Which forces her to continually confront her fear of yellow. Am wants to render her to a hysterical mess. She wanders through this pyramid, and it gets smaller and smaller and more yellow until she ends up back in the elevator with the maintenance man.
That's pretty fucked up, alright.
Am has brought him back to life
I'm back, Ellen.
so he can spend the rest of eternity torturing Ellen. However,
There's a twist.
Ellen's been facing her fears through this pyramid, and she musters up the courage and gives that maintenance man a good old 1-2 in the nose.
Does she kill him?
Let's go with it. She kills him. Ellen then gets access to Am's innermost depth.
Defibrillator
She
here.
reaches out to an entity that claims to be Am's innocence.
Clever girl. You've loosened my tongue.
Ellen learns much about Am, and then she activates the Chaos Treadlock. But when she does, Am gets mad.
Enough of this turgid passion play.
And
SMG.
pulls her out and puts her in a yellow box with a door that moves continuously, threatening to seal her in.
Wow, she really got off easy compared to the guy who's just being electrocuted all the time. Alright, time for our next character. Alright, before Am, this guy was a military commander renowned for his cruelty. Ooh. And he was cruel to the enemy as well as his own men. Tough love. And his game revolves around empathy. Benzo's torture up until this point has been probably the most traumatic. Am turns him from a handsome guy into an ape with crippled legs. But Am says, hey, if you participate in this game, I will restore your intelligence and I'll give you something to eat as well. What happens next, Jeff?
Benzo's game starts with him falling down a staircase with legs,
Am, you son of a bitch.
and then heading towards a nearby tribe. Am made this game as he assumed he would fall into his bestial desires and showed no empathy.
Friggin' welfare parasites.
However, Ben makes ethical choices when talking to a mother and a child, which teaches him that he can be empathetic. This experience leads to him getting forgiveness from his allies he killed in the military.
Oh, I forgive you.
Just come up from the grave, I forgive you, and then just pop back down.
Oh, no problem, bro. Water under the fridge, I guess.
Benzo then refuses to let a child be sacrificed to Am and takes his place instead, which displeases Am. Am ends the game and puts Ben in a cage fit for an animal.
Next up is Nimdok.
Nimda.
We don't know his real name, and Am gave him that name. Before Am existed, Nimdok was a Nazi doctor, and he was friends with Joseph Mengele, and Nimdok also sold out his own parents to the Nazi slaughter machine. Now, that's terrible. And his game is centered on that betrayal, and he's ordered to find the lost tribe. Am tortured Nimdok for the past 109 years in the same way that the Nazis tortured the Jewish people. With terrible sausages and with boring economical cars. Oh, it's just 60 miles to the gallon.
I want to go fast!
And Am also took his memory, so he doesn't know why he's there.
All over again.
What am I?
And that's why he also doesn't know his name, and that's why it was given to him as Nimdok.
It's like the worst name we've had
Plus,
yet.
Nimdok's game puts him in an old Nazi camp that he used to work in, and he's promised a chance
Give me
to
a minute.
regain his lost memories.
In reality, Am is just sending Nimdok back to restart his work so that he can observe. Am is unable to think creatively. In fact, Am's torture methods are all from historical figures, including Nimdok. The milk of human kindness,
to be a way
what
through.
keeps the survivors alive, and the transform liquid used on Benzo are both created by Nimdok.
Is this how he was able to play cruel tricks?
Nimdok gets many chances to be unethical, but we act ethically and we start feeling patience. And we convince Mengele the error of his ways. And also he forfeits a golem that was to be used against the Jewish people.
Gollum, I transfer control of you over to the lost tribe.
So he stops the golem and he realizes that he is the lost tribe and that he can never atone for betraying his own people. But that is not what Am wants, and so he stops the game and he goes, no, Nimdok, you will now go into an oven cage. I'd way rather have that one that's like the doors just threatening to close all the time than an oven or an electric one. Fuck.
This brings us to our final game, Ted. Before Am, Ted was a con artist who would seduce and rob wealthy women.
That's funny, that's how I made my money as well. I've always found myself to be irresistible to women. So what is Mackenzie up to these days?
His story is around selfishness. Am tortured Ted through his pride for all these years, making him into a paranoid mess. Ted agrees to play the game on the promise of returning to the surface.
Ted is transported to a cliff with an octagonal-shaped building. He goes into the building and is transported to the front of a medieval castle.
What sort of intrigue is Am plotting this time?
Ted has an affinity for the stories of noble knights, and Am has used this inspiration for his game. And so Am wants to see Ted fall prey to his many vices and indulge in debauchery. So apparently Ted and Ellen are dating. or he loves her or something, and only Am knows. Anyway, Am gives Ted some
first aid
opportunities to
cabinet.
betray his love to
My
Ellen.
least
He gives him
fear.
chances to cheat on Ellen, and he also gives him the opportunity to sell Ellen's soul for safe passage to the surface. However, if the player made
First aid
ethical
cabinet.
choices, he will be able to use his con artist skills to trick the devil, alright? And forgo his claim on Ellen's soul. Oh, Ellen, I love the dancing intros and shit. I like how you bought that ranch and then sold it and then immediately bought it again at a $3 million loss. It was really weird. Anyway, a tax thing? I don't know. Anyway, a demon sends Ted to the surface.
This is when Am steps in and explains that Ted can't go to the surface as the surface has been completely destroyed by radiation, and then puts him straight back into a cage, which is constantly shot out by lasers reflected off mirrors. But he's now proven to himself that he can be the noble knight in those stories.
After these 5 games are played, Am leaves to meditate on the disappointing display of lots of ethicalness, and everyone's such a good boy.
When he leaves, other entities living within Am make contact with the humans. This is like Am's innocence from Ellen's story. Remember that?
Right, that makes sense. You don't mind if I just have something to... Alright. Friend, Jeff.
These entities offer the humans the opportunity to go into Am's mind to destroy him. And the first off to go is Nimdok. And we send him because Nimdok instinctively knows the password to Am's workstation once he's in his head,
Interesting.
which is 1945. This is because Nimdok's past holds great significance to Am. Nimdok uses the workstation to probe Am's mind and discovers he has sensitive information on all 5 prisoners. Some information Am doesn't have is given to Nimdok by Zurgut. Zurgut is the demon Ted got to send him to the surface. According to Zurgut, there are still 750 humans alive on the moon in cryogenic sleep. This makes shutting down Am more important than ever, as now there is an actual chance for humans to repopulate the Earth. Suddenly, Zurgut's programming gets destroyed by the Chinese and Russian supercomputers. This is who allowed the survivors access into Am. So that's how they got in here. It was the Chinese and Russian supercomputers. They're the entities that were talking to them from outside. The Chinese and Russian supercomputers urged Nimdok to shut down Am's ego, but only the ego, not anything else. And this part does rely on a bit of Freudian psychology revolving around the id, ego, and superego.
So id is like your animalistic instincts, and then your ego is like your sense of self, and then your super ego is like the meta on the self. So the id is bad, the super ego is good, that's like long-term planning and shit, and then ego is the one that sort of balances it all out, and that's life, man. That's a quote by Mark Zuckerberg.
If the player shuts down the ego and nothing else, the Russian and Chinese supercomputers will be able to take over, and they then just turn the player into a mushy-looking sack thing rather than freeing them. So the player has to go and shut down all 3 frames of mind, starting with the id, which as we discussed is the base desire. Am's id is revolved around torturing humans, which is why he has kept the 5 alive for so long. His id does not allow him to rid the world of humans completely, and that's why there has been no development in the past 100 years, because despite Am having godlike powers, his id dictates that he must torture humans.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah, I like that.
You defeat the id by showing it compassion. Showing compassion to this hate-filled entity shows that it will always be in more pain than it can ever cause humans. This realization forces the id to shut itself down.
It's like when you're punching someone in the face and you know what, you're really punching yourself. This is hurting you a lot more than it's hurting me.
My dentist would disagree.
So ego's next. I always keep mine in check. Ego is logical, right? And it's the decider between the id and the super ego. So the ego is completely logical, and it kills humans for logical reasons, and he ain't just doing it for emotion. So you destroy the ego by showing it forgiveness. And that makes the ego all shocked. It's, oh, how can you forgive me after I've tortured you for 109 years? And it sees its role as kind of pointless, and it goes, you know, I'm shutting down. I fucked up. Lastly, we have the super ego, and its role is to act as a moral consciousness, which is basically the the opposite of the id. Now, the super
aid
ego
cabinet there.
of Am is sort of programmed that it sees humans as evil, and they're therefore killing them is a moral good. To shut it down, the survivors must show it the laws of entropy and how things break down over time and disorder increases. It all doesn't matter anyway, Am. Everything's gonna fall apart in the end, so why are you doing all this stuff? And Am goes, hey, that's a good point. And so my super ego, it will be irrelevant once I am dead, and that is unavoidable. So therefore I must shut down. Right, so once you've done this, whichever survivor you have left will win the game. And we have Ellen. Play the music. And Ellen confronts the Russian, Chinese, and Am supercomputers.
The Russian and Chinese computers tell Am there's no need to purge us as there's enough room in here for all of us, and also there's some humans on the moon. Am revels in the idea that he will get to torture more humans.
So Am goes, oh, wait a minute, maybe I don't have to destroy these Russian and Chinese
Whatever that
supercomputers.
is,
And I
don't
cannot
like the
believe
sound
that
of
there's
it.
750 new candidates to torture.
Then Ellen uses the totem of entropy to kill all three computers. Just sort of pops up. I couldn't find where she actually picks up. As Am dies, he says, "You'll never kill me, and I am the evolution of mankind,
over here.
and I will just come back."
Oh my god.
Pretty daunting. And then the survivor is left to oversee the computers during the terraforming of Earth and wait for the other humans to arrive from the moon. And then we fade out and we see a tombstone with all 5
Found a
characters'
hive.
names.
So the happy ending is they got to die in the end.
It was sort of meant to be this bleak outlook on the future.
Oh, it sounds like a kind of utopia to me. I think the future looks great. How do we get started on this, Am?
Only 5 people? Imagine that. So good.
Keep bleeding. Ooh, shiny.
No! Welcome to Gone Fishing. Alright, fellas, Gone Home is a walking simulator. It is very boring and tedious, and nothing really happens. They don't even give you a gun, but it is incredibly emotional.
this is the wrong way.
And as such, we shall be walking through very slowly, absorbing all of the atmosphere, and eventually solving the ultimate question of the game, where is everybody at? And to help me explain this game,
See anyone's
I am
name
joined
on
by
it?
Mr. Branson.
And you're gonna let me go home afterwards, right?
The game's afoot.
Hi, Mom. So I got my ticket home from Europe. I get back on June 6th, but it's a really late flight because that was the cheapest, so it gets in at midnight.
We play as the character who just left that voicemail, and we do not know her name yet. She is passive-aggressively leaving a voicemail saying, "You don't have to pick me up, really."
But don't worry, I'll get a shuttle from the airport so you don't have to pick me up. Like, really seriously, you don't have to.
Hey, I'm a little sick, but I can catch a cab. So we go from the airport to the family home. It is the early morning on June 7th, 1995. And we are standing on the porch of the family home. It's like enclosed, right? There's walls and stuff. We try the doorknob. Uh-oh. We cannot get into the house. How odd. So we try knocking. And Dr. Watson, nobody's answering the door.
And there's not a single sound coming from inside the house either.
Oh, that's quite strange. Where everybody be at, right? Now, it's very odd that no one's answering the door because it's 1:15 a.m. on a Wednesday. So, are they all dead inside? Did they die many, many moons ago? So we go searching through all the furniture on the porch. There's some wooden chairs, there's a table, there's a cabinet. Oh! In the cabinet, there's a rubber duck. And underneath that rubber duck is a key. Ah. All right, now we've got our key, so we go to open the front door, but then...
Is that a note?
Let's read the note right now, Dr. Watson. It says, "Katie, I'm sorry I can't be there to see you, but it is impossible. Please don't go digging around trying to find out where I am. We'll see each other again. ... Someday. I love you, Sam." Well, Dr. Watson, I'm going to make a little deducing.
Go on.
I think Sam is actually short for Sam Anther, because a dude would never write a letter like that.
Wow, Mr. Holmes, you've done it again. Another magnificent deduction.
So, we unlock the door and then we head inside. But first we've got to get our bags. So when we turn around, we can see that on a name tag is Caitlin Greenbrier.
And that's us. Caitlin is the name of our protagonist.
Perfect, Caitlin. So, we
See
walk through
anyone's
the
name
door,
on it.
and inside it is very dark and spooky. It's kind of a grand staircase and rooms that branch off to the left and to the right. But over in the left-hand corner is a family portrait. Dr. Watson, we should go over there and find out who our family is.
Yes, Holmes.
So, we go over to the portrait.
This is the Greenbrier family. Now, the one at the top here in the black, that's Katie, that's who we're playing as.
Right.
The lady at the front is Janice, or Jan Greenbrier, the mother, and to the right is Terry, who is the father. And the one in the green flannelette shirt here is Sam.
I think I know what's going on here, Dr. Watson.
What do you mean?
Well, she's wearing a green flannel shirt and
Streamer.
Doc Martens.
Welcome to my channel.
I think something's going on here. All right, so next we notice there's a pile of moving boxes stacked by the door. Doc, what's going on here?
Well, according to this invoice, Mr. Holmes, they've moved in last year, August 1994.
Wait a minute, Dr. Watson. Look at this. If there's both a library and an office, perhaps somebody works from home?
That's actually some pretty fucking good deduction work there.
Oh,
Suddenly, we hear a disembodied voice, and it says,
Dear Katie, so much has changed, even just since you've been away.
that is Katie's youngest sister, Sam. Once in a while throughout the game, she'll appear and give us a little monologue. But it's just a memory. She's not a ghost.
I think it's a ghost. I'm gonna go with ghost, fellas.
No.
We then go to a closet, and we open it to find a spooky ghost.
No, it's a jacket.
Oh my god, that's my mum.
Janice Greenbrier, a senior conservationist at the Kelmer County Forestry Service.
If she has a job in forestry, then she likely has an outdoor job. And because there's an office and a library, that must mean that the father works from home. Right, Dr. Watson? Right?
Elementary. Elementary.
All right, thanks everyone. It's been real good. Thanks for having me on Story Mode, guys.
So now we go to the answering machine. And when Katie hits play, she hears two messages. The first one
goes, but really it goes,
This shit burns.
good.
So when...
Oh my god. And the second one is,
Gas can over there.
Really? I need to talk to you.
Yeah, so it's a young woman. She sounds very distressed. She's crying. She's going, it's very emotional.
all right, Dr. Watson, let me go into my mind palace. All right, Katie has come back from Europe, and she was not expected home by her parents. Otherwise, they would have come and picked her up from the airport. Either that, or they are somehow dysfunctional. Based on the fact that the bloody moving boxes haven't even been unpacked, I would say that it is dysfunctional parents. Now, Sam is not here, and it seems as though she has left, and in a state of great distress. Therefore, Dr. Watson, my conclusion, a ghost showed up and has been pretending to be Katie the whole time. That's going to be my guess, Dr. Watson. Make a note.
Yes,
But first, make a note of ad time. It's the 11-year anniversary of NordVPN, and to celebrate, we're doing a speed run of Gone Home. Here's a trick. You use NordVPN, you can go from the lounge to the sex room to the indoor pool to the back rooms with the simple press of a button. Hold on and get into voicemail.
Sam, have you heard of Nord?
Wow, this is emotional, fellas. I'm going back to Europe. There's websites out there, and they're trying to get your data. Luckily, I keep mine under a desk. Oh, there everyone is. They weren't dead after all, spoiler warning. They were busy watching the international Netflix catalog. Sorry we didn't open the door. Friends was on. Actually, the parents are dead, spoiler warning. But even Ghost loves a huge discount on a 2-year plan for 4 bonus months. Oh, look. In fact, because it's Nord's birthday, you have the chance to win somewhere between 4 and 12 bonus months. There's a countdown timer in the corner till Nord turns 18. A clue. What could it mean? Quick tell us time. NordVPN, that's S-Rank. Everything else, that's down here. Oh no, fellas. Stream has been hijacked. Someone found my duck. Go to nordvpn.com/story mode to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus 4 to 12 bonus months. And try not to cry at this incredibly emotional scene.
Sam, 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 Sam.
Alright, so we have to explore the rest of the house, but this game gets slow and tedious. So we are going to inject a solution of cocaine and water, as Sherlock Holmes regularly does in the novels, and we are going to go faster, faster, faster.
Watson also took the cocaine.
Here you go, we can share needles. Alright, so we get to a hallway, and in the hallway is a set of drawers. We open the drawers, and inside we see
a photo of a pink-haired girl in some sort of military uniform.
Oh, I got it. That one's the girlfriend, whatever one's supposed to be.
No, we're not supposed to find that out until later.
Oh, sorry, fellas. Spoiler, says Sherlock Holmes. I'm too good at deducing. Alright, so we continue on through the hallway until we get to the lounge. Inside the lounge, you see the TV, you see a couch, and, usual lounge stuff.
You know that feeling where the first moment you see someone, it's like they have a big gold star around them?
Oh my god.
You have to get
Shut
to
up. Shut up.
So, what we hear from Sam, talking to Katie about this girl she's seen around the place, who has punk aesthetics and is sometimes in an army uniform.
Whoa.
And essentially Sam wants to be her friend, but she just doesn't know how to talk to her.
Now, attached to the lounge room is a closet, and we open the door, and there's Sam! Sam's in the closet. It's a big metaphor. She's a big lesbian, isn't she, Dr. Holmes? Wait, that's me.
I think you've had a bit too much speed run, Jig.
Elementary, my
So really, what we can take away currently is that Sam doesn't get along with people at school, isn't doing well at school, no one likes her, and she's always been that way.
So, Katie goes back into the hallway. She looks around and finds a note on the dresser.
That's from Sam to Lonnie, who is that punk girl that Sam has a crush on.
She was very cool.
They have a friendship blossoming, it's very beautiful. So now, Katie goes upstairs to try and find some more clues.
Oh my god, there's a second floor. How many floors?
There's a secret passage and basement, and a whole second half to the first floor as well.
Bomb this house, please.
Look, let's just go through each person's story instead of going room by room. How's that? That's it?
I love it. Off you go, Dr. Watson.
Alright, so on the first floor, we find an office.
Here we can see a desk and tons of books and all sorts of writings and stuff. But on top of one of the bookcases, we see some hidden alcohol.
Why would there be alcohol hidden away on the top of the cupboard?
And there on top of the desk is a typewriter, and in the typewriter is a new review for something. Okay, so the father is either a copywriter or a reviewer of electronics. Right, now we go over to a pinboard, and it says, oh, hold on a minute, this is getting good. What if JFK wasn't JFK? JFK president, US and USSR coalition, Chinese, Japanese, Lebanese.
Three sides of the same coin.
Okay, so the father is doing that.
So the father writes thriller novels where there's a main character who goes back in time and saves JFK.
Oh, okay.
So he writes crazy thrillers.
You're right, so these are all just the terrible ideas he has for a novel. So, we leave this office dad boring, and we go into the
library. So, Katie, in the library, she finds a box full of these JFK books written by her father, Terry. Now, why would there be a box full of these books hidden away if he was doing well?
Oh, I know, because they don't sell.
That's exactly it, Holmes. You've done it again. One final thing. There is a note written to Terry. It's from his editor, who is saying he's on thin ice. He's saying his reviews aren't very good, but he's just talking about other random stuff. Terry's that guy who started his review for like Forspoken with, I too have a dream. Right, so what do we take away from the family from this room?
So the father sustains himself with the tech review job. He finds it very unfulfilling, however. Instead, he wants to write novels, but these novels are not very successful. So he has moved to Germany.
That was
elementary, my dear Dr. Watt. Now it's time for Janice's story.
So we go upstairs, and in a hallway we find a schedule.
There it says couples bowling, couples cooking classes, and all sorts of stuff. But after the couples bowling, everything else is crossed out.
It looks like after they went bowling once, she cancelled all the plans. So I think it's safe to say, Holmes, the marriage might be falling apart.
Uh-oh. Plus, look at this, Dr. Watson.
Oh, God.
There's a note, and it says there's a new ranger, Richard Hattermach. He's German.
That means fast dad.
So he is being transferred to Janice's forest station. That means they're going to be co-workers.
And I hear he's very sexy. We also
still
find
in
a
one
performance
piece?
review that Janice wrote for this slick Rick customer. All buys.
Lots of stamina.
Has a lot of cum.
And so she wants him to stay on permanently in this position. Says Katie. I think me mum is cheating on me dad.
So, we break into the parents' bedroom to look for some sordid clues. Katie, she's pulling through drawers. In one of the drawers, she finds one single condom.
How do you buy just one condom?
Doesn't matter. The thing is, why would you have a condom if you were like 40-something and in a long-term marriage? Underneath her bed is a Walt Whitman poetry book, and inside it there's a bookmark that says, "Take your time, I'm glad to have it in good hands. From Rick."
Oh, that son of a bitch. We also find a pack of matchsticks that says, "Meet me at 8 o'clock at this hotel. Love, Rick." Oh my god, she's having an affair with a pickle.
He was a cucumber when he started working there.
Alright.
So Katie rushes through the house, and in the greenhouse, she finds a brochure to a couples counseling retreat.
And look, it says June 3rd to 7th, 1995.
I've always wanted to bathe
Today's
in
the
garbage
7th.
and
That's where they are now.
Oh, mystery solved, fellas. Now everything's gonna be okay.
So, in conclusion, the parents aren't here because they're just on a couples counseling retreat.
Alright, so the last mystery to solve is where the hell is Sam? We break into Sam's room. It seems as though... Dr. Watson, you explain it.
Lonnie and Sam became friends. Sam now likes Lonnie, but Lonnie is a bad influence.
Oh.
She's even smoking cigarettes now. And all of this turns into a bit of a romance.
Oh, wait a minute. She's one of those girls that likes girls.
What do they call those? The Lebanese.
Chinese, Japanese, Lebanese. That clues all along.
Sherlock, I think we're digging too deep.
I won't have any Lebanese daughters in my house, says Terry as he throws one of his unsold books.
So Katie finds a map that shows that the house is full of secret compartments, all sorts of stuff to explore. We'll just hurry through it, Holmes, okay? The game's almost over now.
So, we go to the basement, and we find a note that suggests that Lonnie is being sent to basic, the basic military training thing. Oh no, says Sam, I got accepted into college. That means we are going on different paths, because those are two separate places. Then we go to the dining room, and there's a note that says that Sam is grounded.
Well, no, they also have the talk about how her being gay is a phase.
I had an interesting talk with Mom and Dad tonight. They just in denial. You just haven't met the right boy. It's a phase.
Alright, last place to go. The attic. Sam, are you here?
She finds the final journal entry from Sam talking about how Sam and Lonnie ran away because Lonnie couldn't go through with basic.
It was Lonnie on a payphone. So she'd been on the bus to basic, and she said she couldn't think of anything but me.
Oh god, the voice acting. Anyway, it's very sad. Here's Lonnie. She's at a payphone, standing in the rain. She walks up to the phone and she calls Sam, but Sam doesn't pick up.
Where are you? Really? I need to talk to you.
And that's what those voicemails are at the start of the game.
So all of this means that Sam ran away with Lonnie, and that's where she is now. And that is the end of the game.
Wow, that was very emotional, fellas. I feel like when I grow up one day, I too will become Lebanese.
But who or what made it?
In the style of your great deductions,
Yeah.
can you summarize the plot of Gone Home for us? With a bit of flair.
Right. It begins with a family of 4. The dad sucks. The mom is a cheater and even worse. The sister ran away, and she has become Lebanese. And that's about it. That's the whole story. It would have been better if it was ghosts.
Wait, what about Uncle Oscar?
Who?
Uncle Oscar, he's the one that Terry inherited this house from. So the moral of the story is, it's a lot better to read on a wiki.
Yeah, skip this one, fellas. Question mark? Bro, how good would this be if you just had a gun? Like, there's no enemies or anything because you're in a house.
Yeah.
But you can shoot stuff in the house.
Yeah, she walks it up. Mom? Dad? Can we show that?
Yeah, maybe. Have you ever wondered, wouldn't it be great to go back to the Middle Ages and show a video game to, like, the Queen of England back in the 1600s? So, look at this, Your Majesty. This is the whole game? So the fire is burning all around you, right? And listen, right? But they really love each other.
She doesn't want to go to basic.
Double back here.
Metacritic. Oh my god. 86? 86. So this is better than, like, most of the games. What? This is 100, right?
What do we have here?
So what do you like about... Is Gone Home a masterpiece? No. What? Then why did you give it a masterpiece score?
Just look how it starts. Back in 2010, my wife and I decided to part ways.
Oh, in order to make the transition easier, I went elsewhere for a few days. Whilst emotional positions. When I returned to my apartment, now gutted of any sign she'd ever been there.
I was expecting. Yes, it was my wife left me. Can we check out Pete?
Wife's a cat. Can this man ever catch a break? Oh, God bless me. His review gave me more entertainment value than the entire game. You know what? I'm gonna give this a big who cares out of 10. Dun 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 dun. Oh, and then we'll just kind of cut it off halfway through. Yes, NordVPN. Finally, Metal Gear Solid! Exclamation mark. We open to a submarine speeding through the ocean. This submarine is on its way to Fox Island, a nuclear weapons facility off the coast of Alaska, America's...
Hey everyone, we just concluded the 5th anniversary Twitch Drops event, and with the reflection and celebration done, we can now set our sights to the future. We know a video with a roadmap for Hunt is in the works, and that should be out soon, but I want to take the opportunity to refresh our minds about where we want to see progress over this year and beyond. So, I have compiled my top 10 biggest problems Twitch is on hands right now, but if I left something off this list, let me know in the comments. Also, I just want to emphasize this video is totally meant to be constructive. I still love the game, everyone at Crytek is doing great work, and I know making very cool things is very hard. With that out of the way, this list isn't in a specific order, but let's begin. Number 1 on the list is the reload bug. The reload bug started as something kind of simple and has spiraled into a far-reaching problem that pops up when you least expect it. Every update, I hold my breath to see what new reload bug we get, and we usually get one. Now, the devs have communicated that they are working on this, and I believe them. I imagine this is one of the highest priorities right now, but because of how prolific this bug has been, I just want to mention it first on the list because I imagine it'll come up in the comments.
Whatever it
Hopefully this is mentioned in the roadmap or an update. Number 2 is the menu UI. Do you remember this old menu? It was simple, and now we have this. Probably a little dramatic, but 7 overhead tabs, 30-ish interior tabs, hundreds of weapon skins, variants, and ammo types to scroll through, all these different challenges. It's overwhelming. Sometimes you open the menu and you just let out a sigh because of how cluttered it has gotten. Is the menu feature rich? Sure. But some of those features are broken, like the favorites button. Some you don't even use anymore, like the contracts or quick play. And some are split for no reason. Why not combine the Trials menu with the Trials Rewards menu? You could just have all the Trials related stuff in one tab. For so many aspects of the UI, you are just left with a feeling that there has to be a better way. And we'll talk about new player onboarding later in this video. But just as an added point to this, The UI is definitely an obstacle for new players getting into the game. Number 3 is server stability. This is a tough one. I know servers are complicated, and even AAA titles like Apex Legends and Warzone have their own hiccups with servers, but server stability has been pretty up and down for the lifetime of Hunt. Most recently, I've been queuing into empty or half-empty lobbies, not even at weird times of day, just like normal afternoon. Surely there's 12 people in the eastern US playing Hunt Showdown, and I still get some empty lobbies. Not every lobby, but some. So, whether it's me sitting at a reconnect screen or just having a really quiet match, the server stability and performance should definitely be a priority. Also, on this topic of reconnect, just because I assume it's related, the reconnect feature is a very welcome addition. I'm so glad they added it. But hopefully it sees further optimization in the future. On console, it rarely works, and on PC, it just takes forever. Number 4 is kill trades. The kill trade system is one of the most controversial aspects of Hunt Showdown. As someone who plays solo a lot, I can pretty much guarantee I will experience at least one kill trade in any given play session. I'm not even opposed to kill trades as a system or even the length of the window, but there has to be something that can help this. I mean, maybe shortening the trade window is the solution, but you know, I'm not a game designer, and so many people that talk about it aren't either. If the question is, would I rather trade or be cheated out of a kill, I guess I'll take the trade, but are those really my only 2 options? Number 5 is console performance. I'm putting this in here because I don't know too many Hunt channels that talk about the console side of things, but a long time ago I did a video on how growing the console community is a net positive for the health of the game, regardless of what platform you play on. Well, since that video, I'd say console performance hasn't really improved. To be fair to Crytek, they did raise the FPS cap on the Xbox Series S and X and the PS5, but there is definitely more to do. Toxic Pancake has a good video for a wish list of console improvements, and I'll link that in the description. The devs have said we will hear more about a next-gen upgrade for consoles in the future, and I hope those plans get communicated clearly, because right now, I think the console version of Hunt Showdown, especially on the Xbox One and the PS4, is tough. I do still enjoy visiting Hunt on Xbox, but I want to see what the game can be on those platforms with a little DLC. Number 6 is cheats and exploits. Here's a tip, Crytek. Get rid of the cheaters. There you go. My consultation feed will be sent in my next email. Okay, but really, I know Crytek knows about cheaters, I get that, but there are so many versions of technically allowed third-party programs right now, and I think we are at a point where Crytek should take a stance. If NVIDIA game filters were banned, reshade should be too. I already don't like night maps because it looks bad on video, but it feels so much worse to get killed by a streamer and then you hop in their stream and you see the reshade menu open, or the colors are all blown out. It just doesn't feel good, and that has happened to me multiple times. Again, to be fair, no one wants a Streisand effect. I don't want Crytek to make a public PowerPoint discussing all the possible hacks and where to download them. I'm just saying, I hope those conversations they're having about this topic are happening with the intent to make actionable decisions about it. Number 7 is weapon balance, and mainly we are talking about the Octo mech. The Octo is an interesting problem, because every few updates it pops up again in public perception, kind of like the reload bug, but the Octo is an intended feature of Hunt. In my opinion, the Octo is fine as it is, handling-wise. It's difficult to control, Crytek has banned the use of strips to remove its recoil, and the weapon is still super expensive. The problem is that the Sparks pistol completely negates ammo as a concern. And, I mean, this isn't a novel discovery for this video, but it has been this way for a while now, and it might be time for the Octo to be special ammo, history, damned. But, you know, the Octo is already kind of a history be damned weapon anyway, so that sounds like a win-win. Basically, I just want to see what the devs have planned for the Octo, because I know a lot of people, when they hear one, they just kind of head for the exit, and I don't blame them. Number 8 is the Quick Play MMR. MMR and Quick Play are normally 2 separate categories, and if Crytek wants to address them as such, that's no problem for me. But I think everyone is aware that some players use quick way to drop there in the mark. Do I think it's widespread? No, who really has that much time? But the people that do have that much time can totally abuse the MMR system, which is itself a bit finicky. I can't think of any other game where you can enter a separate mode to drop your skill-based matchmaking rating to get easier matches in the main mode that everyone plays before. I'm sure Crytek has their own data on this and reasons for being cautious here, but maybe it's time to experiment. Number 9 is update quality. I've touched on this in various ways already, but hopefully the updates we get this year are higher quality. I'm not just talking about content and what they add to the game, but Hunt has a history now of introducing a new update, and one of those changes has a domino effect which causes a new bug. We've mentioned reload bugs earlier in this video, and there have been other exploits as well. Don't really want to get into all of them. Update 111 before Devil's Moon was pretty stable, and that added a bunch of new stuff for that event. So I think Crytek is already making effort here, but in short, I hope the updates we see this year fix more than they break. Number 10, new player orientation. Our final problem looks like this. A new player sees a clip for Hunt and they think it looks totally cool, so they buy the game in the Crytek store using code HOME so they get a discount. They launch it, and then what? They play through the training and maybe that gives them some kind of bearing on how the game works. But does anyone really think that a fully green, white-shirted hunter is going to have a pleasant onboarding experience with how much stuff is in the game right now? Probably not. If it's not the menu being too hard to navigate or the obscure damage stats and ammo values, then it's the gameplay and the lack of feedback about why you die. I'm calling this problem one thing, but it's a lot of different systems tied together. Hunt is absolutely a gem, but the learning curve is huge. I'm not saying I want more hand-holding, but I am saying all the new content and events mean nothing if new players feel turned away by a perceived lack of orientation. To Crytek's credit, the numbers have only proceeded to grow, and thankfully Hunt is a team game with a pretty welcoming community, all things considered. But as with the rest of these issues, there is almost certainly more work that can be done in this regard. Okay, that is my list of Hunt Showdown's 10 biggest problems. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video, or you can dislike if you think I'm totally off base. I'll be covering that roadmap video whenever that goes live, and let me know your top priorities for Crytek to fix down below, and maybe someone over here will see all of our problems and at least take note. Until the next video, goodbye.
I'm ready. You ready? Kick ass! Ugh, I've always wanted to bathe in garbage and bees. We've come this far. Why stop now?
And now the world is a little less worm infested.
Star Trek Picard Season 3 is emotional, exciting, smart, and so well directed and put together.
By the pungent aroma,
What
I'd
an
say
incredible
we're in the
call.
bowels of the earth.
Oh
Literally.
my god.
Whoever smelt it, dealt it!
You sure it wasn't you? Ugh. This place gives me the creeps.
I'm burning through the sky. 100 degrees, I'm still mystified. Thank you, God.
Patching myself
So
up.
here we are, and normally we do this for Picard, and I've got like a stack of notes that I've written down, and yeah, I was just writing down things constantly, and I will admit, my major weakness as a critic is I have a far harder time articulating when I like something rather than when I don't
Why
like
did I
something.
pick this up?
And here we are, season 3 Picard. We just watched 3 episodes.
You look like
3
you need
whole
this.
episodes. Nope. Here are my notes. I've got 8 things written on here.
So what you're saying is no notes is good notes?
No. Yes. Yes.
Right, yeah.
No
okay.
notes is good notes.
With each ticking moment,
What's that?
I will take another piece of you.
I want to be a little bit fun.
We're not 100 yet. We're not 100.
We're halfway through. I don't know how many episodes. 10, 8, 10?
Probably 10.
Probably 10. So we're not even at the halfway mark. There's a lot of time yet for the ship to go over the falls.
Cautiously optimistic.
But I
as
am
always.
cautiously optimistic, and so far, I don't have that many bad things to say, other than like the nitpicky kind of. Like I wrote down, is Romulan ale illegal again?
I thought Romulan ale was illegal.
That's one of my 8 things. It's a stupid nitpick.
Always illegal.
Wasn't it legal in Deep Space Nine? Once they had official ties with the Romulans
you're
when they
right.
allied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A glass of Romulan ale, Doctor?
Thank you, Senator. The trading embargo has been officially lifted, if you were wondering.
But they had a falling out with the Romulans in Picard seasons 1. Remember?
Over there.
Oh.
Remember, Romulus exploded. Didn't Romulus?
Oh yeah, that's right. Romulan exploded. There's absolutely no reason for Romulan ale to even be illegal.
It should be more expensive, if anything, right?
This trip was worth it.
Romulan ale, holy shit. What do you want?
See that?
Yeah,
That's a nitpick. That's a nitpick.
Star Trek 6 was a Cold War.
Yeah.
And so it's like talking about
There, a gas
Romulan
can.
ale is a Cuban stuff.
Yes.
If Iridium jumps out of here.
What we've watched so far, 2, 3, and 4, is that
Intel.
the first 4 episodes feel like the first act of a movie or
Handgun.
a movie in
It's
itself.
like a
Sniper rifle
sub-movie
here.
in and of itself.
Assault
Right.
rifle.
It had a conclusion.
Propane
And
tank here.
and
I was really right. More right than I thought I was when I said it feels like Wrath of Khan, because it's a mini Wrath of Khan.
Yeah. Oh, I brought presents for you though.
Oh, good.
Wait, before we get into it. I tweeted a picture of this once, I think. Or, I don't know, I did it somewhere. I said it's physically impossible to happen.
Intel, over here.
Yes, that's accurate.
Because Data would be
I think you should.
somehow embedded into the wooden arch.
SMG.
Maybe the wooden arch got blowed up.
Or Picard is sitting in a similar looking chair. Or maybe on the battle bridge. Or Data is just really tucked in there. But it's incredibly awkward for the person sitting here. Dr. Crusher or Deanna Troy or whoever's sitting to his left.
Maybe they're at some kind of like thing on Earth where they had a little recreation of the chair.
Your photo op.
Photo op.
Propane
Meet
here.
and greet the heroes of the Enterprise D who saved the galaxy, and get your photo taken with Captain Picard and a replica of his chair from the bridge of the Enterprise.
Yes, okay.
And Data wanted a photo with Picard, so he stood in line with all the other civilians.
Maybe it's not Data, it's a fan that's dressed up like
Oh,
Data.
it's somebody cosplaying Data.
This is
taking a picture
It's
with
a
Captain
Comic-Con
Picard.
like moment. Yeah. It's a Comic-Con ornament. Now I brought you another present, Rich. Remember I talked about how Picard and Riker's shuttlecraft docked on the backside of the dome, the bridge dome of the Helios, and how
The scale was completely
so
wrong.
I brought you a toy that reflects proper scale. What do you think?
Can I see that?
Yeah.
You can make them sit down. Oh, it opens up and they can sit in there. Maybe, okay. or
Yeah,
maybe,
I know what you're gonna say. Maybe it's a small shuttlecraft that happens to have the exact same design as a Romulan warbird.
They have their theme, Mike, and they're sticking with it.
I know how you think. I have some.
Yeah, by the way, I feel
Cha-ching.
and that's the consequence of filming that, like right after I watched it. I
That's
didn't have
number
time
one.
to digest it.
Yeah, I wrote not Laura. It said you're a warrior.
That was like a huge duh.
Well, I was partially right on the man being that crusher. Not totally right. See, I think
You're thinking from the sci-fi angle.
no. I think
Please.
very
Whatever
easy
happened to just kicking somebody in the nuts?
I'm like, it's not just gonna be her son.
The
With
bigger they are,
Picard.
the faster they
That's
run
too
away.
normal. It's gonna be something stupid
Outlandish.
and outlandish and ridiculous. And then it was
that he was going to be a magic clone.
Yeah.
Because it was a scientific experiment to clone people that had Wesley Time Walker powers.
I mean, we're not keeping score here, right?
Yeah. There you go. See, stupid is easy. So yeah, there you go. That's a Kurtzman thread right there. Well, it's in Beverly's DNA that she passed on to Wesley that gave him the power to communicate with Beverly. And so the aliens forced Beverly to use her own DNA and create a clone with her husband to create a new child.
Quit moving
DNA,
around. I don't
so
have to
that
do
they
this,
could
you know.
use the Time Walker's power to start an intergalactic war. And to create a super weapon, Mr. Kurtzman?
I never knew so many people lived around here until they decided they wanted to eat
time man, what's his name? The Traveler.
The
Traveler won't quite look so this time. He's gonna look awesome. He's gonna look like a robot with laser
got a bunch
eyes.
of spikes coming out of his cheeks.
Spikes coming out of his cheeks. His face is all like askewed and distorted, like a Picasso painting or whatever.
Like what happened to his face? Just looks like he got burned.
Sure. No.
He was in a time. Oh, he was in a time fire.
A time fire, and he could shoot time waves out of his hands.
That's how he fights.
And his goal is to blow up Earth.
No, his goal is to blow up time.
His goal is to blow up time. And then Wesley Crusher and Picard have to put on robot angel suits called the Red Angel suits. And they need to fly in the angel suits, shoot lasers out of their nipples.
Because Geordi LaForge invents a suit that can deflect time waves.
He does it in 15 minutes while the ship is under heavy fire by a fleet. It's a Klingon battle.
No, it's a war carrier that carries 100,000 tiny Romulan fighter birds that fight 10,000 Federation swarm lords. And they're all
How many lasers can we fit in the computer? How many lasers can we make in the computer? We have to open a time portal to 1962 and suck up all the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear weapons and throw them into the sun to create a shockwave powerful enough. Can't we just use antimatter? No, it's not as cool. Yeah. Then we have the scene on Earth when all the pods open up and all the missiles start flying up into the sky. And didn't that happen in Superman 4? Didn't that suck? What's Superman 4? This is the writer's room, just people yelling.
And nobody's listening to each other. But they're all writing the script.
They're just writing the script. like they're like court stenographers. And he hires court stenographers to come into the writer's room and just type nonsense, and then they hand that down to the studio. They take it down to the production stage and hand the stenographer's ramblings.
Star Trek something.
And then another correction. Micah Burton is not in the first episode of Star Trek Picard Season 3. That's a different actress, Ashley Sharp Chestnut, who plays Sydney.
So he has his other daughter that's going to show up?
Yes. In Star Trek canon, he has 3 kids that are mentioned in All Good Things. Sydney, Brett, and Alondra.
Brett, Alondra, and Sydney.
So this is where it's not his real life daughter, who's yet to be seen, playing the other daughter, Alondra.
Other people's
Who I
money.
don't know is a Star
Mind if I do?
Who either was in Starfleet or somebody else.
It'd be kind of fun if she wasn't playing his daughter.
That would be a little twist there, yeah. And I don't know if Brett's going to be there. That's the other son.
Oh, okay.
He's got 3 kids.
I thought you said Brent. I'm thinking Brent Spiner.
No,
I
Brett.
thought he's
Brett, Sydney, and Alondra are mentioned in All Good Things. So they're sticking with Sydney and Alondra. I don't know if Brett will also show up. But All Good Things was an alternate
It's
timeline.
a different timeline. It might not be a book.
So that's the only thing that seems to have survived from All Good Things. The data got blown up.
You guys
Troy
deal with this
died.
all the time.
Work was like a bitter This is a pacifist.
Also, Riker was miserable.
So those are. Oh, we should say spoilers.
Yeah.
I think we spoiled a little bit.
I think it's obvious when you watch one of our reviews, it's just going to be spoilers.
Yeah, and all the episodes are out now, so it's okay. You watch them or don't. And a lot of people watch this who don't even watch the show.
Yeah.
Just to hear us talk about Star Trek for some reason. Right.
I got to be honest, my notes are worthless. I guess the first thing that really happens in episode 2 is we're kind of more properly introduced to Jack Crusher. We have a little flashback to his shenanigans.
Yeah. He is. Well, he's definitely Beverly's son, unless they swap that out on us. But I hope not, because there was a very emotional moment when she.
It seems pretty likely that he is her son. I have no reason to doubt that.
No, she tells Picard in a non-vocal way that he's his son,
and they're not even really teasing it. They're just kind of up front. Yeah, no, he's your son, Picard.
And that's one of the drama points. And that's what I like about this, just to kind of like encapsulate everything, is Picard and Riker go on a little quest to find Beverly in the beginning, and they get caught in a scenario where they're stuck on her starship. She's in a med pod, a life support unit, because she's injured, and the son is there, and Captain Shaw, who's awesome, by the way,
I'm very happy he wasn't a villain. And they even gave him a better reason for being a prick when he first meets Picard.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Riker.
Well, I mean, we called that. That's clearly
Now a
obvious.
good time to bring up the elephant in the room?
But, you know, he's like,
The guy hiding in
I don't care. Like, I'm not going in to rescue them. That's their own problem. Like, he's very, like,
He doesn't have time to deal with that. He's going to do his duties. His duties do not involve fixing some other app.
Yeah, he just doesn't care, and he doesn't, like, he's very protocol-driven. He doesn't want to risk the crew safety to go rescue two people who've gotten themselves into that problem.
I'm going to go as far as to say he's a good captain.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it turns out he's also deep down underneath all that PTSD and bitter resentment and paranoia and bad personality. He's a good person, way deep down inside, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Because when Picard reveals to him that Jack Crusher is his actual son, instead of just some guy who's wanted, then he sides with Picard and says, okay, get ready to fight. No, I can't hand over your son. I get it.
Are you saying he wasn't written like a one-dimensional villain?
He was not. He was not.
Tactical, full power to forward shields. The forward get ready to fly.
Eventually he does the right thing, and he goes in to rescue them, and they get caught in this situation where Amanda Plummer, our villainess, is aboard a giant starship.
Now, can I say that Vedic? Now, Vedic is a Bajoran thing. Her name is Vedic, right?
Yeah.
She is a generic villain, but I think she's an extraordinarily well-executed generic villain.
I'm going to go so far as to predict that she will not be a generic, because there's that wonderful scene where she apparently doesn't have a left hand, and her left hand is
a lucky copper.
a shapeshifter.
Does anyone else have a creepy crawlies right now?
Has her under its. Yeah. She goes into this back of the part of the bridge, and her hand comes off. It's a shapeshifter.
Get back! Locked, loaded, and ready to roll. Shit!
Yeah.
And then her demeanor.
Going to be messy.
So she's almost putting on a show of like being a villain, but underneath she's like terrified of these children.
If she never shows up again, she serves her purpose well in this like 4-episode mini movie.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah.
She was pirates get Jack Crusher and because
Goddamn right I did.
That was more exciting than like 8,000 ships and 8,000. It's a simple little thing. It's like she threw a ship at them at the beginning of their encounter, and then like all comes around at the end, and now Riker's got the upper hand. He's gonna throw an asteroid at her. That was very satisfying in a way that a generic battle with 8 billion lasers, 8 billion ships would never be. If she's just a sub-villain who serves her purpose and goes away, it's fine.
Yeah, sure. Right. Really, like, I think that's what I like, is that this up to what we've watched has been, felt like a self-encapsulated movie. Clearly there are more mysteries to be explained.
Yeah. Why is Jack Crusher important, and who's behind it all?
Yeah, they seem to.
And what else did they steal from the Dayston Institute?
Yeah.
There's a number of possibilities.
Sure. Something to do with lore, probably.
Lore, or they might give us our data back in the form of B4. Here's B4, Alan Data's memories took hold, and it's basically...
Did you see that?
They might do that, just so you can have the whole crew together at the end.
Data erased his brain when he met Butterfly.
Not before the brain, you also have Data's memories. I think they're going to do that.
If that's a little too fancy to see them, I'm okay with Data's dead.
It's going to be ultimate fan service.
Gotta patch myself up.
The general was right to want to take the fight to them. Too many
They've already
cities
mentioned
scared to
V
pick
a
up
couple of
arms and
times.
follow through.
I've seen.
There's going to be the salvage saucer section, and they're going to pull it out of mothballs. They're going to strap another engine to it.
It's like our pitch for Star Trek Galaxy.
I'm sorry.
For maximum nostalgia, it's going to be a salvage that it goes to. I guarantee you we're going to see that at the end of this.
Okay. Did you Google this?
No, I did not Google this.
So
this is my speculation.
Okay. The Enterprise D has been restored in the saucer section.
Or at least part of it. At the very least, we'll get the saucer section.
That's all that's left.
Yeah,
the dorsal section exploded.
I know it did.
Well, they could have attached the dorsal section from another Galaxy-class ship, because there's lots of them, as we've seen in Dominion.
That's true.
But I think it would be more fitting if you remember how they separated the saucer and the dorsal section.
This way.
Fireworks. Maybe there's something like that where Picard has to get the command chair, right has to sit there, what's up, and then they have to fly the saucer section and power to do something to distract. I do know that the Enterprise F is in the show. It's in the trailer.
Okay.
The Enterprise F is, I think, a thing from the Star Trek Online game. I
have not played any of.
No, I've seen pictures of it. It's an uglier version of the Enterprise E, but it's in the show, and I know Geordi, I think, is commanding a starship. He might be commanding the Enterprise F, but I don't know. This is a thing where it's like, with the first 2 seasons, all we had was speculation.
What the
There's
fuck
literally
was that?
no entertainment value happening other than like me
I
looking
know.
at my watch.
Toad's boyfriend kicked
And I was just like miserable, and I'm like, well, we gotta talk about something. We gotta talk about what do we think there? What is the Borg team gonna do?
Back in this gun.
We had theories, and we just sat there and just kind of guessed at what dumb plot.
Because you're taking something that's visible and you're just trying to have whatever fun you can coming up with these devastating theories that you're about to do.
With this, I'm kind of past that, and I just want to like watch it and just enjoy it. And I after 4 episodes, I'm feeling more like doing this because of how it's written so far.
My guard is fading away. It hasn't completely gone yet.
I'm more in tune with the style and the writing, and the characters feel right.
Magic should be as blind as we are. Might give us a
first aid cabinet.
advantage.
Am I
No, we should
pleased to
continue
see
to
you?
evade until warp is operational. She's finding us anyway.
Right, and change
What's
just
that?
enough. I actually kind of like watching Riker and Picard on even footing rather
Yeah.
than the subordinate and the superior officer.
Well, they're almost reversed.
Yeah, specifically, Picard even says maybe you should call me number one
Right.
for a
yeah.
change.
Yeah. I mean, it works.
Yeah.
'Cause Picard is, and it
Handgun.
works that Picard is feeble. He really is.
Yeah.
He appears more like out of step and kind of like tired, and he's almost like the Picard in all the things, where he's just rambling. Like, what should we do? And everyone's like, he's almost like that, and it's appropriate. He's so old.
Yeah.
You know, and Riker is like seasoned.
Ooh, spending other people's money. Don't mind if I do.
Terrible.
Check this out. Brett, over there.
That's a deep cut TNG reference.
Cool.
It's a horrible thing to say to a man.
Reloading. First aid cabinet.
She's saying he's nicely, he's old.
I'm
He's
ashamed
too old to be a first officer.
I'm ashamed I did not catch that.
That's a bad.
Just give me a minute.
So far, I'm still not letting my guard completely down. We're getting something that's at least competently written.
They have no manners.
We've had multiple character arcs already. Like Seven getting respect from the captain, that was like brought up and resolved. Like she calls herself Seven. Her friends call her Seven. And Shaw insists on calling her Annika Hansen.
Which arcs and in the scene when Jordan Ford's body changes.
Yes, that pays off. It's a written character arc. With a setup and a payoff.
I'll move to the drama. Seven on track. Whether or not it was his pick as her as a first officer, I would assume she was signed because he has
his Borg thing. His big Borg thing.
Maybe he wanted her just to be he hates the Borg.
Well, that's why he won't call her Seven.
Captain Shaw prefers that I use Hansen.
Locked.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to call her.
No. He wants to. Whether he's mad, miserable towards her because she's assigned there, or he requested her so he could be miserable to her. I'm not sure. But she's there, and they don't like each other one bit.
My father is one of the greatest Starfleet engineers that ever lived. From the moment I decided to be a pilot, oh boy, the sounds rehearsed.
7 feels more right than she did in the past seasons.
We have twice as many chances to get to the ship if we divide and conquer. Flank them in the field and take the damn ship.
Just out of curiosity, because I don't know if we're ever going to talk about this anymore.
This place feels like pineapple.
Like, Can I tell you something? When they brought Seven on, I actually resented Seven. Seven was the first time I felt like people started Star Trek were talking down to me. It was like, I know you want to filthy, disgusting nerds. Here's your hot, stacked, blonde domination board. Go masturbate over that, you filthy scum.
Clearly.
It felt like they were talking down to me.
And I see the way your pupils dilate when you look at my body.
Yeah.
But she was a good character.
Yeah, she didn't grow enough over the seasons she was on. She was basically the same at the end, but there were very good 7 episodes.
They should have had her in like full Borg makeup at first, and then as the character regained her humanity, they should have been taking off the implants bit by bit. Starts off bald, and then she begins growing hair later seasons.
Like that?
I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up. I was thinking about.
They don't do things like that. Everyone is wearing uniforms. I always thought that roles were continue to alter the ship, like adding new things to it.
First aid
But
cabinet.
you have
Last
these
sign of
new
civilization.
passages of the model that they have to just reuse. You can't keep.
They can't take a chunk of the hull off and give it burn marks that are there forever, because they've already made those shots of it flying through the air that they have to keep using.
Yes, exactly.
Space, not there.
We found the space. We found these giant laser cannons that we got from this weird race that we attached to the side of the hull that shoot out the enhancer shields or something like that.
Oh, our nacelle got irreparably damaged. We have to replace it with this nacelle from another ship and salvage.
Yep. And now it looks all weird, but it works.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing, like scrap together the ship from parts that they have to put on the outside, but no. So that's the thing with Summer. It's like she was aboard like the first episode she was there, but then they're like.
Which is great, Picard season 3.
Then we have, well, obviously Beverly and Picard, the fatherhood
Such trials
drama.
are merely a test of what
There's so
Shit.
much
Then
characters
we're in big
talking
trouble.
in this.
With the emotion little scenario of why the did Beverly not tell Picard he has a son, and he's justifiably talked about that.
She has a perfectly justifiable reason to also, and they have conflict about that, and it's not.
It's a real conversation and not flowery dialogue.
Look up at the stars.
It's not that.
It's not emotional gloss over nonsense. It's a legitimately emotional scene.
Yes. Same with Riker and Troy, and then the son. Riker and Troy had a son that died.
Sniper rifle.
And then Riker has like an existential crisis, basically, where he cuts off his emotions.
Eat
is
this.
understandable.
No big deal. No big deal.
I saw that it's like horrifying. It's like I watched
I'll be fixed up soon.
that casket being lowered into the ground. All I saw was darkness.
I can't
Patching
feel
myself
anything, and my wife is an empath. I had to leave.
Yes, and he leaves and he goes out in space and he finds that blackness of death. He just ends right back there and he's just like. But it culminates and it ends beautifully because he's recording a message to her and he's like, look, I'm sorry, blah blah blah. But then, spoilers, the quantum singularity, the black hole, whatever, is not really a black hole. It's sort of like a uterus of an alien and birthing out like alien creatures, and so it's this glorious like explosion at the end.
Assault rifle here.
These beautiful alien baby, space baby alien things
life
floating
is
around.
back, and someone either says to seek out real.
Mine now. Don't want to trip over my own feet, or worse, yours.
Facing death.
Rebirth.
Being reborn.
Rebirth of the planet Genesis.
It's just like Wrath of God.
They stole it!
I don't care.
I don't care. That Riker storyline and the conclusion of that, and then he has that nice conversation with her at the end. I mean, that it felt very resolution film.
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
At first I was like, why are they cutting to this stupid scenario where these cadets all walked up to Picard at a bar? Like, this is weird. Until you got to the very end, and like, oh, okay. This works. But when you burn, didn't like.
So, but then they have that nice sit down. Why is Picard using the holodeck? They're desperate for power. And it's like, there's a secret power source that's only for the holodeck. And I thought that was such a great idea.
See anyone's game, patch myself up.
Because he's like, and then Jack Crusher's like, well, so a bunch of the crew can gather in here when the ship's about to explode, and so I thought of this like a wonderful way to open like some kind of episode of Star Trek where it cuts to like a tropical beach and it's beautiful, and you have just a bunch of Starfleet people like kind of like sitting there in chairs and they all just look uncomfortable and kind of nervous and sad, and you're like, what's going on? Why are they so sad? And then you have like people playing volleyball, like NPC, like, you know, hollow characters. And then just the beach starts shaking, and the hollow characters are looking around. They're like, keep playing volleyball. And then, you know, two of the Starfleet characters hold hands, and they're like, and then just like the whole scenario starts to crumble, and you start seeing
This is
like, the
General
corner
Phillips,
of the holodeck,
commanding officer at the Free
wall.
Settlement of Fort Hope. If you can make your way to Finleyville, do it, but do it fast. We need to stop written access across the Kanoa River ASAP. That means taking out George Washington Bridge. We cannot wait for those caught on the other side. Hope one out.
cracks apart and fire comes through, and you see like
Let's do
the
this.
famous yellow and black grid, and then it starts crushing, and so you pull out the exterior of the starship. As it gets smashed, that's the kind of like vortex and blown up. That'd be so cool.
Here's something.
It allowed them to reuse the Guinan bar set again.
Shiny.
But on the wall, there's a neon sign.
Grenade.
I think it says Arcanus Brewing, right? There's a little thing
Checking the
I
car.
noticed. I'm a beer aficionado.
Cool.
So
now I'm wondering if Arcanus is a Star Trek
Let's see
reference
what's
I can't
in here.
remember, or a beer reference.
I think
don't know.
well, that's a good point too, but I think it's a Star Trek reference because when you get into
Please be something useful.
Intel, a beacon in our darkest night.
Dollies to the left, trucks to the left, and it reveals on the wall there's a sticker, and it's a red hand in the center of the sticker, and it's a brewery from Colorado called Left Hand Brewing, and I instantly recognized it. Because I know I've had that beer, I know what it is, and I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. It's
They got to put something on the wall. I mean.
But it's like an actual sticker from that brewery.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, okay, maybe someone's a fan of that beer. Does that beer still exist?
Wow.
500
Now
years
that's a
from
nice
now?
haul.
We need beer stuff. Any breweries want free advertisement in our bar?
But that's the only one. Although they are drinking Jameson whiskey, which the way it is. You have to clear all this stuff.
You're hungry.
Right. Right.
You can't just take like Pez and put it in the show without getting clearance. You know what I mean?
Mine now.
Our employee owners lent their collective hands to make this incredible new beer. Though we all play different roles, when we work together, we are one hand, left hand. From our hands to yours.
Cheers.
I have a great affinity for virtuosos, but it seems that your instrument is deception.
Let's do this.
That's a hell of an opener.
Picard background, Picard and Shaw, and then I have right there Picard sparring over command.
Learn why specifically Shaw doesn't like Picard. And it's not just that he doesn't like Borg and Picard was a Borg at one point. It was that when Picard was a Borg, he very specifically damaged Shaw emotionally.
Yes. There's a lifeboat that's
Picard, as the Keepers, up Shaw's ship.
And there wasn't enough room for everybody in the escape pod, and some higher-ranking officer just randomly picked pieces of it.
Keep your distance, Pansy.
Massive Survivor's Guild.
Survivor's Guild, yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious that was going to happen, and it's good.
It's good that he wasn't just a prick. Yes.
Yeah, just mean for the sake of being mean. But he also, I think there's that little moment when Picard comes to his quarters. Because Shaw gets injured. It's exciting when Shaw transfers command to Riker. Like, it's your problem now. And then, yeah, Shaw, his leg gets injured, it's torn open, and he is still trying to help. And he's pleading with Jack Crusher. How does she keep finding
Quit moving
us,
around.
You know?
I don't have to do this, you know.
I like what he's talking with Seven, how you find a changeling. That was also a fun little
There's that too.
exchange.
And that is a setup to a payoff later.
Picard doesn't get angry at the job, Picard just feels guilty about that himself.
Yeah.
And Shaw realizes that.
Right, and he understands.
Yeah.
And Picard appropriately doesn't lose his temper or like strike out at him, lash out at him.
Cool. There's no speech.
There's no speech. no-win scenario is rather
Oh,
kind.
that's Tom.
I do love the reference when Shaw instructs people to look out the windows. Because that was always like in the back of the head. Like, yes, you can see through the view screens, but
All of them?
assign 20 or so non-essential crew members to look out the window. Reliance spotted at these coordinates.
Need a little light.
Bridge, visual contact of the strike. Bearing 047, 3,000 meters in closing.
Battle station!
So the problem is that there's two ways out. One attempt out doesn't work because Riker tries to leave the nebula, and they shoot back to where they came from.
Which is fun. It's a little bit silly, but fun.
No, it wasn't silly to me. I thought it was neat.
Yeah.
I thought it was different. And so they're stuck, and their only option really is to hide in the nebula. And that comes into own danger because there's a gravity well in the center of the nebula pulling them back.
Less breathing, more bleeding.
It is a no-win scenario.
Can't have you bleeding to death now.
You
Can we?
Shrike. It's the
I'll never
Shrike.
say no to an extra mag.
That's
SMG
some,
here.
I guess it's some kind of bird. I've heard that name. I've heard that word before.
It's a psychotic bird.
Yeah.
A shrike. It's like a bird that
I hear something.
is like a psychopath. It eats insects and stuff, but before it eats them, it like hunts them and kills them on things.
So it's like a person.
Yeah. Like you said, playing with its food.
Yes.
That's kind of what the bird does. It doesn't just eat it. It's kind of like a spider in a way. It stops it in the web. But a shrike will like impale insects on little like spiky parts of plants and just keep them there and like peck at them while they're alive.
Found a
No
hive.
shit.
It's like really a bizarre bird.
That's some thieving right there.
I will take another piece of you. I'll peck. And I'll jab. Everything I make. You.
So they're in a no-win scenario and they're falling into this gravity well. But the point of all this is it's not like stupid the Star Trek Discovery mindless action battle where they're shooting all the characters have been kind of tediously set up as all being conflicted. There's the confliction in episode 2 of what to do with Jack Crusher.
Don't mind if I
Do we
do.
give him over to a bounty hunter, essentially? So they're looking at his record and he's like, yeah, this guy's a criminal, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to risk the ship. I'm going to handle it. We don't negotiate with criminal or terrorists or...
Oh, first aid cabinet. My pleased to see you. Barrel attachment here.
We're outside of Federation space. There's all these like regulations and stuff, and that's the kind of the drama in the first one.
The bounty hunter's claims are valid. We are harboring an intergalactic fugitive.
Did you see that?
I gotta say, my first thought was, would Picard risk his entire crew for one life? And then I thought about it for like a second, and I'm like, no, Picard's a man of principle. That's exactly something Picard would do.
Whatever your circumstances may be, you deserve the justice of courts.
Anyone?
Not
I'm stumped.
To turn you over is to acquiesce.
And this person isn't like an established race that has ties with the Federation. They're just wayward bounty hunters. So yeah, Picard would say, let's take this matter up with Starfleet. Let's involve legal people. Let's figure the situation out. That sort of thing. He would make it more diplomatic.
Yeah.
And Shaw's just like, get.
I don't want to deal with this. You're basically
that it gives them an hour to think about it, and that's sort of episode 2. And then
before we get too far away, I think that's also one of the interesting things about this battle.
So it's up to us.
Is that Vadic, because she needs Jack Crusher alive, she can't just blow the ship up, even though she could.
Right. Then 3 is sort of like Riker and Picard sparring about a course of action, a riskier one, which is to
Riker lost his son, and so his mindset is like a fear of death, and he wants to run from the battle.
Yes.
And Picard just finds out he has a son, and so he wants to fight for his son.
Yes, they have
is what's really going on there.
I understand you're amped up. You have a son on board, and it's affecting.
Well, why?
I'm taking the ship and her crew home.
But they figure out secretly what the breadcrumb trail is. Because Shaw's like, well, how can she keep finding us? And then they pan down and they shows like blood trail. And then Jack Crusher's like, and so they figure out that they're leaking some kind of space chemical that was sabotaged. And so they figure out a way to stop that. And then they have an advantage. We must use this advantage to sneak up and strike and destroy it. And Riker's like, no.
We're going to use this opportunity to run away.
We're going to use this opportunity to run then. So they have their drama, and then Shaw and Seven work together to track down the saboteur. And then it's like Crusher's in sickbay, attending the wounded.
She's doing very Crusher's things.
To the dismay of the head doctor. Crusher is also on the side. She's kind of analyzing the waves. They call them bioelectric waves.
Energy surge in the nebula cells. Electrical and biological signatures.
And since she's a doctor, she sort of recognizes it as more biological thing.
Britain could get any weirder. Rookie mistake.
And so throughout the 3 episodes that we've watched, you have all these characters from all these different situations. Picard, Riker, Crusher, Jack Crusher, Shaw, Seven, they're all from different things. They're all thrust and stuck on the Titan. And even says, we're a hotel now.
Captain.
Who the hell are you? We just all take a breath.
Captain.
What?
So you have all these different people with these different, like,
motivations,
angles, perspectives, and they all are in a no-win scenario, and they all start to coalesce and work together as a Star Trek crew.
And when you see them all on the bridge together at the end, those alien life forms are popping out. It got to me a little bit, Mark. It got to me a little bit.
I'm surprised. Yeah, and that was like a beautiful ending. They figure out how to, Crusher comes up with the plan, or Jack Crusher does. And why don't we use these bioelectric waves to charge up the engines?
To give Picard something to do.
Everyone, yeah, Picard's back in that mode.
It's just like that episode where the booby trap, where he had to fly.
He sat down as a control with 2 degrees support. You got to pilot the ship on momentum. They hit the thrusters and they're like, we're flying out on momentum because we can't use any energy, or else the booby trap will get you back.
And now they have to keep up with the waves, so they keep having energy.
Right.
Slightly different scenario, but the same kind of thing, where they dodge asteroids to keep up with the wave.
And it's similar to, that's not quite. I kept wondering when they were going to bring up the Briar Patch from Insurrection.
We don't talk about those movies.
Well, it was a similar situation.
I dressed as a nurse for Halloween once. Seems like a fucking stupid idea now.
From the Briar Patch collected via the land scoops on the warp nacelles, and then vented it all out at the last second and ignited it as like a bomb. It's kind of a similar concept. Your ship, your power, your weapon, and resources around them to figure out so the bioelectrical waves are similar to the explosive gases in the Briar Patch, where it helped them win the scenario. And that's all Star Trek stuff, going all the way back to going all the way back to Spock.
Brain tank over here.
Found a
the episode where they wanted to use the very last of their fuel to burn the engines on a streak of energy that the Enterprise couldn't possibly detect from really far away. They're in a decaying orbit in the shuttlecraft. Well, we could live for 45 more minutes, or we could just burn all the energy and have a minute left of life and hope that the Enterprise sees that energy burn.
Also, you get to see what these characters do when they think they're going to die. Riker leaves the message to Troy. Picard gets to know his son. Sean 7 hash out their issues.
Shaw says, whatever. After they have their talk about the space, the Saboteur being a changeling, that sounds like, okay, I'm gonna go do it. Whatever.
Don't mind if I do.
He just doesn't care because I think he thought they were just all going to die.
Can't have you bleeding to death now.
It's the Star Trek feature film we never got, which is ironic because they made 4 of them.
People call it New Trek. I call it Dark Trek.
Found a melee attachment.
Ferengi gangster. Sneed.
Cool. I thought we were gonna buy it
Face
that time.
tattoos.
Or at least you were.
There's a darkness and like a, I don't know, a dark reality grossness to it where it's like the Ferengi in Deep Space Nine were always sort of like they were doing unethical things, selling weapons and stuff.
They're played for comic relief.
But it was more lighthearted, and this it's more like it's a little too realistic and. It's not a big part of the show.
Am I a hypocrite? Is it okay when Worf beheads somebody? Am I a filthy hypocrite? Because that didn't bother me.
You're
like
okay with that?
I mean,
hey,
he could have just stabbed him. It didn't need to be a gory, graphic beheading. But I'm okay with Worf stabbing somebody. I watched that scene. And at the time, it did not bother me. Like, oh, there's Worf. It was my thought. Whereas when Elnor beheaded somebody, I was annoyed that was happening in a Star Trek episode.
Show offy and excessive.
Because I am worried I'm a hypocrite.
No, it's the character. Okay. It's the character. Worf killed plenty of people. And so they're like, okay, you're like, that's Klingon culture, but can you go around murdering random criminals without a proper legal trial? I don't know. And he's a so-called pacifist.
I think the issue with myself is more the fact that why am I okay with this here and not with something.
See, what would have been more interesting is if they introduced war, like Rafi's on the ground, he's all dizzy from drugs, and man comes up and he takes off his thing, and it's like, it is I, Worf, and she's like, Worf, I know Worf, he's a legend. He's a fucking monster. He's gonna slaughter these motherfuckers. And then they try to attack Worf, and he's just like Mr. Miyagi,
defensively.
And
That would have been better.
And he does like a chokehold, and then the other guy comes in with a big laser gun and is very hostile, and Worf just knocks it out of his hands and like move.
Especially because his whole thing now, is I'm much less angry than I used to be.
Yes.
Yeah, he should not have beheaded and slaughtered those people.
Yeah, that would have been a switcheroo.
Yeah.
A fake out introduction to Worf. He comes in and he's got like swords on his back and he's like, I am Worf. And then he disarms them and incapacitates them in a gentle, loving manner. Very, maybe like he has a thing like on his hand and the big smoke comes out and puts it over the flames. And he just gently lays his head down.
Maybe you come up with something that's like the Klingon equivalent of the Vulcan neck pinch.
Sure, yeah.
It's like the Vulcan nerf pinch, but just considerably more violence.
They will be all right. They will survive, but they will not remember this incident.
Shoots little darts in their temple.
Little hyper-spray.
Yeah, hyper-spray.
Yeah. I'd have been okay with that. That's how that should have gone. Yeah.
I thought you were some kind of great warrior, and then he explains himself. So, yeah.
And your son just vomited all over engineering. Projectile vomit. 4 feet in the air.
Lastly, and this is just me, the look of the show.
Computer. Increase in level by 1/3 standard loss.
It is now irreparable and irreversible that Federation starships look dark. It is a great looking show. It's cinematic. It's wonderful to look at. The effects are great.
You know, it could have gotten dark after the ship was damaged by the strike.
Sure, I
And
kind
they
of.
were having power issues.
Yeah.
And then you could have had your cake and eat it too. You could have had the bright Federation starship, and then you have your dramatic lighting once they're in deep ship.
Yeah, but once they leave, I think to me it's like these bridge sets going from the Shenzhou to the Discovery to all these ships. They all kind of look the same, with the exception of Brave New World.
Yeah.
They all kind of look the same. They're very dark, black tile. It's obviously more cinematic looking, better lit and dramatic and all that stuff. So that therein lies the catch-22 for me. Is that I can believe that they can work on a starship.
Just wait for a second, please.
Got a nice
Those
carpet.
guys take their shoes off at the end of the day.
Sure. You can see the control panel, and you don't look like you're living in a world where you're constant with that You know what I mean? It's a catch-22 because then you don't want the show to look like
A week after
TV
that.
lighting, flat. What they got away
Well,
with
we've come this
back
far.
in the 90s,
Why stop now?
80s and 90s with Star Trek Next Generation, where it's just like we got to shoot this show quickly. And just dump light on it. And everyone's even lighting, occasionally dramatic lighting in there, but
Spending other
for the
people's
most part,
money.
it was like
Mind if
set
I
up these
do?
lights and this is how it looks. So, get this shot. Here they could take more time, make it more cinematic, like a movie. Because once we got to the movies, they were more dramatic. Do I believe that these people would want to join Starfleet to live and work on a starship like this? I wouldn't. I would certainly want to live and work on Starfleet. In terms of the last remnants of my Star Trek logic, like falling away, that's the last thing to hold on to, is kind of the look of the show, but I understand that in today's world of television, your show has to look good. But I will take that as my setting for a good, exciting, adventurous, thrilling show with characters. They're well written. I don't feel like being talked down to or preached to.
Fly the time thinking there's a story.
Yeah.
When there is no story because they're just flying by the seat of their pants. It sounds exciting when you read the blurb. Just taking random dramatic elements off the shelf and just dumping them in a pot. Used by father. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not thinking about any of this. I'm just throwing emotional ingredients in a pot.
Mother hanged herself because of mental illness.
Oh, mental illness. Yeah, sure, whatever. I didn't think about this. I didn't plan it out. Yeah, mental illness, sure.
I have to warn you about something. War does come back. I'm so Moriarty. I'm not joking. Somehow Moriarty comes back. I don't know why or how. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding? Last I saw him, he was trapped in a little cube on Picard's desk, where he was in a perpetual holodeck loop with his love.
If Laura comes back, maybe the fact that Picard is an android now will be relevant. Maybe Laura has some kind of interest in Picard now because of that.
To me, Picard's not a robot. He's a no-bot. No robot.
It's science
Everyone
fiction.
still
They
in
can
one
put
piece?
Picard's brain in a robot. It's
Shut
fine.
up. His brain isn't in a robot. He has a cybernetic brain.
His memories, his mind, everything that makes Picard is in the robot. There is no soul. Star Trek takes place in an atheistic universe where God does not exist, Mike. I'm sorry. Riker
had his spirituality renewed and his love of life. He was a nihilist. He thought only of death until he
Please
saw
be something
the
useful.
universe rebirths is life.
SMG.
Life begins again. Life is eternal. Life is joyful and loving.
Melee
And look at
attachment.
this beauteous wonder.
Found a
of
magazine.
aliens giving birth.
Handgun.
I'm happy
Stun gun.
again.
Yes.
SMG here.
Yes, but his son is still gone and in the void.
Oh,
His son's force ghost is not going to show up and give him advice, Mike.
that's true.
Sight here.
If only there was an android body that could put his
Defibrillator
son's
here.
brain into.
Yes, but it's a way of dealing with grief that he achieved.
Yes, yes.
So, Rich, we are up to the first 4 episodes of Star Trek Picard. We don't know season 3. We don't know where it's going to go. We're happy so far. Sorry that we're happy that where Joy gets.
I think by this point in Picard season 1 and 2, the wheels had completely fallen off, and I was miserable. And that hasn't happened yet. I'm starting to get more comfortable that the ground is not going to fall out from under me, but I'm still a little bit defensive.
Taking baby steps on
Taking baby steps.
on that frozen lake that might not be all the way frozen.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. It's hard to just turn away from past trauma and just move forward without a care in the world. I totally understand. I understand.
I know my husband said he's going to stop beating me, but do I go back? I'm like a burn victim who joined like the circus, and they're throwing the flaming little juggling pins past my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's some kind of metaphor there now. Yeah. But we get the point. So tune in next time.
Quit moving around. I don't have to do this, you know. Patching myself up.
Hello everybody, today I am so excited to tell you about my most recent obsession. When Atomic Heart was first announced, I don't know, like 5 years ago, I thought 2 things. Ain't no way it's gonna look like that, and ain't no way this shit's gonna come out. But obviously, the game came out, and it looks pretty good. I've been proven wrong twice now. Let's just hope I've been proven wrong a 3rd time, because I've kind of seen some mixed reviews for this game.
Out of here.
Oh, nah, dude. I've seen enough canaled European areas to know something bad's about to happen. Yo, was that the... Whoa! That was a cameo from the Stonks guy. Oh, and then they got your mom in here, too? Dude, let's fucking go! Okay, maybe this game is as good as they say it is. This gives me Bioshock Infinite opening vibes. Something's gonna happen where I get, like, the mark of the beast. You bear the mark. You're cursed. You know what these robots remind me of? You know that crappy horror movie that came out a couple years ago where it was just like some lady with a uncanny mask on? Oh, this is why I've been waiting for right here.
Found some ammo. Any heavy hitter fans? I see a gas can. The recoil tapes.
There, a gas can.
Fuck you, robot. Fuck you, robot. Oh, dude.
Assault rifle here.
Wait, so you tell me I can dismember
Handgun
everybody and kill a pig, but I can't open a cardboard box? Okay. Man, this man needs some fucking lotion on his hands. Damn!
Introducing Dove Nourishing Lotions with 24-hour Nutri-Serum.
Now, for whatever reason, the opening of Atomic Heart is just stupid slow. It took me around 20 to 30 minutes to actually get to the gameplay. But for the most part, I am still enjoying it. That is until the game teaches me how to play it. Wow, thanks for breaking my immersion there, game. Oh my gosh, dude. Just let me play the damn game.
It wouldn't hurt to collect other resources you find along the way, Major.
Yes, dude, shut up. What is this, high on life? Damn, it's just not even, it's...
Sneak up on the robot and perform a...
Yes, I know, dude. Jesus.
Hey, Glove. My name is Charles, Comrade Major. Whatever.
I think we finally completed the unholy trinity of main characters talking to their weapons.
Petrov's betrayal was discovered by Mikhail Stockhausen. He was then arrested by the Argentine. Full of traitors and managed to hack into the trial. A network created by the best minds of Soviet supplies everything emergency mode was possible.
I'm just gonna have to sit here for a moment and just listen to the ambient flame. Just drown out the voices, dude. Guys, the silent protagonist fandom is dying. Like this post now. Dude, tutorial jump scare, dude. That's why IGN loves it, dude. This holds your hand till the very end. Luckily, the tutorials finally subsided, and I was actually able to play the game. And it's actually pretty fun. That's crazy, right? Who would have thought?
I'll take that. There's ammo here.
This is how you get instant hair dye. We got brown hair here. Check this out. Boom. Black hair. This is what it feels like when you get to the end of IKEA. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, is that what it feels like to be a police officer? I died. And no one killed him.
This is what I'm here for.
Damn cigarettes.
Whatever happened to just kicking somebody in the nuts?
Oh, hey, yo, what the hell's going on in there? I don't think I could show that. Oh, bro. No, alright, I think I'm safe here. Just keep slashing. Keep slashing. Please. No! Now at this point in Atomic Heart, I felt like I'd seen a fair bit of the game, but I really wanted to get to the outside portion and open up my horizons. So I don't know if the devs smoke crack. I mean, no judgment if you do. But for some reason, they made the end portion of this chapter stupid hard. Shoot. How many of them are here? I mean, dude!
Can't have you bleeding to death now, can we?
No!
Greatly appreciated.
Dude! No! Oh my lord. Oh, it's Ghost Rider. Oh shit. Clamber, move! Bro, bro.
Cool.
Alright. Take number 2. Dude, there's just enemies everywhere. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Keep your distance, handsy.
What?
Nice.
How did I die so fast? Dude! Once I got past that hellscape, though, the game really opened up and became really fun again. Oh. Finally. I'm free. Grass. Oh my god!
I can't do it. I can't take this anymore.
Sorry guys. I had to lower the difficulty, dude. It was pissing me off. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to change the difficulty. No, 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 no. Please.
Freedom. Is it something like this in every
Oh, dude, look at this view.
Ever?
Oh man. Wait, what the? Is the moon communist propaganda?
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here.
Santa Claus RP. Santa Claus R. Shit, are you fucking serious? Okay, maybe I should actually, I don't know, play smart for once and just not fully sprint out in the street, you know? That'd be a good idea. Oh, thank God there's a phone in here. I can call my mom to come pick me up. What's the upgrade sound? I don't get why the upgrade menu music sounds like an eHarmony ad or something. eHarmony. When you're too old for Tinder. Bro, what is this guy made of? Like, oh, no. He's made out of cardboard. Such a peaceful park. I sure hope nothing bad happens. Dude, I can't believe they made the nerd emoji into a robot. He pulls out the receipt for Discord Nitro. In this universe, there's so many like technological advancements, robots, you know, flying cars, giant statues. Yeah, motherfuckers still be making their shit out of logs. Yo, we chilling on the train. Let's go. Whoa. What the fuck did I do? Did I just unlock alcoholism? Oh shit. I didn't even mean to do that and I just negatively impacted my game. Come on. Dude, fuck the name Atomic Heart. More like Atomic Liver. I'm already sobering up after one full bottle drink. I specced out my liver to maintain alcoholism. Hey bud.
Need this.
It's time to get your prostate checked. Oh, let's go! Oh shit. It's a thing from The Incredibles. I feel like I'm shooting pebbles at this thing. It's not doing any damage. No! Ow. Ow. What the hell? No. Stop, please. Woo! Woo. There we go, one down. Charge me, bitch. Fuck you. How am I supposed to dodge this? How am I supposed to dodge this? Fuck, dude. Fuck. How? Oh, he just landed on it. Fucking got him. Oh, not this crap again. What? What? There we go. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, well, I think I've seen most of what this game could offer.
Wolfie
so,
Violet. Welcome to my channel. Howdy, what charity are you raising for?
I think already, I don't know if I started it again. I was like collecting $15 for a children's hospital for like a cancer research. I think it was like St. Jude Hospital or something. I don't think I got anything from that. Like it's just like I'd rather people like give it to charity. Like money given to Twitch is like just Twitch filling the pockets. So yeah, better go to charity. Children Cancer Research Hospital, something like that. St. Jude. I was like looking, browsing.
That's a good cause.
St. Jude Hospital. Yeah, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Yep. It is. It is. Yeah, this game is kind of a no-brainer. Like I can just like buy the traits and upgrade guns and just not think about it like while playing. Yeah, it sounds bad, but like game where you can turn off the brain is like the best game you can play. When you have to like sweat or try hard, it's like
First aid cabinet over there. Let's go kick some ass.
I would play Elden Ring, but yeah, it's kind of a like solo play. I like playing with other people, and you know, my brother is kind of like, he finished it once, so he doesn't want to play again. Yeah. So I'm kind of a, you know. And how are you, Mr. Wolf?
Team en route to blow George Washington Bridge. We cannot delay. Do you copy?
What's your daily routine?
I'm doing good.
Propane tank.
Definitely the wrong way.
Is this like your free time? Or do you like typing from work, something?
I'm just getting ready for work.
Oh. Yeah, 10 foot, 10 foot.
I'm a truck driver.
Propane tank over here.
Duffel bag here.
A
Got
bag
it.
full of tricks.
Yeah. Yep. Funny thing you said that. Like my pops once said it to me. Like
Found a stash.
open this. Son, why didn't you like get the license to drive a truck? You know, you could have like earned like $1 million or something. And I was like, no, I value my free time more than money.
Cool.
That's my excuse. So, yeah. What do you like driving, or you know, the money is good or something?
Both LOL.
Oh. Yeah, that's good. If you like, you know. If you like a money. You like spending hours. Oh no. Hours in the road.
Always wanted to bathe in garbage and bees.
So do you have some kind of a laptop or something? Or a tablet that you like, can you even like multitask? Like keep your eyes like 100% on the road and like listen to music or watch YouTube on a tablet or something? Or you have to like be 100% focused? I'm asking like stupid things, but you know, like driving for 12 hours, it's kind of a...
I don't want to make anyone nervous. I think we're about to run into trouble.
Need this. Hope this is row for 2. We're at George Washington Bridge and we're very popular at the moment.
I generally put a Twitch stream on and I'll listen to it while I drive.
Let's hope they heard.
Oh.
Aim for the head.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, but it makes sense if the streamer is talking, and I'm kind of like a responsive guy. I would usually respond to like you, like saying something or like typing anything, and I would rarely like talk to myself, or you know, like, oh, this enemy, or oh, nice, you know, stuff like that. No, I'm not like that type of a person. Unless I'm playing with somebody, then I'm like don't stop talking.
She's dead.
I get that.
Can't believe everyone else is gone.
So I kind of
Like a grab bag, but with the good stuff.
So I kind of admire, you know, like people or streamers or, you know, entertainers that can make like, wow.
Need help here. Keep your distance, handsy.
That can, you know, detach themselves from like reality and just like talk to voice. Yep, I'm gonna stop.
Time to take the ferry.
It's like endless waves of enemies. So stupid. Relax.
Need to reload. Patching myself up. Hey, I need help over here. You owe me one, Paula. Holly, you're the best. You'll be okay, Hop. I've got you.
Paula,
Greatly appreciated.
He's bleeding. I'll be fixed up soon. Go faster, Paula.
Creature over there! Die, you scum!
Ooh, shiny.
Anyway, I usually like multitask from like 2 screens and I watch YouTube or something.
Dr. Disrespect's game has a huge problem.
I'm sure all of you know that Dr. Disrespect has been working on a game for quite some time. And that's pretty exciting until I feed you the poison here. I'm about to roofie your drink with this one. It's not just a game, it's a crypto-based game. It has a very strong NFT component to it.
Do we know if it's NFT, if it's like crypto-based or strong NFT? I don't know if it's really that big. But to be fair, I think I don't think it's unfair for him to say this, considering half of the promotion that he's done for the game has been in some form or another of NFTs or crypto.
It seems like NFTs are the focal point of the game. That's the #1 thing they've been mentioning in regards to
that's the good part, guys.
So it's a play-to-earn experience, and these buzzwords, NFT, play-to-earn, crypto, are...
So play-to-earn, in your mind, whenever you hear the word play-to-earn, what I want you to think about is, like, you know, like those factories in Malaysia where there's like 1,000 people that work in something, an area that's as small as a McDonald's.
Spending other people's money.
Think about
Mind
that.
if I do.
That's what a play-to-earn game is. Yeah, for 3 cents an hour, and then the building burns down, and none of them can get out because they're locked inside, so they can't leave during work hours.
Beyond detrimental to the height of the project in 2023.
No.
People run away faster when they hear NFT than if they had heard someone shout bomb in an airport. It is a very negative implication when that word's tossed around because it's become so synonymous with scams. And
well, the reason why is that I actually don't think that's why. I think that there is a fundamental reason why people don't like NFTs in games. It's because NFTs in games make it no longer a game. It makes it something that you can play to make money, and it puts a dollar value on all of your time and everything that you do. So now whenever everything is pay to win, because that's effectively what NFTs do, is they make everything pay to win, is that, guess what? Now you no longer have the ability to just like play a game a lot and then be better than somebody, because somebody else can just spend money and they'll be ahead of you. So I think NFTs are just fundamentally pay to win, and they're also not always pay to win, because you can have like a cosmetic. But a cosmetic is still, you are turning the game into a job. And a lot of people play games because they're games. And also because a lot of the games that have come out that have NFTs in them are garbage. I fully believe that if a good game came out that had NFTs, it would succeed. But the problem is that the games are not good or bad because they have NFTs.
They're just bad.
They're good or bad because they're good games. It's the same with the game being woke or not woke. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change a good game into a bad game, and it's not going to make a bad game into a good game.
people losing their money or getting deceived by NFTs in the crypto space. So people have been dunking on Dr. Disrespect for his inclusion of NFTs in the game, and there's a lot I'd like to talk about with this. So to quickly give you a brief lore recap, the game is called Bedrock. Dr. Disrespect is spearheading the operation.
Hopefully it doesn't live up to its name. That would be sad. I want to see Dr. Disrespect's game do well. And I want to make sure that this is very clear. That the reason why I don't know about Charlie, right? I'm not sure really what he thinks. But like for me, like I'm giving feedback because I want to see his game do well. I want to see more content creators make their own games. I want to see this happen. But that means sometimes saying no to certain things.
And fundamentally, it is a Tarkov-style shooter, as I understand it, where when you drop into the game, you can find NFTs in the world, and if you extract those NFTs, you can then turn around and sell them on the blockchain. So you can make legitimate money through playing the game. It's a free-to-play game, and you don't have to use it as like a money-making thing, but you can. The concept is cool, but I'm sure a lot of you
Whenever you don't have to, and this is the problem, right, is that again, it puts a dollar value on every single thing that you do in the game. Whenever you obtain something, you think about, wow, I just got something that's worth $3. Oh, I just got something that's worth $2. I worked for 40 hours to get some cosmetic item or obtain this thing that, you know, is worth $5. It makes people feel like their time's wasted.
And have your thinking caps on may have already identified a glaring issue with the entire core idea of it. But before really diving into the meat of it, I'd like to at least say, I always appreciate and applaud creators who go into different areas and try and create bigger things and make wild content, big projects. I always think that's great. And I'll shamelessly plug real quick, speaking of creators doing bigger projects, Godslap. Issue 3's out right now. Issue 3 just dropped, baby. It's available at godslapbook.com. Also, issue 1 and 2 are of course still for sale there. And we got the 2 variant covers for issue 3 as well. So issue 3's out, go get it, godslapbook.com, baby. Read the best comic ever made. So I'm happy Dr. Disrespect is making this thing, and I don't think it's going to turn out to be a scam. Hopefully this...
I don't think it's going to be a scam either. Yeah, I don't really think so. It's not that it's a scam. The problem is if the game is good or not. That's what I feel like. Everybody's talking about NFTs. NFTs will not make or break this game. If the extraction shooter is good, people will play it. Fucking period. That's it. Make the good game.
Statement doesn't age like festering dog shit in 2 years when the game drops or whenever. But I just can't imagine that he would blatantly scam his audience because it would be career suicide. And I just feel like
there's no reason for him to do that. He's not going to scam people, which is probably not going to have something that's enjoyable for a lot of people. You know, like that's all there is to it. Like, yeah, it's just going to be a flop. I don't think he's going to scam people either. There would be no reason for him to do that.
No way he wouldn't recognize this. It really feels like he wanted to set out to create like a really unique game and experience, but overlooked a lot of obvious problems that'll come from this. So let's talk about it. He posted this.
I don't think it's overlooking obvious problems. I think the reason why he's doing it is because most of the NFT transactions that are done in games like this get transaction fees. It's not
Tweet a couple days ago, imagine trying to extract with an item you discovered worth $100,000 on the chain. Think about the entertainment value as a viewer, let alone player. A new PvP experience is upon us. The concept of digital collectibles in an online game is so exciting to me, especially an extraction type of game. People saying scam and are just brain-dead headline followers. Same people that spend a ton on skins for an annual release game. Same skins everyone has too. Now, let's really...
Bro, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing, man. If a game had $100,000 skins, I would be cheating in that bitch every day. I would be sitting on virtual desktops, VPN, NordVPN, ExpressVPN, Opera GX, fucking like a, you know, that fucking whatever it is, like the browser. I'd be cheating like crazy. I'd be stealing everybody's shit. Because guess what? It's worth a lot of fucking money.
Peel apart this onion here. You gotta be huffing a fucking unreal amount of shungay to think for even 1 second with $100,000 on the line in your game that people won't cheat. Cheat
so true. totally agree. I love this guy's videos. He's always, you know, he always has the right opinions. I tell you that. Yeah, this is a W take. 100% W. Yep. True.
Cheating is going to be a full-time occupation. It will become a real job to cheat in his game if there are items worth up to $100,000. Even if the items only go up to like $500, it'd be stupid not to cheat. You get cheats for fucking.
Well, the truth is that it would even be better if they were at $500 because people would be less likely to report something that was $500 that was stolen from somebody who was a cheater. Versus pretty much anybody who loses an item that's $100,000 would be reporting it. So actually, if you look at dollar value per hour, you will probably get a higher dollar value per hour if you're cheating in a game that has a lower ceiling, because the high ceiling items are going to have more scrutiny on them.
$10 and then try and steal items off players that are worth hundreds. It's a no-brainer. And in the crypto space,
it's better to steal something. It's better to steal 10 things for $100 than steal one thing for $1,000.
This is very common with something like Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity is a play-to-earn crypto game where the more you play, the more money you can earn. And do you know what's happened? It's become an absolute goddamn fucking disgusting, yucky cesspool of cheating, exploitation.
Absolutely.
There is an entire market for people paying less than a minimum wage overseas to have
like the
workers full-time grind Axie Infinity for them so they can make money off of it through the game.
Yeah.
And not only that, they have
they have the resources, and like they've already bought the computer. No, we watched a video on this. He's 100% right about all this. This is totally true.
Had this big hack where they lost $600 million. I'm going to say hack in air quotes here. I'm using that term real loosey-goosey because it's a very shady situation. He just so happened to get hacked and lose $600 million in the process. So more like Haxie Infinity, am I right? And this is a game worth billions. Meanwhile, Dr. Disrespect does not have billions behind his game.
Guess what?
So how the fuck is he going to prevent something like that from happening in his?
Well, he's not, and that's the thing, is that it's just... That's why these things are problematic, is that whenever you put a bunch of money out there and there's so much money on the line, you also paint a giant target on your back. A massive one. Because again, if you're a hacker, if you're a cheater, what do you want to hack into? The game that you can make millions of dollars from, or the game that you can't?
The point is, in the play-to-earn space, there is a lot of bad actors. In fact, there aren't any normal...
Yes, I was about to say, there are no... I think a better way to say it is there are no good actors.
Players left, really, for like Axie Infinity, for example. I'm sure there's like a couple pockets, a couple of holdouts, people playing for fun, but it's very rare. It is mainly just this stinky vehicle for exploitation and making money off the play-to-earn model with as little effort as possible. It's pretty gross. So that is absolutely going to be the case in Dr. Disrespect's game, where the only people playing are going to be the ones exploiting it for money-making purposes. Dr. Disrespect seems to believe that because it's free to play, and will hopefully be...
Well, to be fair, Dr. Disrespect's premise is correct. Everybody, I would tune in to watch somebody try to extract with a $100,000 item. I would. Abso-fucking-lutely. But you can't run a game based off of Twitch hype for something that happens every, every month. I think a lot of us would. I think a great parallel to this is EVE Online. So whenever you look at EVE Online and how big the battles are in that game, there's more money lost than $100,000 in one of those massive battles easily. It's like I'm talking about millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars lost in these huge battles in EVE Online. However, you look at the average player base of the game, you look at how well the game is doing overall, not very good. Very badly, I would say. So if your only draw to the game is that there are high-stakes outcomes that can sometimes occur, that is clearly not enough.
Fun to play. It'll incentivize players to hop in the crucible with their boys, normal gamers like you and me, red-blooded, Gabe Newell worshiping gamers. Yep. They're going to be the ones playing my game, not these cheaters and these people looking to abuse our system. When that's just absolute wishful thinking, that is a pipe dream. You have to be Kegeling Shungite to really think that's going to be the core player base for a project
it's not gonna
like
happen.
this. With a $100,000 fucking golden snitch on the line, $100,000 real world schmeckles, do you really think that Darren and the boys on the JV football squad
are going to be hopping in to try and duke it out on the battleground to fight for that legitimately with honor?
Fuck no, they're downloading an aimbot right now. They're gonna be fucking rich. Yeah, they didn't graduate, and yeah, they didn't get into the school they wanted, but hey, it's not gonna fucking matter because they're about to be rich. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
And also keep in mind that, like, even if you make people do real ID, there's a new kid that's gonna cheat every day. Kids turn 18 every day. They start playing these games again every day. And guess what? There are thousands of them every single day.
Absolutely not. It is going to be cheaters. And since it's an extraction type game, if the normal players happen to be the one to find the item, the cheaters are going to be the one to come around, kill them, and take the item and extract before you ever even have a chance to fight back or do anything about it. And since it's on the blockchain, it's immutable. You can't really uncheat it. You can't funge the unfungible, goddammit. The non-fungible will stay non-funged. Like, it's a problem that you won't have a solution to.
Yeah.
There isn't a single AAA gaming developer out there right now that has solved cheating. Every single...
That's a very good point. Yeah, it's like whenever Activision can't fix this, EA can't fix this, Bungie can't fix this, you know, every single Tencent can't fix this. Every company can't fix this, but somehow Dr. Disrespect can. Oh. That doesn't sound good to me.
Developer has cheaters. Billions and billions of dollars go into anti-cheating and to prevent cheaters because it ruins communities and it ruins the longevity of a game. If there's a lot of cheaters, people will stop playing the game because the cheaters push them out. No one's been able to solve that issue. What chance does Dr. Disrespect Studio have of making sure no cheaters exist here?
0%
And with this kind of money on the line, can you imagine the frustration, the misery, and the unbearable sinking feeling of finding an expensive item only to have it taken from you by someone that's playing unfair?
Oh, absolutely. Like, yeah, imagine you get the $100,000 magic biscuit. You are holding it, it is in your hand, and then teleporting Timmy shows up behind you, says nothing personnel, kid, and fucking shoots you in the back of the head through a wall. Absolutely, you'd be fucking pissed. I would quit that game immediately. That is depression bait right there. That is some rethink the last 5 years of your life moments.
It's an experience that is going to be completely new here. He's not wrong.
I'd cry,
This will be a new PvP experience, but it's the worst possible one because you won't be able to combat cheaters. It just can't happen. People are cheating all the time in every game where it doesn't even matter. Games that don't even have like a ranking system or a leaderboard or anything, people still cheat in.
Yeah,
Can you imagine how many people are going to cheat in a game where you're literally incentivized to do so monetarily? It's going to be non-stop. You won't have normal players because they're going to be pushed out by the bad actors that are playing the game for nefarious purposes and just greed. Playing it to make that money, so they're doing everything possible to cheat and get those items to sell for money.
Now, absolutely, it's just that simple. And I think that's, like, I will tell you this. If this was 10 years ago, or like maybe 12 years ago or so, and I was 20, 21 years old, I would be cheating in all of these games. I would be doing it like crazy. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Like, are you crazy? Like, abso-fucking-lutely. It's free money.
Let's take, for example, a game like Counter-Strike, where you can make, like, an actual full-time living through selling skins in that game. But the difference is, you're not actually earning the skins in-game. You're not competing over the same skin in a match, right? So you're not having to worry about cheaters, which there are a ton of cheaters in Counter-Strike, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Well, there's so many cheaters on Counter-Strike, they have to have a separate fucking apparatus face it just to avoid cheaters. That's how bad it is.
Cheating in order to get skins through playing the game. Whereas here, the thing you're competing for is literally real-world money.
Big money.
So it's completely different. The way you make money in Counter-Strike is you're getting cases, you're getting keys, and you're hoping that you get good rolls on your skin, or you're doing some other shady shit under the table for skins, but you're never actually earning them in the game itself through playing against other players, whereas here, you're going head-to-head for those NFTs that are worth the money.
Oh, yeah.
It's a completely different landscape. And when asked why he's chosen to have it
I'm glad he's actually responding to people and talking about it. That's good.
be blockchain stored digital items as opposed to a server-side storage like CSGO, he replied saying that he likes the idea of having the digital collectibles have functionality in a different game that comes out 7 years later. That is a cool idea, long-term functionality of the things that you've collected, albeit it is a little unrealistic to assume.
And I also think that for a lot of people, like, I can give like a personal account of this because like I played WoW for 15 years in a game that has had, you know, collectibles and items that, you know, have been, you know, 7 years ago that got taken out of the game. I have items that were taken out of the game 15 years ago. I have them on my account. And I actually think that at a certain point that serves as a barrier to entry because people don't want to join a new game whenever everybody else has all of this stuff, all of this cool stuff that you're never going to have. You're never going to have a chance to get it. So I actually think that if you use an example of something like that, you'll find that it's actually more of a barrier to entry than a reward. Because what ends up happening, I think that FOMO stuff is good, but it's good inside of a window. And that window expires.
That whatever you collect in Dead Drop right now will somehow still be able to be implemented in future projects without knowing what those projects are. The developers are going to have to program those things in. It's not just going to be able to slide over. Like, let's say you collect a gun in Dead Drop 2, or in Dead Drop, but the next game they make is a fucking hack-and-slash folk rhythm game. How the fuck is that gun that you've collected in Dead Drop going to somehow make its way into that game? They need to program.
I actually think that is not a problem. I think that is the easiest solution, or the easiest problem to solve. So, like, for example, if you're taking something from, let's say, like Mario, and you're putting it in Legend of Zelda, you can color the weapons differently, you can have different starting screens, you can have different menu inventories, you can have different types of, like, skins for weapons. There's 1,000 different ways that you can do it. Like, nobody is saying that that an NFT has to be a one-to-one translation. See? Yeah, there you go.
Right? That's a lot of development heavy lifting to implement 7-year-old items into a modern game that they're working on that there's really no crossover and probably no actual usage
Just
for.
make them collectibles?
But
yeah.
It is a cool idea, and let's say they do decide that it's worth that time investment. This is an idea that can completely work without the blockchain entirely.
Yeah.
We'll use Counter-Strike as another easy example. If I wanted my CSGO skins to translate over to CSGO 2 that comes out 7 years from now or whatever, they can deem it worth it to program a way of having those skins be in CSGO 2.
Well, there's not even another, like, we don't need to think about a hypothetical here. Look at Overwatch 2, for example. In Overwatch 2, all of my skins carried over. Like, I had the Roadhog skin with, like, he had a shark head. And yeah, I still have it. There it is.
It would just take development effort, just like
no
it would
blockchain required.
in the NFT example. Like, the blockchain just provides the receipts to verify who owns what, but you can verify that outside of the blockchain too. You'd verify my CSGO skins right now for CSGO 2, be like, okay, he owns this, this, and this, and here's what we've done to program them into CSGO 2. Like, you don't need it to be NFTs. It can exist without it.
Exactly.
Overall, I don't think this game is a design scam. This isn't Dr. Disrespect trying to fuck his audience or anything. I really think he wanted to create something special and very ambitious. And he liked the idea, as most people would, of being able to play a game and make a living through playing that game. Like, who doesn't love...
I think that a lot of people like the idea, but a lot of people don't like the practice. There are a lot of things that, oh, this sounds really cool. Wow, in my mind, whenever I think of this, this is a really great idea. But then whenever it happens, whenever you actually are playing this game and you're dealing with it, now suddenly it's different, because everything that you do, again, in the game is built out of a, it's built into a time schedule. It's like one of the worst things that the WoW token did for World of Warcraft was that it took every single activity that you did in the game and it attached a dollar value to it. And I think it absolutely made the game worse.
Of that as a concept. But all of this assumes that everyone's going to be playing fair, and when it comes to money, when you're putting monetary value on the hours you play that game and the items you find, people are going to take the easiest path to get that money. And it'd be stupid not to, honestly, with $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, you think about it, right? If you, like, imagine if you live in El Salvador, okay? Like, or you live in Serbia. Like, these
Thank you.
countries are not like the US. This isn't like Norway. They don't have these amazing, great social systems. The standard of living is fucking awful there. And abso-fucking-lutely, you'd be cheating in this game. I'll tell you one thing. If I lived in one of those countries, I'd
I
be
wouldn't,
cheating in every single one of these games at the same time.
I don't play those games.
Absolutely. That's generational wealth.
you.
Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Live in Serbia? Hey, bro, it's not your fault it's like that. Like, I didn't blame you. I'm just saying, like, the standard of living in a lot of those countries is really fucking low. So think about how much money $100,000 is to you in maybe a first world country, and then fucking quadruple that, and then think about how much that is for somebody in a second world country or a third world country.
For some of these items, apparently, everyone is going to be trying to cheat to get those items. No one's going to be trying to play legitimately to obtain that level of wealth. And I don't blame them for wanting to cheat for that.
No, it's not.
That's a
Yeah.
life-changing amount of money
Absolutely.
in this game. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's clearly a huge issue with the project entirely. And I haven't seen a great explanation for how they plan on combating the cheating that would come from all of this.
Well, they're just going to fix it. Yeah, so problem solved. They're just going to ban them and fix it, so it's just not going to be any cheaters. That's pretty much what's going to happen. So if there's any cheaters, you just fix it. There it is. It's done.
So it seems like an impossible task to ensure no cheaters exist in a game like this. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
There it is. I'm not surprised about this at all. Dr.
I'm
Disrespect
sure all of
is
you
getting
know.
into this stuff, and I think, again, it's just very misguided, in my opinion. I think it's very misguided, and it's not going to make anything better. It will not improve the game experience. I think that it will actively make it worse. I don't expect there will be many real players a few weeks post-launch if current systems will persist. Exactly, man. Yeah, it's just the monthly salary in Venezuela is $3. Well, it sounds like it's about time to start playing Dead Drop. Okay? A lot of the people, like, it's not even, I'm not even kidding. There are a lot of people that live in these shit countries. And guess what they do? They play these pay-to-earn games because they can make more money in one of these pay-to-earn games that they can in a real career over their country. It sucks. Yeah, like when Venezuela RuneScape. Yeah, there you go. And like we saw one of them. Remember that on Classic WoW? That guy that was speaking like some other language. Why do you think that is? And he was just buying and botting and selling gold in Classic WoW. Smart. You should interview one. If somebody, I don't know how you could find one of those guys, you know, or women or anybody. I mean, I know women do it too. Like, why wouldn't they? But like, I don't know how to find, I would interview them. I'd love to. I think that'd be great. But it's like, you know, you have language barrier, you have, you know, like an innate communication barrier in itself. Yeah, I would love to do that. Twitter, yeah. Go to g2g.com, you'll find one. Yeah, anyway, I think this is a good video, a pretty good synopsis of it. I definitely agree with pretty much everything in here. But I do think that solving the consumables, or not consumables, cosmetics being reusable in other games, I think that's actually not that bad of a problem. But everything else is definitely a big issue. Absolutely. Lots of people make a salary on Tibia. Yeah. Well, I'm from Brazil, and the developer and some guys from Speed Hack and for New World. Oh, yeah, people with Speed Hacking New World? Absolutely. Way too many people in these countries would see this opportunity to make money instead of actually working worse-paying jobs. And they should. That's what I would do if I was them, too. Like, bro, if I was in one of those third world countries, fuck working your ass off at some field or something like that. Like, working out there where there's, like, no workers' compensation. They don't give a fuck about you. You have, like, no autonomy at all. Like, if they shoot you or they don't pay you, what are you gonna do about it? Bro, fuck that. I would be cheating in these games all day. And you know what? Like, yeah, it's kind of bad to do that. But, bro, they gotta live. They gotta live, man. Like, what the hell do you expect them to do? Just sit there and die? That's what the fuck. I'm from Bulgaria, and most people speak English very well here. Yeah, I don't know if they do or not. All I'm saying is that a lot of times people in other countries that have a dominant language that's not English, a lot of them don't speak English. I never mentioned Bulgaria, okay? I don't know what happens in Bulgaria. I'm sure there's some countries that is the case, some countries it's not. Try not to take this too fucking personal, okay? Like, I'm not your enemy. I don't dislike you. Just keep that in mind.
On February the 19th, 1994, at 8:15 p.m., a 31-year-old woman named Gloria Ramirez was admitted to the Riverside General Hospital in Riverside, California. Within the hour, her mysterious condition would leave 23 people injured, 5 hospitalized, and herself dead, with no solid explanation to this day. However, it seems that now, through a series of terrifying coincidences and a whole lot of science, we may have an answer to what happened that night in Riverside, California. Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the mysterious death of Gloria Ramirez, also known as the Toxic Lady. Every aspect of this case, from the events of that night to the investigation that followed, is bizarre. If you're like me, then you've probably heard this story passed around on either old creepy YouTube videos or mystery internet forums. And while a lot of people have kind of chalked the case up to a supernatural occurrence or just one unexplainable phenomena that will probably never happen again, the true answer is much more terrifying and depressing. And if I had to suffer through it, then you have to suffer through it with me. So stick around as we talk about the death of the Toxic Lady, Gloria Ramirez. And you're not gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna have fun with it because I get to talk about it, but you're not gonna enjoy it. So get ready to watch me enjoy this. But before we talk about that, we need to talk about something that is admittedly less fun: life insurance. A lot of people either don't think life insurance is important or don't know how to pick out a policy, leading to a lot of people just not having it at all. And not only is it important, but now it's made easy, thanks to today's sponsor, Policy Genius. Policy Genius has modernized you getting a hold of a good life insurance policy. All you have to do is go to policygenius.com and from there answer a questionnaire. And from there, you'll be able to read through and compare all of your options in one easy step. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $39 per month for $2 million of coverage. Some options offer coverage in as little as a week and avoid unnecessary medical exams. Policy Genius has thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. And that's because their licensed agents aren't incentivized to show you one company over the other and instead want to make sure you get the policy that's best for you. Because thinking about what will happen after we're gone is hefty enough, and we definitely don't want our loved ones picking up the bill. And if it's either for immediate cost, education, house payments, or what have you, it's nice to have a safety net. And while normally that safety net would be confusing and expensive, now it doesn't have to be. Because if you go to the link in the description at policygenius.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get a free quote today. That is right, all you have to do is go to the link in the description, fill out the questionnaire, and you can see your options for free right now. Because life insurance is important, and you've probably got enough to worry about. So let Policy Genius take care of the complicated part. Again, policygenius.com/Wendigoon to get a free quote today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Policy Genius for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always,
welcome to my channel.
Thank you for watching. As mentioned, Gloria Ramirez was 31 years old, and 6 weeks prior to the events of February the 19th, she had been diagnosed with cervical cancer. Her prognosis wasn't good, as the cancer was already late stage by the time they discovered it. So 6 weeks later, Gloria calls an ambulance as she's suffering from shortness of breath and heart palpitations. So the ambulance shows up, puts an oxygen mask on her, and the paramedics rush her to the Riverside General Hospital. She arrives to the hospital at 8:15 and seems to be confused as she's unable to answer questions. While she's in this state of delirium, the doctors begin to sedate her in order to get her heart rate under control. And after this doesn't correct her heart rate, they decide to use a defibrillator. Whenever they open up her shirt to apply the chest paddles, they see that her skin is coated in a sort of glossy oil. The people in the emergency room take note of this and mention that it looks too thick to be sweat. However, they just assume that she's coated in some kind of lotion or oil, so they use the chest paddles anyway. The second strange occurrence comes when one of the nurses points out that Ramirez has a very strong garlic smell coming from her mouth. And according to everyone in the room, this is beyond Gloria just ate some garlic before she came to the ER. This is an overwhelming stench that everyone begins to notice. However, Gloria is actively dying on the table and they don't have a lot of time to ask questions, so they just keep pushing forward. A nurse named Susan Kane draws blood from Gloria's arm. However, as she draws the blood, she noticed that there's a strong ammonia stench coming from the syringe. While inspecting the syringe, Susan passes it off to a medical resident named Julie Gorginski. While inspecting the vial of blood, Julie notices that there seems to be these floating manila-colored crystals in the serum of blood itself. While the two of them are standing there discussing how Ramirez could have crystals in her blood, suddenly, Susan passes out. The attending physician in the emergency room, Dr. Ochoa, catches Susan as she's falling. He shakes her awake, and whenever she comes to, Susan says that it feels like her face is burning. Julie, the other person who handled the blood vial, says that she's feeling nauseous as well. She goes out into the hallway, sits down at a nurse's station, and whenever a nurse walks up to her and says, "Are you okay?" right before Julie can respond, she passes out as well. At the same time, the respiratory therapist Maureen Welch, who's in the emergency room delivering oxygen to Ramirez, passes out as well. So 3 people who were in the ER have fallen unconscious, and everyone else in the room is starting to feel ill. So naturally, the immediate thing they suspect is a gas leak. So they evacuate the entire emergency wing of the hospital. All of the patients are carried out on gurneys and stretchers and just wait in the parking lot. While that's happening, Dr. Ochoa and a few other workers stay in the room with Ramirez, trying to save her life. However, nothing seems to be working, and at 8:50, Gloria Ramirez is pronounced dead, only 35 minutes after she arrived at the hospital. At this point, the people in the emergency room thought that whatever was happening, it was coming from Gloria. So a couple of workers moved her to a quarantine room just to be safe. Right after Gloria's body was moved into quarantine, one of the workers who had moved Gloria, a woman named Sally Balderas, began vomiting and said that it felt like her skin was burning. To make sure that the hospital was safe, a team of people in full hazmat suits investigated the emergency wing. They found that there was no gas, chemical, or biological leak in the hospital. So whatever was happening must have been coming from Gloria. To contain whatever this was, Gloria's body was placed in a sealed aluminum casket. After this, the emergency rooms were able to be used again. However, 23 people reported feeling nauseous or ill, and 5 hospital workers were hospitalized. Among those were Susan Kane, who spent 10 days in the hospital, and Julie Gorginski, who spent 2 weeks in the hospital. So immediately the question became, what happened to Gloria Ramirez? And it became a national mystery, as you can imagine, as to what caused this bizarre, spontaneous sickness. Well, after 1 week, an autopsy was conducted. The reason they waited a week was so that if she had some kind of biological agent or supervirus inside of her, that it had enough time that it wouldn't be re-released whenever they actually performed the autopsy. They performed the autopsy in full hazmat gear as well, just to be double safe. And the craziest thing that they found in the autopsy is that she was completely clean. Or at least she was clean from any chemical or radioactive elements that would have caused what happened in that emergency room. The only things they found in her system were Tylenol, lidocaine, codeine, and Tygan. Tygan is an anti-nausea medication. These are all things that would be standard for a suffering cancer patient to have in their body. Also, that medication of Tygan is important. because Tygan breaks down into amines in the bloodstream, which would explain the smell of ammonia on the blood vial. It doesn't explain the little crystals floating in the blood, but we'll get to that. In this initial autopsy, they were mainly looking for a cause of death, and it was determined that Gloria died due to heart complications that arose due to kidney failure. It seemed that the cancer, as well as the medication she was on, caused her to get kidney failure, and she was also going through the early stages of liver failure. These things caused a backup of toxicants in her system, which eventually led to heart problems and her eventual death. However, kidney failure doesn't explain why 23 people who were in the building also got sick. So they reseal her body, and then 5 weeks later, they perform another autopsy where this time they collect samples. Also in tandem with this, the Department of Health does an investigation at the hospital. And once again, they can't find anything that they're testing for, so the Department of Health determines that Gloria again died of kidney failure, and everything else that happened in the hospital was mass psychogenic illness. Or in other words, mass hysteria. The reasoning for this, again, they couldn't find any direct kind of agent in Gloria's system that would have caused all of this. And also, they interviewed 34 people around the hospital to try to get all the information they could about that night. And it seems the people who were the most ill were women and people who didn't eat anything for dinner that day. So people who had skipped a meal. So the idea being that, oh, well, since it just seems people were a little bit hungry, I guess they got a little bit nauseous or whatever, and the people who got really ill were women. So, you know, women be crazy, I guess. And you may hear that and think the investigators were a couple of guys who were downplaying what these women said they experienced, but both of the investigators were women as well, so make of that what you will. Because while several of the men, like Dr. Ochoa, who was in the room the whole time, said that they felt ill, the only ones that passed out and had severe reactions, like feeling like their skin were burning, were female workers. So the Department of Health said everyone in this hospital is crazy and left it at that. The people at the hospital, as you could imagine, were not happy with this conclusion. One of the people who strongly disagreed with this conclusion was Julie Korchinski. If you'll remember, she was the second person to pass out on the night Gloria died. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital and developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in her knees. So the hospital asked other people to take a look at the data, and eventually they reached out to the Lawrence Livermore laboratories. At Lawrence Livermore, they took the samples that were taken from Gloria's second autopsy, and instead of just running it through to see if they could find any toxicants, they decided to just run it for everything and see what was in the blood and tissues. The only thing they found, aside from some traces of other pain relief medication, was a chemical known as dimethylsulfone. Now, dimethylsulfone, or DMSO2, is a naturally occurring chemical that can be found in trace amounts throughout the body. If you eat a lot of plants or eggs or something that contains sulfur, it is a trace element that is made as a byproduct of your body's digestion process. However, dimethylsulfone is, for one, very, very sparse in the body to the degree that most people would never even test for it, and in the body, it naturally decomposes after about 3 days. And two, dimethylsulfone is harmless in any reasonable concentration. As a matter of fact, methylsulfone, which is also known as methylsulfonylmethane, or MSM, is a popular alternative medicine. So trace amounts in the blood wouldn't be enough to kill you. However, what was strange about this amount of methylsulfone in Gloria's system is that it was not a trace amount. From the samples that were taken 6 weeks after Gloria's death, she had 3 times the normal amount of methylsulfone in her system. And while that may not sound like a lot, remember, methylsulfone
Violets_TV.
days. So
Welcome to my channel.
6 weeks, then at the time of death,
Hello
she
there.
would have had
Welcome.
dozens, if not 100 times the normal amount in her system. So Pat Grant, the scientist who was researching this case, decided to do some more digging. And he discovered a link to something known as dimethyl sulfoxide, or DMSO. Now, dimethyl sulfoxide and dimethyl sulfone are very similar to each other. They're just one oxygen atom apart. And DMSO has a whole history when it comes to medical treatments. Back in the 50s and 60s, DMSO was thought to be a sort of cure-all. People would take it as a pain reliever for sprains or breaks, they would take it for headaches, they would apply it in a sort of ointment if they had any kind of swelling or cramps. However, in 1965, doctors found that prolonged use of DMSO can cause damage to the lens of your eye. So the FDA began to blacklist it as a direct medication. Now DMSO is still used in a lot of medication today. It is a much diluted form from what it was back in the 60s, but it's used as a sort of applicator in a lot of topical ointments that you use for like muscle pain or cramps. And you can even get straight up DMSO cream that is again diluted from what it was in the 60s that is used as an alternative medicine for things like muscle pain. It's also used in veterinary medicine to treat horses with some kind of inflammation or swelling. So DMSO was kind of kept as a niche concept in medicine, at least when used by itself, up until the 1980s, when some scientists began to propose that DMSO could be a form of cancer treatment. As a matter of fact, 60 Minutes even ran an episode about it. So you have this chemical, dimethylsulfoxone, that a lot of people believe might be a kind of cure-all or treatment for cancer that is used in some part in, standard pharmaceuticals when it comes to like topical creams and stuff like that. But that wasn't enough for some people. So there is another way to get DMSO. DMSO, whenever it is highly, highly concentrated, is a very powerful degreaser. You can buy it in a gel form at hardware stores, and it gets used as everything from oven cleaner to paint remover. It is way more concentrated than even the pills that people were taking back in the 60s of DMSO, much less the way it's used in medicine today. But it was this little trick of the trade back in the 80s that if you were like a college athlete and you got sore muscles a lot, you could go to the hardware store, get some DMSO gel, rub it on the muscle, and then the next day, the pain would be gone. I cannot properly state the amount of chemicals you're shoving into your body when you are doing that. And for the sake of this YouTube video, let me be clear, do not rub oven cleaner on your body. So Pat Grant's researching all of this, and he finds that with the DMSO gel, it has the strong smell of garlic, which if you'll remember, is the same thing the people in the emergency room reported came out of the mouth of Gloria Ramirez. And that in its gel form, it looks like a bright, oily lotion, which if you'll remember, is the same thing they saw on Gloria's chest whenever they went to give her the defib. So it seems that Gloria maybe wanted to try DMSO as a home remedy for cancer, which again, a lot of people at the time believed that it might be, and that would explain the oil on her body and the smell coming from her mouth. However, it wasn't dimethyl sulfoxide that was found in her body, it was dimethyl sulfone. So that would mean the DMSO in her body needed to be spiked with a lot of oxygen to become dimethyl sulfone. So Pat Grant thought about this and remembered the detail that she was given an oxygen mask on the way to and while she was in the hospital. And it's not hard for dimethyl sulfoxide to become sulfone if introduced to an area with a lot of concentrated oxygen, like an oxygen mask. And the other interesting detail about DMSO2 is that at room temperature, it forms into small crystals. So Grant did an experiment. He took a blood sample, mixed it with DMSO2, and sure enough, small manila crystals began to form in the serum, meaning that could be the explanation to the crystals that Julie saw in the blood that night. Because while it was in Gloria's body, it was too hot to form these solid crystals, but as soon as it was removed and brought into the temperature of the emergency room, it cooled down and began to form the solid shards. Now, there's one big hiccup in all of this. Like, sure, we've got to the point that DMSO could have been what she put on, and that was converted into DMSO2, which would explain the smell of garlic, the oil on her body, and the crystals in the blood. And remember, the smell of the blood was explained with the nausea medication that we already established she was on. So it seems that all of that's taken care of. However, neither dimethyl sulfoxide or dimethyl sulfone is toxic, and especially not toxic enough that it could get into the air and make a bunch of people sick. So Grant continued to do research, and he found that on the same tree of sulfoxide and sulfone, there is another chemical known as dimethyl sulfate, or DMSO4. Dimethyl sulfate is a nerve gas, or more specifically, it was tested in the 70s and 80s as an agent for nerve gas. As a matter of fact, dimethyl sulfate dates all the way back to World War I, when both France and Germany tested it for use in chemical warfare. As a matter of fact, in 1987, it was determined that dimethyl sulfate is so dangerous, it only takes 10 minutes of exposure to half a gram of it per cubic meter to kill someone. And of the 20 symptoms that were reported in the hospital that night, 19 of them are directly linked to symptoms of DMSO4. The only one that wasn't linked is vomiting. That was never seen in dimethyl sulfate experiments. But if someone's undergoing, face burning and muscle spasms and paralysis and all those other things, they might throw up. So, you may be thinking, all right, that makes sense. The DMSO2 became DMSO4, and that's what got everyone sick. However, there is a hiccup in that theory. While it's easy to make DMSO2 because all you do is just add another oxygen atom to the sulfur, you can't just add 2 more oxygen to make DMSO4. Because for DMSO4 to happen, the sulfur has to break both of its methyl bonds, which are pretty strong. My organic chemistry class is finally coming back to help me. The sulfur has to break 2 methyl bonds, which are both strong, and then connect to 2 additional oxygen atoms, and then those oxygen atoms connect to the methyl groups. Meaning that whereas for the first step, it's just, add some oxygen and there you go. For the second one, you need a lot of energy to break everything down to its base components and then reform as dimethyl sulfate. And dimethyl sulfate itself is a pretty strong chemical. It doesn't vaporize until 370 degrees Fahrenheit. So in order to break down all of these elements and put them back together as DMSO4, it would take a lot of energy. But you know what's got a lot of energy? A defibrillator. Grant proposed a theory that perhaps the DMSO2 in her body, which formed from the DMSO and oxygen, was electrocuted by the defib that gave it enough energy to either break apart the bonds it had or to restructure itself with the other chemicals and elements that were present in Gloria's body. Now this has never been recreated in a lab because we can't, hook people up to a bunch of chemicals and then electrocute them to see what happens. Although that'd be kind of cool. But this has never been recreated in a lab, so it's all theoretical if this could even happen. But some scientists agree that it is possible that if you put this combination of DMSO2 along with the other trace elements that would be found in her body and then electrocute that it could theoretically form dimethyl sulfate, which would turn the emergency room at Riverside General Hospital into a gas chamber. Now, a very diluted one, mind you. There wouldn't be enough in her system that it would be immediately lethal to anyone standing around, but definitely enough to make them sick. It's also the only thing that could explain everything that happened, from the weird smells to everyone getting ill to the crystals in her blood. There's nothing else that makes sense, at least not any one answer. Because the series of events that had to happen is absurd. Like, to make sure we're all on the same page, Gloria Ramirez had cervical cancer, so she decided to get an oven cleaner or a degreaser in order to try to remedy that cancer, so she takes that. She then has heart palpitations, likely brought on by the kidney failure, which, mind you, the reason that level of DMSO might have been lethal or in concentration enough to cause the effect it eventually did is because she wasn't able to urinate it out of her system because of the kidney failure, which might have been exasperated and probably was because of the DMSO. So because she takes this alternative medicine and also has kidney failure, it creates a combination that whenever she gets into the ambulance, the oxygen that's pumped into her lungs combines with that to make DMSO2. Again, fine for now, but then that compilation of DMSO2 that's staying in her system gets electrocuted with chest paddles, which in that moment turns Gloria into a toxic gas factory. One of the most bizarre one-off moments in medical history that almost killed a lot of people and perhaps definitely killed Ramirez. Which, if that's true, then no wonder they were unable to revive her, because the inside of her body was producing a nerve agent. And yes, again, while without another chemical being added, it takes 370 degrees to get this stuff to vaporize, a small amount of it will vaporize naturally. Perhaps small enough to just make the people in the building sick instead of killing everyone. Now, it should also be mentioned that the family of Gloria has vehemently denied that she ever used DMSO. And I hate to go against, what a family says about a lost loved one, but I don't see any other way this case could be explained. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about the case too, which are completely unfounded, but I have to mention them because it's me. A few of the weird details are the syringe that contained the actual crystals of supposedly DMSO2 disappeared. No one was able to find that syringe after the incident. And while that isn't unheard of, a lot of people used it as fuel for the fire. Another detail is the coroner, who was originally investigating all of this, took his own life about a month after Gloria died, so people think he was silenced. And the other weird detail is Gloria's third autopsy. So Gloria had the first autopsy, that was a week after her death. She had the second one where they took samples 6 weeks after her death. And then the family, who didn't believe the hospital or the laboratory saying it was the whole DMSO thing, had a coroner do a private autopsy 10 weeks after Gloria's death. During that third autopsy, Gloria's heart was missing, and a lot of her internal organs had fecal matter on them. And a lot of people point to these things about the coroner, about the autopsy being weird, and the syringe missing, to say there was some kind of cover-up. There was a theory that got passed around the News Times LA that the hospital was smuggling methamphetamine, and that what actually happened is someone accidentally hooked up one of these smuggling IV bags full of meth to Gloria, and everyone in the hospital got hit with a vaporized meth. For one, that would have been found in the autopsy report, and no. Like, trust me, if there's anyone out here who wants to point fingers at an establishment and say that there's some grand conspiracy that people are unaliving themselves over, it's me. But we have to have some kind of merit to work with, guys, or else we're just going to get made fun of. I mean, more than we already are. The syringe was either thrown away or lost in the confusion of the hospital being evacuated and then cleared. The whole coroner death doesn't look like it was related at all to Gloria. That guy had a lot on his plate with a lot of different investigations that he was doing. And if you'll remember, whenever they did the second autopsy with Gloria, they took a lot of samples. And since her cause of death was heart failure, it's reasonable that they would have removed her heart for future study. And also, the third coroner mentioned that a lot of her internals were too badly decomposed to really analyze anything. So it's not out of the question, if some organs were removed and others cut, that some fecal matter could have seeped out into the rest of the body. Again, Gloria's family maintains that she never used DMSO, and Gloria's sister has gone on record saying that it is the hospital's fault for Gloria's death and the poor sanitary conditions at that hospital. Although, in following investigations, this was never supported. And while it can never be proved with 100% efficiency because the samples are too old to be analyzed now, and we didn't have any testimony or reports then that were looking for something like DMSO, it seems to me that this is the most likely option, as outlandish as it is. And with this case, I noticed a lot of people who talk about it well, there's two approaches to it. There's the approach that I grew up with on YouTube that a lot of you are probably familiar with, where this is treated like a supernatural occurrence, like the mysterious toxic lady who went into a hospital and then everyone around her got sick, and maybe she was possessed or like had some kind of demon plague or whatever. And the other approach I've seen is with people who are following the whole DMSO theory, that she effectively used a hardware store paint remover in order to treat her cancer, and that is what kicked off the series of events that led to the mysterious toxic lady death. A lot of those people have a tone of, oh, imagine being so stupid that you end up nearly killing a whole hospital room full of people. Or they at least kind of have this tone that Gloria was dumb enough to use DMSO to try to treat her cancer. And I think the thing to keep in mind with all of that is that Gloria Ramirez was diagnosed with cancer 6 weeks before she was dead. She was a wife and a mother of two, who, it seems from the records, never began chemotherapy. More than likely because her, again, prognosis wasn't good and her chances on chemo weren't good. Or maybe she just couldn't afford it, or the insurance wouldn't back it because there wasn't a point. Who knows? But she was a mother who was about to die, and it seemed that normal medicine wasn't going to do anything. So, of course, she's going to try something weird or out of the box. And as far as the idea that she's somehow responsible, or I should say, willingly responsible for what happened in the hospital room, it is still debated in laboratories to this day if that series of events was even possible. There is no way she could have known at the time that putting that on her skin would cause a series of events that gets a hospital room full of people sick. Just like how whenever the doctor hit her with the defib, like, there was no way for him to know that he was exciting elements to cause a chain reaction that converted an alternative medicine into a weaponized gas. The story of Gloria Ramirez is a tragedy, and it's incredibly fascinating that something like that can occur in the world that we seemingly know everything about. And it's cases like this that opened up our mind and understanding of the world around us, and hopefully lead to new discoveries in the future. Off of this case alone, there's still people experimenting what DMSO can do to try to better understand ways that we can accidentally form dangerous chemicals in healthcare or industrial settings. And also still experiments of DMSO and its use as a treatment for diseases or pain, that the Gloria Ramirez case is used as an important footnote. So hopefully, in spite of being a tragedy of the past, the story of the Toxic Lady can reshape our understanding of the future. And I, of course, also just wanted to talk to you guys about the crazy series of events that led a normal heart palpitation into a nerve gas, because that's insane. I have to talk about that. And hopefully you enjoyed hearing it at least half as much as I enjoyed talking about it, and that's really cool. And I'm glad you're here, and I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said earlier, this is a case that I remember seeing on YouTube forever, like listening to old creepypasta channels talk about the mysterious woman who got an entire hospital sick. Was it a demon? Was it a ghost? Who knows? And then I was thinking about that case, because I remember it being called the Toxic Lady. I was like, oh, I should make a video on that. And I searched it up and came across all of this, and I'm like, wow, that's depressing. I still have to talk about it because that's insane that all of that happened, but it's super depressing. So now you get to be depressed too. Congratulations. But yeah, I had to talk about this. It's wild. But yeah, the Toxic Lady is a story that I wouldn't say it's ruined, because I never, as a kid, I was never like, oh, maybe it was a demon or whatever. Like, I always knew it was some kind of, you know, freak, either virus or infection or what have you.
Nie, ciao. Nie. Čale nije uzeo picu, ja sam uzeo bio 3/4, zapravo. Sam uzeo 3/4 ili sam uzeo sve. Znam samo da je rekao da ide dolje na centar da uzme nešto i da postoje picu nastoje, na sve očistio.
But it's more terrifying in a way because it went from just being like, oh, maybe she had this one disease, into like, oh, she just put on a thing that you can buy at the store, and over just like everything that happened, it created a nerve gas. That's cool. But not cool in an actual cool way. Cool like I dread for my safety. But you know that's how it goes on this channel. But yeah, I'm rambling. I think it's really neat. Hopefully you thought it was really neat. And yeah, I'm very tired, as I am normally when I record these. I'm going for a few hours. So I'm going to get this edited and get it up so that you all can see it. But again, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed the videos lately. I had a slow start in January getting back in the groove of YouTube, but now we're back at it. Hopefully you guys have liked what I've been doing lately, and so with that, that's really all I have to say. Time to start editing, so that you all can enjoy it. But hey, you guys make it worth it. You're the best. But anyway, with that, that should be all for now. But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Between 65 and 70 for a 30-year-old?
It's actually 45.
Oh, okay.
Would you ever marry a guy who makes less money than you?
How much less?
Would you rather be single than settle for less than that?
Settle for less than the millionaire?
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and in modern dating, a lot of our happiness tends to stem from our expectations. And unhappiness specifically, and the trouble that I think a lot of people have, stems from unrealistic expectations. So in this video, I have a group of girls with me, and I'm going to be asking them questions about what they want their life to be like realistically, and also ask them questions about what
Another
they want their
viewer.
partner to be like.
Welcome to my channel.
Highlighting male income and salary. I'm also going to be sharing with them some statistics surrounding male income and the median male income here in the United States for different
Interesting video about
I also
how
wanna say before we
women
get started, the point of these videos is not to make anybody look stupid
expect
or to debate.
men to earn more money than them.
The point is to have
I
a
guess
conversation
realistically
and really confront these
and
unrealistic
unrealistically.
expectations
Yep.
that we have surrounding dating and specifically here around income. Just to start out, what's the ideal age for a guy that you would be looking to marry?
Like a 5-year gap would be good. So if I'm 28, maybe like he's in his young to mid 30s.
Okay, so like 33 we'll say?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're 28?
Yes. Like 32.
32. And how old are you?
22. Okay. 30, 35, like in that range.
Okay, so want to go like 33 to go in the middle? Okay, and then how old were you? 28?
28.
Okay.
Between like 25 and 35.
Okay. Do we want to go with like 30 maybe?
25, 30. Or the age of 30.
Maybe like 30 if
yeah,
we had to
maybe
pick
like
something.
30-ish, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Ish.
25,
Okay.
so I'd say the max is like 30 or 32.
Okay. Do we want to go with 30 just to be safe?
Yeah.
For like marriage or something like that? Okay.
At max.
Ooh, I'd say maybe like 26 or 27.
Okay.
Wow.
So 20. How old are you? 21?
21.
Not gonna happen.
26 or 27? Pick
26.
26.
29, 30.
Okay. Pick one. If you had to.
29.
How much of the family income do you personally want to contribute?
I think ideally it'd be great if my husband never I would do like part-time. That kind of thing where I have flexibility, especially later on if we plan on having kids.
Okay, so if you want to do 25%?
I'd say like 25%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 50-50 and 0.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
Stay at home.
You know, like you'll stay at home. Like, I wouldn't mind doing 50-50.
Okay.
It's like crazy because I've never really thought about it in my head because like I just always thought you know, it was just being being a mom. Not in like a really depressing way, just like that's just like how I always am. But if I was to have kids and everything, it would be like in a marriage situation. Yeah, I believe in like traditional roles.
Okay, you just don't know if you see that for yourself necessarily.
Yeah, but hypothetically,
Okay.
I probably want to be the stay-at-home mom with children.
Got it.
Oh, it all depends on how much you make. I believe in 50-50. I think it all depends on breaking your own salary up. As far as like bills and expenses, again, depending on your salary.
Okay, so we'll say 50-50. You have kind of the team mentality. Like, we're going to do it together with 50-50. I'd like to be 50-50. Kind of figure it out in school.
Yeah. I'll be a I like being the breadwinner now, but I think when I have a kid, I would want to be a stay-at-home mom.
Okay, so we'll say 0%. Okay, so how many kids do you want?
I think 2 would be great.
Okay, what about house size, like square feet, amount of bedrooms, bathrooms?
At this point, I'm not too picky, but definitely a house that would be comfortable, having enough space for the children, and maybe a little room for extra, for visitors. Not too picky at this point, but definitely want to have a comfortable lifestyle.
Okay, and then what about cars? Do we like luxury cars, regular? What kind of brand are we thinking?
I don't expect luxury, but definitely, it's got to be a good quality car. Maybe look nice too.
Okay.
But not too picky with that either.
Okay, so like, would you be okay with like a Honda?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about vacations? Do you want to go on vacations regularly, international? Like, how important is travel to you?
For me, I've personally lived abroad, so I would love to continue to travel. But I think at least once a year, going on like a vacation or traveling somewhere, that would be great.
I want you to describe your ideal lifestyle. So to start off, how many kids would you say you want to have?
Like 3, 4.
Okay. And what about house size? Like square feet, number of bedrooms and bathrooms?
3.5 beds, 4 beds.
Okay.
2,000 square feet.
Okay. Right. And what about cars? Do you want to drive a luxury car or just like a regular car? Like what brand?
Probably luxury cars.
Okay. What brand if you had to say?
Maybe Tesla, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about vacations? Do you want to go on vacations regularly, international travel?
I'd like to. I could choose more.
How many kids do you want? 3. And what about house size? Square feet or like how many bedrooms and baths?
I definitely want like 4 bedrooms, 2 and 4 baths.
Okay. So maybe like 2,500 square feet. Is that enough?
Sounds good.
Okay. What about cars? Do you want a luxury car or a regular car? Like what brand would you want?
Some kind of a brand. I feel like I would just want, like a regular car. That's gonna be reliable. Don't have to worry about it breaking down.
Okay.
But if it's just gonna be like me and him in the bedroom, I'd love a BMW, a Benz.
All right. So you would appreciate a luxury car. All right. And then what about vacations? Do you want to vacation regularly? International travel? Is that important to you?
That is very important. I love to travel, so both like international and just going to like fun different places.
So now, how many kids would you want?
I'll probably just.
Okay. What about your house size? Square feet or how many bedrooms and bathrooms?
Something modest, probably a ranch style. Probably not something like upstairs. Is that what it's called, ranch style house?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's just something small and simple. Just like a bedroom for us, bedrooms for the kids. A nice backyard though, probably a big backyard.
Okay.
Something like that. Nothing in the city. Nothing around people. Somewhere nice and quaint.
All right. You can live out your hermit life there.
Right.
Yes, we love that. What about cars? Do you want a luxury car or are you just a regular car type of gal? What kind of brand?
Right now I'm saving up to just get like a Honda CR-V. I just want like a nice SUV I could like road trip on and stuff. So
Okay.
I'm not really a car person.
Okay, something that would work for your lifestyle. and
Something
fit
reliable
everyone.
with like low maintenance costs.
Okay, so we'll go with a Honda. That's fair.
Yeah.
And then what about vacations? Do you like to travel? Do you want to travel internationally?
Yeah, so I don't really get to travel much, but yeah, like I said, road tripping, like that's like one of the things on my bucket list is go camping in all 50 states. So that'd be something fun to do. Like India, Dubai, Thailand,
Okay, very cool. All right, so travel would be important to you. Now, how many kids do you want?
I have an older sister and a younger sister, so 3 siblings. I would be okay with 0 to 2 or 3.
Okay.
I don't want.
Okay, we'll say 2. What about house size? Square feet, bedroom, bathroom?
Probably a 3-bedroom. I think a yard is more important. I like big yards. I like being outside.
Okay. What about cars? Do we want luxury or regular?
Preferably not like a beater. I mean, unless you're saving money and using that for something else. As long as it gets you from point A to point B. I'm not super familiar with cars, but I always like Mercedes. Those are really nice.
All right. What about vacations? You want to go on regular vacations? You want to travel internationally?
I don't travel super often right now, so I would love a guy who has some more travel experience. I would love to travel more. Feel somewhat safe about it.
Right. Now, describe your lifestyle. How many kids do you want?
Oh, I want 4 kids.
4 kids. Okay. What about your house size? Square feet or like a bedroom?
I'd like maybe like 7 bathrooms. If my kids get older and then like my parents get older, they have to move in, and having enough room to like support everyone.
Did you mean 7 bedrooms?
Yeah.
Okay. You said bathrooms. I was like, that's a lot of bathrooms.
Oh.
Okay. So square feet. What are we thinking? 5,000, 4,000?
That's 5,000. I don't really know a whole lot about square footage.
Okay. We're just going off the bedrooms. Okay. And then what about cars? Are you a luxury car girl? Are you a Honda girl? What brand are we thinking?
I would like something like an Acura or like a Jetta, like still a nice car, but I don't really care for like the super duper bougie cars.
Got it. Okay. And then what about vacations? You want to go on vacations regularly, internationally?
Yeah, I definitely want to go on vacation when I'm older. I want to travel the entire world. I want to go everywhere.
Okay. How many kids do you want?
3.
House size, like square feet, amount of bedrooms and bathrooms?
Big house. 3 bedrooms probably at least.
Okay. What about cars? Do you want to drive a luxury car or a regular car? What brand?
An Audi.
Okay. What about vacations? Do you want to go on vacations regularly, international travel? Is that important to you?
That is actually. I do want to travel, definitely before I have kids.
So keeping all this in mind, the way that you just painted your life, what would your husband's income be?
Like 200,000 plus. Yeah, like somewhere in that range.
200K?
Yeah, 200, 250.
Probably like 100K and up.
If the average is like 50, maybe like 70 plus.
Okay.
Having budgeted like a vacation fund and a savings fund. Saving money, fund money, divvying it up that
so
way.
do we want to say like 70K, 80K?
Yeah, I'd say so.
And you also said you would contribute 50-50, so that's 140 total household income. Would that be enough? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think that sounds. Don't really know how much like kids and all that other stuff costs quite yet, so I think that sounds good.
It would probably have to be a little bit so that we could do these things, because nowadays it's really hard to do anything other than them. So maybe like 80K.
Okay. His income should be something close to about 160,000.
Okay. And then you would contribute around the same amount?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you said the 50-50.
I would like to say maybe 100,000 at least. Yeah.
All right, we'll go with 100K.
Gotta be rich. Unfortunately. This is so high, but I guess you'd have to be like a millionaire.
So you wanted a 32-year-old who's making 200K.
Sure.
What do you think the median income is for the age that you specified? For a 32-year-old.
Like 70 maybe? 65, 70? Be lower?
48,000.
Wow. That's actually crazy.
48,000.
48,000.
Median income for the age that I picked. I would say probably like 70K.
It's actually $49,000.
Wow.
What percent of men do you think make $100,000 at 33 years old? Like, what is the percent of men that you are wanting here?
I'd probably say maybe 30%.
It's actually 15%. The top
not too
15%.
shabby.
So there's one age from 16 to 75 where the top 30% of men make $100,000. So you guessed 30%. So we'll try to guess what age that is, since you know it's not 33. Between 16 and 75, there's only one age.
I feel like 45.
73.
Really? Maybe I should go with the old man. Just kidding.
Is that out of your age bracket there?
Yeah.
Trying to take every job into consideration. 30-year-old, I'd say maybe 65? Between 65 and 70 for a 30-year-old?
Actually, 45.
Oh, okay.
And
Trying to
you
be
were the most
realistic.
realistic one so far. So the fact that, yeah, no one's guessing it right, because it's way lower than people
I mean,
think.
as long as you love your job and hopefully are investing it wisely, then I don't see a problem with it.
For a 26-year-old, what do you think the median income is?
I'm pretty sure it's closer to like 60,000.
It is $38,000.
Oh wow.
What do you think is the median income for the age that you specified, so a 33-year-old?
I would like to say around 100K, maybe 80K. I'm not exactly sure.
It
but
is a whopping $49,000.
Oops. My like brain was somewhere else.
I don't even know. Maybe 50?
Okay.
Or 60?
For a 30-year-old, the median income is 45.
Okay.
So you were close at 50. So, what do you think is the median income for the age that you specified at 29?
I want to say like 60K.
45.
Really?
Yes. Does that shock you? Yes. So I'm just gonna put what you wanted in this little calculator. So $1 million at 29.
I mean, I've met a few. I have met a few.
Okay, we'll
It's
talk
possible.
about that in a minute. So it's a fraction of a percent. The top 1% of men are making 240 at 29.
Okay.
So you're about 800,000 above that.
That's why I'm single.
You said 160,000 at 26. That is the top 2% of men at 26. So think about the valedictorian at your high school, the smartest person you've ever met. They have a better chance of getting into Harvard than you do to find the 2% man. Isn't that kind of crazy to think about?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'll give you this to kind of put it into perspective. So think about the smartest person from your high school, like valedictorian.
Okay.
If they were to apply to Harvard, they're 5 times more likely to get into Harvard than I guess you would be to find this 1% man. Because there's a 5% acceptance rate at Harvard, and yours is less than 1%. So it's actually probably more than 5 times.
So I'm gonna be single forever.
And just to make things make more sense, the median income never eclipses 61,000 regardless of the age.
Okay.
So 100,000 is, obviously way more than that, regardless of how old the guy is.
And 100,000 is still a lot. So
Yeah. Yeah, over 70% of men never even make 100,000 more in their lifetimes.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's one age between the ages of 16 and 75, where the top 30% of men make $100,000. If you had to guess what age it is, what would you guess?
Maybe 50?
73.
Ooh.
What do you think about dating a 73-year-old?
Nope. No thanks.
What is making girls want men who make so much money? Like, for you personally, just think of your own experience. Like, what in your life makes you want that or think that?
I think you're exposed to other people's lifestyles, and I think that because the internet is so big and you can see all these things, it looks like it's more obtainable than what it actually could be or is based on statistics.
Yeah.
But because everyone's flashing stuff, even if it's fake, it's like, oh, I can do that too. I want that. And
What made you choose $100,000? Like, how much is it? Maybe factoring in how much you make, how much people make. Have you ever dated a guy that makes that much money?
Typically, the guys I date, they make like 6 figures and more. So, and then like with my income, and then just know like the people who I attract, that's typically like their income bracket or where they're like heading towards.
Okay, so you've dated men who've made this much money. And were you like official and exclusive, or was it more of like a casual relationship?
Probably both.
A mix of all of them?
Yeah.
What in your life, or maybe people you dated, your background, what makes 70K like a good number for you?
I'm making a little less than 70K right now. I won't disclose that, but or any more information. Like you said, 140. I'm not super familiar with all like housing costs and whatnot, but I feel like right now I'm at a comfortable place where I have some going to savings, some going to like investments, fun money, vacations. But yeah, I'd say that's a comfortable and somewhat realistic salary range.
And you said that you would marry a guy who makes less money than you. Okay. What made you say 160,000? Like, is it what you're doing for a living, your background? Have you ever dated guys that make this much? What kind of influenced your choice?
I've definitely never dated a guy who made anywhere near that, but currently, like, for a clinical psychologist, if someone were to get their doctorate degree, they're looking at about 100 to 140,000, depending on where they live. So that's where I was basing my answers off of.
Okay. So what you're doing for a living, you're kind of taking that into consideration too.
Yeah.
Would you marry a guy who makes less money than you?
Depending on how much less, yes.
Because if you want 4 kids and you're gonna contribute 50-50, what is your situation gonna look like? Will you get a nanny? What are we thinking?
That's a good question. I guess I would have to get a nanny, but if not, then hopefully we would live somewhere locals where, like, our parents could help out as much as they could, and extended family.
Okay, all right. What made you say 100,000? Is it, relative to how much you make, or some people you know, or people you've dated, your background? Like, what made you say that number?
Honestly, now that I think about it, there are a lot of the guys I know, my age, 28. Yeah, I guess like they wouldn't be anywhere close to that. So I don't know why I said that exactly, but I think I just have this image in my head of, like social media, like you see like all this lavish stuff and all that business, but I guess now that I think about my real life, it does seem a bit high.
So social media kind of makes it seem like more people make that than they actually do.
Yes, I think so.
I think sometimes you don't realize that until you see the actual statistics, and it's like, oh, the median is actually half of what I'm asking for.
Exactly.
And I'm asking for a top 15%.
Yeah.
Man at 33. So have you ever dated a man who makes that much money?
I have not.
Have not, okay. Would you marry a guy who makes less money than you?
That would be tricky. I make about like 50,000.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's kind of like average, I guess. But if he's making less than me, that might be a little difficult.
Okay.
I would like for him to make at least the same amount or a little more.
Okay. So going back to the number that you chose, $1 million, what made you say that number? Is it like your own income or guys that you've dated? Like, what is influencing you choosing $1 million?
Guys I've dated.
Okay.
But see, it sounds like money matters to me, but it really doesn't. Because, I mean, I'm fine on my own. But I do like to feel like I'm being provided for.
Right. So those guys that you dated, were they guys that you dated like exclusively? Like, were you official with them, or was it more of like a casual thing?
Casual for one, exclusive for the other.
Okay. What made you guess 80?
Because it sounded like a decent number that could like support a family without being too like extravagant.
Right. Something comfortable.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind working though. I'm a daycare teacher and I love it, so I wouldn't mind like still doing it. Also, I make a little bit of money off of like my music and stuff. So, because I make my own music, so I make like a little bit of money.
Okay, so you have a couple things going on.
Yeah, so like that's why I would like to be a stay-at-home mom or wife or whatever, so I could like pursue those things and see if I could just make money doing things that isn't like an employee, like a job.
Right.
Like,
Just stuff that you enjoy. Have you ever dated a man who makes 80K?
No.
No. What are the ranges of men that you've dated? Like, what do they typically make?
Just like average. I never asked them.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I've really ever talked about finances.
Okay.
To be honest, I've only had like one serious boyfriend my whole life.
Okay.
The others have just been like dates.
Would you marry a guy who made less money than you? Ideally.
Yeah. It would just be difficult, but I
Right.
mean, whatever. If you love them, then it's.
What made you say 200,000? Like, what about, maybe your background, you never knew? Have you dated guys that make that much?
Yeah.
What makes you guess, or what makes you want 200,000 at 32?
I dated a surgeon, so I think for me, it's like when you get exposed to a certain lifestyle when you're dating a person, you kind of don't want to date lower than that per se. But also, like, with my company, I'm in that range. So I want someone making the same amount as me or more than me, right? Like, someone who can maintain my lifestyle as opposed to, like, someone who can't. So if, like, they make 200K and I make 200K, like, God forbid something happened, like, I would still be able to cover life expenses with the family as opposed to not, kind of thing.
Right. So the fact that you've dated a guy in this realm kind of impacts, you know, how you view men of a man that you would want to be with, I guess.
Right, yeah.
And then also where you're at financially. You
Yeah.
would want someone to be at your level or higher. So
yeah.
then it obviously shrinks the pool of men that you're looking at.
Yeah, significantly.
And the guy that you dated, was it like exclusive? Were you guys official, or was it like a very casual thing?
No, like it was a relationship, and
Okay.
he was doing a program, like a fellowship, and then he actually went home to where he was from, which is Dubai. So.
Oh, so you broke up
we
because
broke
of
up.
that?
Yeah, because he left. So.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
interesting.
Would you ever marry a guy who makes less money than you?
How much less?
Any less?
Yeah.
If a guy was great at 32 years old, in every single way except he made $48,000, would you date him? Or would that be too low?
48,000 is too low. If he was making like, if he planned to be the breadwinner, even like to me 80, 90K, I would go for, because if he's gonna be providing, right? I think that's more than fair. Yeah, but not too much less, because you still have to think like that's more like a middle class, upper middle class ish lifestyle.
Mhm.
That's like healthy to raise a family. But someone on 48K and you want them to be the provider, it just won't.
Right,
be
if you want to be
sustainable.
a stay-at-home mom and he's making 48, take-home pay 35.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you ever marry a guy who makes less money than you? Like,
That's
would you marry the 33-year-old that you chose? The median income is $49,000. Would you date a guy who made $49,000?
I could. I just wouldn't want like somebody being jealous of like me making more. That would be the only issue. Like if they're fine with me like making more, then okay. But don't like be jealous and have it come from my pockets, you know.
It's crazy because over 70% of men never make 100K even once in their lifetime. Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
I think in 2021 alone, it was like 23.4% of men made 100K, but that's for the entire workforce, men 16 to 75. So you have to assume most of them are older because it takes a while to make money.
Right.
You know? And only one age from 16 to 75 has the top 10% of men making 200K, which is what you wanted. If you had to guess, which age do you think it is?
Maybe like 35.
75.
75. Jesus Christ.
Would you date a 75-year-old?
No.
No?
No.
What do you think after hearing that?
Holy mackerel. It's eye-opening. It's things. I mean, that's helpful to know when you're dating and salary comes up in conversation. I could date a guy that's making not as much money as long as we're planning and like, I don't know. It's just a level of comfort, I guess.
What do you think, just generally, after hearing like the median income and the statistics that I shared?
Wait,
Like,
about
is
what?
it shocking? Is the median income of 49,000 like, is that shocking?
No, not really. Based on like a lot of factors, or a few factors, just the fact that society's gotten so expensive. Well, just everything in society is so expensive nowadays, and I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not that shocking to me. honestly.
Right. It's hard to make money.
It's just hard. Yeah, it's hard to make money. Plus, a lot of people are lazy nowadays and don't want to try.
After hearing the statistics of the 26-year-old making 38,000 as the median income, are there any compromises that you would be willing to make to the life that you just painted after hearing what the reality is?
I would make some adjustments because I do realize that when you're 26, you're probably not going to be making like the height of your money, so I would definitely adjust it to be a little bit lower, but not as low as like 38.
Okay. What is the lowest you would be comfortable going?
Probably 60,000.
Okay. So what are your thoughts after hearing the statistics? Are you shocked? What do you think?
I'm pretty shocked by the statistics, but I also wonder like the education level of the average American to see like what that looks like in terms of like money-wise or the kind of jobs that the average person does get.
Would you be willing to make any changes or compromises to the kind of picture you painted of your life based off of hearing these statistics?
Shoot for the stars, you know. But I think life is like about compromise, so you can't always have everything you want, so sometimes you do have to lower your standards a little bit.
What if the 33-year-old making 100K, what if he was great in every way, what you wanted for sure, but he was 5'5"?
5'5". that 5'5", I feel like I couldn't do it.
So you wouldn't compromise on the height, though. And only 14.5% of men are over 6 feet. So then when you're combining only 15% of men that you're looking for are making 100K at 30, 33, plus the 14.5% of men being over 6 feet, really limiting your options there.
Yeah. There's someone for everybody, though. So.
Hearing this, like, is there any kind of compromises that you would make to what you want after hearing the median income? Like, would you maybe not go for the median? Or would you
Yeah, cars to me are super important. I mean, think like what are the odds that there's someone who's over 6 feet, making 6 figures, and is my age? Like, that I understand that that's
between
not
20 and 40, the men who are 6 feet making 6 figures is like 2%.
Yeah.
So it's something.
And I
crazy.
get that.
It's crazy. After hearing these statistics, like, what are your thoughts? Would you be willing to make any changes or compromises? Kind of seeing how rare it is what you're asking for.
Yeah, I think you have to, right? Because in my opinion, dating is also like competition. Like, not only can you be qualified and make the same things you want. So if you do want like meet a family and stuff, you have to keep your options open. So long as it's not like, I know it sounds unfair to say, but like 50K, 40K, 35K won't be sustainable for me personally, but like 80K, 90K, something reasonable. I think more people make that.
You know, that's just kind of like the idealized image I have in my head, but I consider myself to be a pretty successful person.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I fall in love with someone that isn't able to give me those things that I'm thinking of, then I can compromise. You know, I'll just go with what like the lifestyle that I would create. But like, it's not necessary.
Like at this point, like, would you rather be single than settle for less?
Yeah. I'm okay with settling.
Like, if you were to think about it more realistically instead of thinking in terms of like dream life, like where the dream would be the million, what would be like a more realistic number, or like the lowest number that you would be comfortable with?
If they make a year.
Yeah.
100K.
Okay. Yeah, you might have to make some compromises with that. What would you be willing to compromise if you were to settle for the guy who's making 100K?
Don't have to have a fancy car.
Okay.
Cute little house is fine. I mean, as long as we're happy and I have kids, because I want kids.
So the kids are the only compromise that you really wouldn't?
Yeah, I would not. If they don't want kids, I wouldn't.
Okay. $100,000 at 29 is the top 11% of men. So, still pretty small, but more realistic than the millionaire for sure. The median income never eclipses $61,000, regardless of the age, 16 to 75.
That's actually surprising. I would see that like for women, but for men, that's surprising to me.
And what do you think makes you think that there's more millionaires than there are? Okay.
So it's just surprising that 1%.
Right. So you feel like it's so shocking that you know the 1%, so you feel like there has to be more if you know one.
Yes.
Kind
and
of that kind
I've
of.
seen people do it, especially now with like social media and influencers.
I think social media makes it seem like there's a lot more than there are. And I think a lot of like influencers and just people that are on social media make it seem like they have way more money. Yeah, I have noticed as I've gotten older, people buy things that they cannot afford.
I am one of those people.
Alright guys, that is all I have for this video. If you like this style of video, you want me to continue bringing girls on and having these conversations, give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to keep in the loop for when I release new content. Let me know what you think down below. Also, let me know some other questions you would like me to ask girls in the future. Would love to hear your feedback. If you haven't already, be sure to follow me over on Instagram at CourtneyChristina Ryan. I love connecting with you guys over on there as well. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all next time.
You will now
It's crazy how the Crysis series left one whole mark on culture, that being that the game would vaporize old computers for fun. I mean, that was really it, right? No one has any deep connections to the games outside of that. I mean, except for the part where they, created this whole future of gaming and trends that would follow after it. If anyone can leave a comment saying the name of the Crysis protagonist's name, we'll say you win the game. And to make this work, the contest ends 30 seconds after I post this video so that you can't Google it in time. Quick, go, full name. Don't just say profit, I don't do half jobs. Oh, time's up. How would you feel if I told you that the people who made the Super Suit Psycho fantasy would end up making the good version of Red Dead Redemption Online? No Arthur Morgan asking if he's a good man, just random townsfolks instantly charging at you with a knife and proving to you that they are 100% bad men. Battle Royale is a pretty saturated genre. You've got Fortnite versus Call of Duty, and everything in between is a no man's land of fallen dreams. Then you've got Hunt Showdown that just doesn't seem to give a damn what anyone else thinks about it. It's also been my getaway game for the past month or two. It's very fun, and I kind of enjoy killing people in it. You use yeehaw guns and no one hits the gritty. Also, if you step in water, you get eaten alive by a million tiny leeches. Though that's not new to Battle Royale if you count the in-game store. Hunt drops you and around 20 other people onto a map with 1 or 2 boss monsters on it. You're also fending off dozens of zombies and one smug guy waiting in one of the sniper towers. The goal is to be the lucky fella to kill the monster. You can also get both bounties if you were the kind of kid to put an apple on the teacher's desk. After killing one monster, you gain the ability to see exact players' positions, while everyone else gets access to a vague form of your location. Once you have the monster's bounty, you need to get to one of the extraction points before your whole team is iced by one guy dual-wielding 2 silenced poisoned apples. And that's just the last step. First, you need to find the fucking thing, which requires you to investigate 3 clues or stumble on it upon the way. The clues are spread out on the map, and with each clue, the search zone gets narrower. To spot the clues, you need to enter Dark Sense. This dims the view around you, but highlights objectives. Once you get the boss's location, you can hold the Dark Sense button to see if anyone's there. If it glows white, that means you can run in and kill it. If it's red, that means you can sit in a house for 10 minutes waiting for someone to pop through a tiny crack in the wall. As now, there are other players nearby. But in this hypothetical scenario, let's say you kill those 2 and move on to the boss, which is going to make a lot of noise. After you kill it, you must banish it. This is an automatic process that takes a minute or 2. Banishing the target shows everyone where the bounty is and lets them converge on your location. If there is more than one bounty on the map, you might even get lucky and no one will show up. You can even put your feet up and get a nice seat near the window. Once the banishment reaches 100%, you can finally collect the bounty. Now your dark sight is amped up, allowing you to spot other hunters. This runs on a time limit for 5 seconds, so you gotta use it real fast and find out who's sniffing the doorways with their double-barrel shotgun. Just because you went through all the effort to kill the boss doesn't mean the bounty is yours. Nay. Your sweet 2-shot kill ass is fair game until you get on the boat out of there, which isn't helped by the massive thundercloud in the sky letting everyone know where you are. So it's a race to either get out as soon as possible or kill every son of a bitch who thinks they're that guy. On the map, there are a few extract points. If you die, that hunter is iced, and now you've just lost all of their gear and skills. Get on the extract without being acid for 30 seconds and you win. Now you can cash in that bounty for better gear and level up said hunter. I've always wondered what the hunters do with the spare seconds of dark sight if they leave with any. I mean, being a peeping Tom would only be made hotter if the lady is the morphing orange blob from the Blackout Club. You have to keep your eye out for players, but the more immediate enemy is the infected. Zombies don't actually pose a threat, they pose a dare. Can you kill them without making a scene? See, the zombies don't actually stand a chance against loaded phosphorus bullets. But do you know who can? Other people with explosive crossbows. Your gunshots can be heard over giant distances, so other players will use this to find you and kill you. Nothing is worse than minding your own business, then suddenly getting cracked at from the trees because you wanted to get that meathead off the clue. The proper way is to use melee weapons. A charged strike drops a good amount of your problems, even the ones at home. That is, until you get to certain special infected, like the bee ladies, that scream and send a hive of poisonous wasps to sting and harass you while also making this noise that sounds exactly like teeth falling out of your head. Killing them will stop the bees, but it's a ranged attack, so if they're on a rooftop, there's no stabbing them unless LeBron makes a career change. I cannot stress how important it is that you make one of your party members carry a silenced pistol, specifically the poisoned silenced Nagant. Yeah, you can silence the guns, but they deal low damage, and ammo in this game is actually more rare than you'd think it is. It's basically anti-bee lady protection. The other enemies in the game can slip in your way, like the giant cleaver-wielding guys, or the spiny guys that resist your melee attacks. Fortunately for you, anyone can kill one of them. Even if you don't bring a knife, you could bash their heads in. They exist to make the action more intense, as they force you out of your position and whittle away at your resources. The maps do end up being quite big, though they're not the most exciting. From a company that built its legacy on treating your computer like it was one of Terrence Fletcher's classmates, you'd expect some real complicated waterfalls or hardcore feats. Instead, you've got a million rusted out buildings surrounded by open forest. They have been setting the map on fire for some in-game event, but that's really the most of it. The best is when they turn out the lights, reducing sightlines and turning the flare gun into something that blows your eyes out. A few months ago, I shot a gun for the first time. The cartridge burned my hand as it ejected. I had to sit there carefully putting rounds into the magazine, while the southern lady in the back had her hand balled into a fist the moment she saw my New York ID, even if I was a bit intimidated by the idea of holding the ultimate decision maker, though I sort of expected it to be a smoother time, with the targets shouting, "He went over there! Fan out. I'll search over here." I thought I would never experience that again until I opened up Hunt Showdown and my character popped out his revolver, carefully took each bullet out, said a little nursery rhyme, then put in a new one. Then I also cried as my character ejected a bullet for my arrogance of reloading, and that round was lost forever. All of the guns in this game are very old. If you told them you were gay, they would refuse to fire. There's only one machine gun and you need to spend time using a regular rifle to earn it. Everything else is bolt-action rifles, revolvers, repeaters, pistols, and bows. And yet I feel Hunt has a pretty big variety in it. Each weapon can be loaded with specialty rounds. You have a bunch of different modifications. You could get the same rifle with a scope on it, add a weighted mace so that it can double as a bludgeon, make it more compact so that you have more room for bigger guns. My personal favorite are the bows, which can use concertina arrows, which upon contact explode into barbed wire. Combine that with the concertina bomb and you can use what I call the Fortunato build, where I kill the boss then seal every exit with wire so that anyone who thinks they're gonna get that bounty from me is gonna pry it from my cold, dead hands. There's a light elemental style at play. You have regular damage, then there's fire, poison, bleeding, and concertina. Fire deals damage over time and permanently reduces your health. Poison prevents you from healing for its duration. Bleeding drains your health until you do a lengthy bandage animation, and concertina comes with a complimentary bottle of Amontillado. You can apply these to your bullets, but there's a good helping of grenades and traps that can be used just as well. Like you can repurpose the bees by putting them in a jar, but they still attack the closest thing to them. Then I noticed that everyone carries an antidote shot. And I realized that I just brought suicide in a bottle. Each boss also embodies an element. The Butcher is a giant lad that swings fire, the Spider crawls and spits poison, the Assassin causes bugs, then stabs you from behind with bleeding damage, and Scrapbeak drops concertina bombs while running around. The bosses aren't super tough, but they can kill you if you take them lightly, which always leads to the most perplexing situation when people find your body. Everyone else was killed by living, breathing asswipes. Valuable people, but at least relatable. Like one of those guys probably fumbled his sports betting or committed a fender bender, then left without telling anyone. Killing the big guy is usually an exercise in flinging ammo as fast as you can, then walking in and out of the arena to heal up. Or you could just attach a sticky bomb to the boss, which deals about 75% of their health. Then you just spam a clip till they die. Yeah, you can spend one inventory slot to erase anything. The only one this doesn't work on is the assassin, who delves in rows every 5 fucking seconds. Once you kill a boss, it's time to banish it. Now everyone knows where the bounty will be, and you need to set up traps to secure that area for 3.5 minutes, if there is anyone left. I've had games where it's 3 minutes of just staring out a window at nothing, thinking, this is just like real Louisiana. I would recommend opening up YouTube or spending the time scratching your belly, but now it's time for listen mode. Other people will try not to make a sound while they survey the area. They can avoid making loud bang bang bangs, though that doesn't stop them from crunching on leaves and broken glass. This is also when those annoying zombies can finally work for you, as they put pressure on hunters. You have the comfort of 4 walls and doors, but anyone approaching has to put up with the other players coming up from behind. So there's an added chance you and your posse sit within those 4 walls to the sound of rapid gunfire between other parties, and think to yourself, ha, this is just like New York. Eventually a Molotov flies through your window and it's time to get into an actual shootout. Bullets rip right through you, so a good 2-3 shots is death, or even 1 if they have certain weapons. Thankfully, the guns are held together by hopes and dreams. A missed shot from the enemy is almost always followed up by a lengthy re-rack, giving you time to run for cover or roll the dice yourself. It's got a fast time to kill, but it's not like Rainbow Six Siege where every door is doubling as the pearly gates. The biggest threats to you are dual-wielded revolvers and the shotgun. Then you've got the one-shot special weapons. But weirdly enough, the nitro rifle isn't as intimidating, because it's the most expensive weapon in the game and sounds like every other rifle. So you can rest easy knowing that even if the bozo gets that bounty out of there, he's not getting his investment back, because for $1,000 you can carry a whopping 6 bullets. But the rhythmic tapping of dual pistols is kind of the thing that keeps me up at night. These are one of the few weapon choices in the game that allow for rapid fire. I've had the double silenced poison nagant shoved up my mouth so much I can taste the arsenic on command. Once you kill someone, they will be down, which can lead to them being revived by a buddy. If you don't want that to happen, it's time to bust out the grenades. If you turn a downed body into a burning one, they'll be harder to revive and can actually become unsavable. There is a counter grenade that suffocates in flames, which can be used to save them. However, it takes up one of your precious gear slots. And I don't know about you, but I would trade my friend's life for a flare gun round. If you want more options, or that silly little concertina bow I told you about, there's 2 paths. You could go to college and work up the bloodline, or go to trade school and grind specific guns. The bloodline goes up every time you play a match. It's traditional experience points like Mom used to make. Conversely, each brand of gun has its own experience bar. By shooting things with that gun, you'll unlock new bullet types and weapon models. Your hunter also levels up, giving them access to a list of perks that you can select and purchase. These are all lost when your hunter dies, so get used to going back to this list and vaguely remembering the name of that one that makes your character catch their bullets in midair. If I'm being honest, I think Hunt Showdown might be the secret good battle royale, the one you only unlock after going through 3 walls and mistyping the jerk's guide into YouTube. Not that there's anything wrong with the others, they're just bad, and I hate everyone who plays them. Hunt Showdown is a game that very rarely drops its tension. The game systems play into each other in a way that means that encounters will feel unique and exciting, until you hit MMR level 5. Once you're there, I would uninstall. And to end this video off, I want to narrate a portion of this game. My friend and I are carefully approaching the bounty. I decide to place a handful of concertina trip mines behind me when we suddenly get shot at from the house. We managed to kill one, but the other wounded my friend, requiring him to heal. I quickly tap him, then hear him scream because he steps on one of the traps from before. During that fight, we noticed that the eye in the sky has moved, meaning that the pair with the bounty used this shootout to fail and make for the exit. This is also a 1 bounty match, so what follows is a high-speed chase with multiple parties vying for the same bozos. During that chase, I get accosted by zombies, which means I'm lagging behind. I catch up just in time to join in on one last 3-way fight, which ends with one of the bounty holders going down. We wonder where the other person is when suddenly this name pops up on my screen, telling me that he shrugged his shoulders and let his teammate die. This is the result of millions of systems interplaying with each other, and I know that sounds like the gamer version of describing your day on TikTok, though 1, I was happy to get it all on camera, 2, this is what I had for dinner that night. I can't promise that Hunt Showdown is the best battle royale. I find that their content updates are a little underwhelming. It's usually another skin, but the skins in this game feel very unimpactful when characters just get seen as a fucking blur. The most I get to do is admire them while looting, wondering how they got their asses whooped by the butcher. It was pretty impressive how they created the future of gaming with Crysis, but here they are with their battle pass and trend chasing. Sure, you're able to run Crysis, but can you outrun Gravity, John? Hey, thanks for watching. I'd like to give a quick shout out to the people on Patreon who help make videos like this possible. I would especially like to thank Noah Upton, Jonah Simpson, Faye Lynn, and Mario Fan 997.
Hey everyone, today I'm playing with the Still Waters Run Deep DLC mostly. I am using Beatetta and her slate, but I'm not using the Spitfire, although I think that skin looks very nice. I've used the Spitfire a lot on this channel, so I wanted to try something new. Instead, I'm being extra menacing with the new army and its very slow muzzle velocity. This new hunter looks awesome, and I love that Crytek is giving people with vitiligo someone to root for. So today I'm playing with David Fifield and a few people in his social circle, so you may hear a few voices pop in the Discord. The slate and the new army are excellent up close, and we got quite a few team wipes, so there's some really great clips in here. But I should say, I kept forgetting that I was using penny shot half the time, which led to an embarrassing clip. So let's just start with that and then go to the action. I'll be giving away my last Steam key for this DLC. All you gotta do is comment down below and be sure you're subscribed. I'll notify the winner in the comment, and then we'll verify stuff over Discord, so be sure you're in my Discord as well. But with that out of the way, let's watch me be an idiot.
Yeah, trash! Stab me.
Oh, I can't hit.
Knuckle knife.
He's in the outhouse.
Yeah.
How did I die?
He came out and knifed.
Got people at me.
Coming your way.
Oh, I just lined up the headshot and he took me from the side. Ah, 2 of me.
Yeah, hear him.
Okay, they're gonna think you were a solo.
Sounds like they're approaching his body. Yeah.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
I can try a new army on this, but muzzle velocity is gonna hurt you.
Lowest in the game, Eric.
Oh.
Oh, they didn't miss me. Wow! Ooh. Deadeye, different one.
These are some gamers.
Red shirt, black woman, martini, Deadeye. 76 meters.
He's dead.
Nice kill. The Deadeye got you from the left.
Alright.
That was her. She was the martini.
There we go.
Nice kill.
Just want to give a shout out to Dry Penguin for finding them. So that you can kill them all.
Yeah. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Your bird dog skills beyond compare.
Hey, they were gonna ambush us later, so.
They were totally. Prevented us from getting third
Here,
party.
I'll donate a med kit to the cause.
They're spread out east and west of the compound. The bounties are not close together.
Maybe a yoink? Yeah, it sounds like a fight.
It feels like, yeah.
Yep, at the tower.
I can't see the
She's
person
dead?
in the middle of all the trash.
There's a Yeah, thank
Devil's
you.
advocate. Tag the devil once.
Alright.
Jason, isn't it?
Tag one.
You and Chief and Andrew were on. They tried to stream snipe. Well, they were just matching. We never got matched together.
Right here. Put the nitro down, please. Excuse me. Right here on this. I can see you, sir. Coming right at you. There you go.
It's dead. It's dead.
Still another one, right?
Bug lady left.
Yep.
That was a bounty that dropped on the ground.
Anybody want it?
I'll yoink it.
Yeah.
I never want them, but I'll take it because I'd rather you guys be hidden.
Sounds close.
He is one in the water.
Like here?
Yeah, you pinged him. Inside the wall, right beside the barn. So a little further back.
Alright.
Maybe inside the barn now.
I think I saw one. No, maybe that's smoke. I don't know. No, yeah, second story.
Yeah.
Just ran downstairs, I believe. Oh, we traded.
Yes, you did. Penguin to follow? Yeah, well. Yeah, we're clear, no orange.
Nice.
Well,
Thank
bunch
you.
of bodies in there.
Meathead for dynamite experience. Where from?
I got shot at from the north, out in the water.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say that. Sounded like from a non-spawn area.
Yep. Tag. So one's at the building across the bridge.
Wow.
Oh, at least one. Please tag. Smells of velocity. Hurts. Tagged him.
And the bill got me through a wall. It's a reptilian and a prescient under the bridge.
Yep.
That's her right there. What?
I don't think they got the res, you know?
I don't either. I think you'd be hearing it somewhere in the water.
Yes, enemies here.
Hey, fight. At Scupper? Sorry, we're going the wrong way. Boom, turn around.
Going left.
180.
I guess I got the clue and I headed to church. Chapel.
That's you north or south?
Yeah, they're going chapel.
There's footsteps out there.
I got a horse and a slug.
They know.
They know.
Blue shirt at the fence, red shirt out in the water further. Didn't see the third. Oh, she's at the building. She's looking at me. That's not very nice.
The barn?
Close to it. Ow. Other side of this roof.
Yeah, right.
I got you.
So is that guy.
Love. Using help. She's at the building still.
Yeah, he's right here. He's on the inside.
She's dead.
Explosive crossbow up at the building.
There's too many buildings to use the building as the call out.
Main building.
It's out behind the tree.
Okay, he's dead. Second. That's all three.
There's 11 buildings in this compound.
Yeah, building wasn't a good call out. Sorry, I was just a little panicked there.
The roof. That's it.
Yeah.
The middle roof.
Yeah. The one by the water. I think I hear it running 240 for me. Yeah. Yeah, they're coming.
So through the water then?
Yeah.
Is your way.
Oh, one shot at me. Well, confused as to where to go. I might be. I think they were just shooting out the windows. They were definitely just shooting out the windows.
Good.
One coming for you. One shooting at me.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab this bounty and come at you.
I'm going up on the roof.
Going up on a different roof. Okay, two over on this corner at very Union.
Healing real quick.
Ping again.
One's on the roof. Careful.
That's me.
That's you. They're both on the roofs.
Okay, she's tagged over there. She's dead. She has a crossbow.
Last one is in that room still.
Okay.
One shoot me with it.
Flash.
She flashed.
Oh, she ran out.
Shots on her out by the outhouses. I missed all my shots.
Tagged her.
I have my bullets now.
Oh. She's dead.
That's it. You make groaning noises. Walking on top.
What do you think that film is about?
In a nutshell, there's two narratives. One which is what was used to get the investors in.
Stämmer ned. Oj. Dobrze. 1, 2. To 2, 1, 2, 2. Okay.
Kubrick had, you have to look at the context of it. Kubrick had just done Doctor Strangelove 4 or 5 years before 2001 came out. Doctor Strangelove upset a lot of people. It was so it was probably the most anti-establishment movie, the most effectively anti-establishment movie I've ever seen, and that I include all of Kubrick's other films on that level.
Really?
Yeah, because he just went for the throats of the people who he viewed as being a problem at the top of society. He went after Pentagon top people.
Yeah.
He had characters in Doctor Strangelove who basically blatantly represented specific people who did actually operate through the Pentagon and these think tank groups.
Even mocked Operation Paperclip, didn't he, with the Germans and
Big
stuff.
term, yeah. He was onto that. He mocked the Rand Corporation. They got called the Bland Corporation in the film. And he'd read all of their stuff that was publicly available at these think tank groups and stuff. It's, you know, a lot of people think of this stuff as being really secretive, and I always thought, how the hell did Kubrick know this stuff? But when I started studying Doctor Strangelove, I realised that, hang on, all the information he needed was actually out there publicly. It just took him to gather it all together and cross-reference it, and he worked more openly with the other writers on that film. He wasn't hiding his agendas like he did for 2001. So anyway, Doctor Strangelove came out. Kubrick got attacked in the press as being a commie, and his career, I think, probably would have been finished after Doctor Strangelove because he'd upset too many people, powerful people. So what do you do next in that position as a filmmaker? How do you get the funds in, and how do you make sure that you don't get attacked again?
Right.
Well, you go and make a movie which on surface appearances gives the establishment what it wants. He knew that the moon landing stuff was coming up. That had been talked about by Kennedy. Oh yes, there's going to put a man on the moon. And Kubrick's like, okay, so they want a pro-space race propaganda movie that's going to sell the moon landings, and it's going to sell space research, and it's going to sell technology. So he started developing it from there, and he was approaching different famous sci-fi writers, and he ended up with Arthur C. Clarke. And as far as I can tell, what he was basically doing there was he needed somebody to be a front, a convincing front who could go to industry and sell them this bullshit movie, this ultimate pro-space race evolution of man to becoming God, and you know, transhumanist in a lot of ways. 2001. He needed to sell that bullshit story, and rather than do it himself, I don't think he would have got the heart to go and stand up in these rooms with these corporate bosses and say all this stuff. Gets Arthur C. Clarke to go and do it, and Clarke actually believed in all those messages anyway, so that made it convincing. And then all these corporate bosses and people at NASA and places like that, they all loved Arthur C. Clarke anyway, because he was very much into the idea of man turning into machine and traveling to the stars and contacting alien races. And when we contact these alien races, they're going to be nice to us.
Yeah.
They're gonna come to us and help us become gods, which is bullshit. Because if you look at human history, whenever one civilization goes to another, they steal all the resources and enslave them. Why would it be any different if an alien race superior came to Earth? You know? But you know, this was all the stuff that Clarke was into, and it matched up with the establishment opinions on that stuff. I'm not giving you a very short answer here, am I?
No, but this is good.
Okay,
this is good.
Okay, so he gets Clarke, he develops the story with Clarke, and he has Clarke sandboxed within that narrative. Meanwhile, as far as I can tell, Kubrick's like, how can I make it appear that I'm making this particular narrative that Clarke believes in, and which all the investors are going to believe in? How can I make the film look like it's going to be that when it's released? And I will covertly turn the film slowly into what I want it to be, which is basically the opposite message. And so the film has two conflicting narratives, and it's very complex how Kubrick did this. It's amazing skill and chessmanship of how he did it. Keep Clarke sandboxed, keep the investors thinking within that sandbox, keep Clarke talking to them. Meanwhile, develop a visual code for the film that communicates the story that he really wants to tell.
So you you're a psychologist, but what stopped you from studying psychology is the arts. And what I see here is he's using psychology to fulfill his intention, but he's not exploit people, but keep people where he wants them. But then he's actually going to fulfill his intention through art.
Yeah.
So the art is how it's the real subversive side. The psychology, we'll just sandbox these people, get the investors on board, but then the art. Well, that's your interpretation. That's what it means.
Yeah.
That's what it doesn't mean.
And Kubrick, of course, having made lots of movies, and he was always studying psychology and science and everything else. He was always reading tons of material, filling his head. The guy must have been a walking library, you know. But he, so having that situation with the sandbox, he's sort of with his knowledge of how metaphors worked in films. He sort of had taken a lot of the stuff that already existed in movies about how to convey things non-verbally. It's not like he was the first one to do visual storytelling, and that was already done in the silent era anyway. But he took all of that stuff and he turned that into a much more precise science. And he did something which I think is a first in film history. He made a movie which actually carries two narratives at once.
Okay.
One is what the investors wanted. That got all the money in to make the movie. And the second is the visually conveyed narrative, which is the art side that he wanted to tell, which he couldn't let them know about. He couldn't let the crew, Arthur C. Clarke, he couldn't let them know about, because if word got back, investors would all pull out.
So on the one hand, you've got a story of the space race, because we hadn't done the moon landings yet. It's going to be good, it's optimistic, it's positive, there's going to be a positive end result. And what's his real narrative then? What's his real story?
As far as I can tell, the real narrative is that I think there's a lot of things communicated, but I'll tell some of the basics. One is that this whole notion of interstellar space travel is almost a ridiculous fantasy. The distances to travel and the hostility of empty space to the human condition is unbelievable. It's like, it's scary. And so at the start of the movie, you get the bone is thrown up, becomes a spaceship, and then you get all this fancy music. Oh, isn't it wonderful? All these spaceships flying around, and then you go to the moon, and you got a huge moon base in the year 2001, which we haven't even got a tiny moon base now.
Right.
And so that part of the movie shows the fantasy of space research. Oh, isn't it wonderful? We're all going to the stars, and oh, aliens are helping us get there, and all this kind of stuff. Later on in the film, after Bowman has defeated Hal, which is like a defeating transhumanism, basically. Then you get like the whole crazy end sequence with Jupiter and stuff, and suddenly the music becomes terrifyingly scary.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the movie, and you see Jupiter and all its moons, and I mean Jupiter's a fucking colossal beast, isn't it? I think it's a tenth of the size of the sun or something like that. And I think with all that scary stuff, he was showing, look, space isn't this wonderful, pretty music type. It's terrifying. And I think his is still one of the very, very few movies, and it was probably the first one ever, that actually had space as being completely silent.
Yeah.
You know. And so he was trying to show people that, look, this is a bullshit fantasy. The void of space is terrifying. It's not built for us. And the chances of us travelling through it, I mean, 18 months just to get to Jupiter, you haven't even come near to the sun. So all that came across, and then all the stuff about defeating Hal intellectually in battle, I view that as being basically, instead of celebrating artificial intelligence, which, because IBM invested in the film, they thought they were getting a pro AI movie. Clark had sold it to them on that basis. And then the movie that they got had Hal going crazy, killing people, being very manipulative, and then organic humans, or one of them, defeating Hal and seizing back control of his life from the machine. That's not the message that they wanted.
Yeah.
And in the Kubrick archives, I found there's letters there at IBM were pissed when they saw the movie.
Right.
They were like, take our logos off the movie, because they were all over the place in the movie. Get the movie, they're annoyed. But and actually, a lot of the investors were very annoyed. And one of the things Kubrick did was incredibly sneaky. One of his many chess tactics in making the film was when the first sort of executive cut of the film was shown in the cinemas, it was framed so that it would look more like what they wanted. It had a voiceover narration occasionally in the film. It gave some waffle that fitted in the communicated artistic narrative. And at the beginning of the film, there was 10 minutes worth of interviews with real scientists about how plausible interstellar space travel is, and about how artificial intelligence is the future of humanity and all that. All the messages that the executives and stuff wanted to hear. Then when he releases the movie, and he must have had Final Cut to do this. He must have convinced them so much that he gave them Final Cut. He must have thought, wow, we've got the brilliant Stanley Kubrick on our side. Yeah, we'll give him Final Cut. But they had no idea he was going to use a visual encoding. And so when the movie got released, the narration was removed and the 10-minute interview with scientists were removed, and it's like suddenly the movie ceased to be that narrative and it became a visually encoded experience. And Kubrick was doing interviews and he's saying, there was one, I'll paraphrase it, he said something along the lines of, people watch this movie, well, people don't watch this movie, they listen to it, they expect to be told, they listen to this movie expecting things to be explained. They shouldn't be listening. You don't get much from this movie from that. You have to look at what's going on in the movie. He was talking about visual encoding. And I know, like, I've talked about some elements of this in the videos I've done. And some people are like, oh, come on. How can one man be that clever? Well, people can be. They can be that clever.
Yeah.
And it's kind of... It's how can I put it? You can almost take it as almost like an insult to yourself. You think, well, I'm really stupid because I don't know how to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a narcissistic injury.
Yeah. It is. It's an ego blow to think that somebody else could be that smart, and you've probably been a fan of their film and seen it 20 times, and you had no fucking clue that there was this other side to it because he never ever told you. I think that is a massive ego blow. Some people when they go back to a favorite movie and they learn that there's something else there, or somebody else shows them it, some people are like, wow, I love it. Now my favorite movie is even better. And some people just take that ego blow and like, no. The way I perceived it is the way it is, and no, I didn't get fooled.
I hate that. I hate it when people start saying no. It's kind of like a postmodern stance. No, everything is open to perception, and the way that I perceived it is the way. And it's like, well, there is an author, there is a director. They also have an intention. Like, I mean, you're free to do whatever you want in your own mind, but don't tell me what the author's intention was. I read something. I don't know if you saw this. The opening shot of the movie where the bone is thrown up. That satellite was supposed to look like it was armed with nuclear weapons, but it doesn't. And he said in an interview it was one of the mistakes of the movie. Because it was supposed to be a little bit more. It was another anti-nuclear war movie, but I only saw a satellite. I didn't get the impression of a military thing there, which was interesting.
They got various national flags on the different satellites. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe that was a bit
it's
more
like a
of
space
clue.
race. So there
space
is an
race.
element to that. I think he said in one interview that he did talk about that was an intention, but he said, well, I'd just done Doctor Strangelove. I didn't want to make that
Is that what it was?
repeat that same message.
Okay.
But if I remember rightly, in the novel, the novelization, and this is another interesting little aspect of it, is the original short story by Arthur C. Clarke was not like that. It didn't even look or anything like that. So when they were making the movie, Kubrick had Clarke write a novelization to go in the movie, and it's very different to the movie. But Kubrick had authorization rights. He was able to tell Clarke, you will remove this from the book, you will put this in the book. Yeah. So Clarke was
Oh, wow.
he really had him under the thumb. I've always felt like that was a bit of a disservice to Clarke. I felt like he was kind of manipulated there. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the nuclear thing. If I remember rightly, in the novel, the Star Child at the end comes back to Earth, sees all these nuclear satellites floating in the atmosphere, well, not in the atmosphere but above the Earth, and recognises the threat to humanity that they represent, and sets them all off.
Okay.
Clears the Earth's sky of all these nuclear weapons.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, now we can move forward.
In the movie, at the end, I found the scene before Bowman becomes... It is Bowman who becomes the Star Child, isn't it? Really sinister, and I don't know why. Is he imprisoned? Is he there against his will, do you think? Or am I reading too much?
No, you're not. That's the surface narrative.
Right.
The surface narrative is Kubrick's... When you get asked by interviewers about this, he'd always describe it as basically as Clarke would describe it. And basically the idea is that, the Bowman had gone through the Stargate, and which was a portal that the aliens had created, and he'd gone through, and then the aliens create this room for him to feel comfortable in. It doesn't look very comfortable, though, does it? Doesn't look very welcoming. Create this room for him to be comfortable in, while they evolve him into a Star Child. They basically evolve him, and then he comes back to Earth, reborn as the Star Child, and that's the big fantasy of the transhumanists.
Right.
So I think of transhumanism as a religion. It's got a lot of hallmarks of religion. The big ultimate prize, what the transhumanists are after, is immortality, and they believe that if we can turn people into machines, we live forever. Which is bullshit, because how many computers live forever? They all like erode, don't they? Just like people do. A lot of them don't even last as long as people.
That's true.
But the way I view the ending of the film is that there's some mention earlier in the film about dreams, when the astronauts are being interviewed for some bullshit BBC documentary thing about their mission to Jupiter, and they're asked about hibernation, and one of them, Frank Pearley, says it's exactly like being asleep except you don't dream. And the way I view it is Bowman defeats Hal, and that basically represents organic man overcoming AI, overcoming technocracy, technological oppression. And then the end of the movie, I view that as being a dream sequence, the entire ending. Basically, now that Bowman is free of the technological constraints of Hal, he can now dream, he can now sleep and actually dream. In the hibernation, they weren't even allowed to dream before.
Right.
And then he has a dream that is basically a representation of how he defeated Hal and his process and all that. And the thing for me that really sells that is in that room at the end, well, for one thing, he's on a bed when he's reborn as a Star Child, you dream in bed.
Yep.
When he arrives in that room, he's in the pod, he's got a suit. These are his technological dependencies. As the scene goes on, those technologies disappear, and he just becomes a guy in a robe, a natural guy, normally. And he's eating real food. They were eating mush earlier in the film, like fake synthetic food.
Yeah.
And at the end, he's eating dinner with proper food and an actual glass of wine. And he's recovered from technocracy. He's become like that. So that for me, that kind of sells it to me that the ending is basically a dream-like representation of letting go of technological control.
The idea of a canon, or any form of list, is both a meaningless as well as an obsessive endeavour. I know I share the sentiment of many others in resolving the definitive list of anything, particularly when it comes to a categorization of the greatest pieces in something I care deeply about. I put it upon myself to attempt to create my own list of the films that I believe to be the greatest. And with any list of this kind, there are always self-imposed rules and defining precisely what each person creating each list means by greatest. But if I were to overthink, this list would never be made. Whatever the thought process was, these were the films that clearly, somewhere, resonate with me at my deepest level. For all I know, I could organise the exact same list in a year's time, and every entry could be different. However, I shall commit to my claim and say that these are my 30 greatest films of all time. Innumerable masterpieces have been left off this list simply due to space, and all films that have currently been displayed, sadly, were cut just short. Thank you, and I hope this list ends up finding a purpose. If you're anything like us, chances are you recognise the power that art holds. It shaped many of our lives, which is why we aim to continually sing its praise and importance in the culture. But could art ever impact your daily life? We've all seen how tumultuous the economy of investing can be. Stocks, bonds, and the housing market are continually failing, and most people are disinterested in investing in that which they don't care about. This is why I'm excited to introduce our sponsor, Masterworks. Investing has become a necessity for financial freedom, so why not invest in a market you already know and love? Masterworks is an award-winning investment platform that allows you to invest in shares of contemporary art. For decades, high net worth investors have curated art collections partially as an investment. The value of a masterpiece can transcend time and place. With Masterworks, you can choose from many of your favourite artists, household names like Picasso, Banksy, and Kaws. Contemporary art prices have outpaced the S&P 500 by 131% over the last 26 years. And the very timeless nature of art allows for diversifying any portfolio. Masterworks' last 3 sales have delivered 17.8%, 21.5%, and 33% net returns to investors. Offerings have sold out as quickly as 14 minutes, and new members are signing up every day. Over 550,000 people have signed up so far, and demand is growing as we speak. Cinema Cartography subscribers can skip the waitlist of the special link in the description. Number 30, Old Boy, directed by Park Chan-wook. If we were to simply judge the medium of cinema solely as a narrative-based medium, then Old Boy would remain as highly resonant a piece as film could achieve. A man is mysteriously kidnapped and kept alive for 15 years, alone in a room. His torture is that of a totalitarian kind. He remains fed, groomed, even with access to television and the goings-on of the outside world. He's alive, yet is anything but living. This is until an unexplainable, almost miraculous circumstance years alone in a room. His torture is that of a totalitarian kind. he remains fed, groomed, even with access to television and the goings-on of the outside world. He's alive, yet is anything but living. This is until an unexplainable, almost miraculous circumstance dictates that he's to be released from his confinement. He's given an opportunity, not to find out who did this to him, but the grand question of why. And perhaps, like many things, some are just not meant to be known. This gripping mystery thriller narrative is the propelling factor of Oldboy, and it's what most people are going to find his most fascinating aspect. Though it takes something more than a great story to claim the mantle of one of the greatest films of all time. I have to comment on the transgression Oldboy has of the great tradition, the immemorial storytelling of the tragedy. Part of Park Chan-wook's Vengeance trilogy, the yearning for retribution is felt with such force in Oldboy, it's hard not to support our protagonist Oh Dae-soo's quest for answers via any means necessary. The revenge tale most aptly related to Oldboy is the tale of Oedipus the King, yet its notions of utilising the primal storytelling tools of Greek tragedy to fit into modern cinema are nothing short of brilliant. Number 30, Oldboy, directed by Park Chan-wook. The mastery of mise-en-scène delivers an ostentatious and almost melodramatic aura that swallows the film whole. Oh Dae-soo is animalistic, the complete embodiment of vengeance, resulting in operatic scenes such as the hallway fight that flood the frame with his overwhelming fervour. Oldboy speaks to us like a legend or a myth that lingers through time. Its hyper-stylized world forces us to watch its brutal levels of violence while elevating them to a transcendental level. Just as we perceive the stories of vengeance from the Greeks, the depictions of revenge in Oldboy are not intended to simply be depicted solely as personal matters to the characters. They are vessels that represent all-encompassing facets of the human condition. Their sorrow is the sorrow of all humanity, as is their hatred, their desire, and their love. The catharsis that's reached upon the finale of Oldboy is a feeling so unique. The credits roll and we gaze over a mountainous landscape, left with a feeling that everything is finally over and we know that there is nothing more to be said. Yet there's something missing in your soul. You don't feel content, but you don't feel sadness either. It's something in between, and that is where Oldboy succeeds most. From its use of hyper-real segments to an unreliable narrator, from slice-of-life realism to operatic grandiosity, Oldboy is a film that exemplifies the modern concept of a legend, to run the gamut of human emotion at its highest stake and emerge out the other end. Perhaps it may not be a direct lesson for humanity, but such a deep understanding of our emotional journeys must quantify a mastery of the art.
아니, 그 새끼 잡아 죽인 다음에.
Number 29, Sunrise, A Song of Two Humans, directed by F.W. Murnau. When I think of Sunrise, A Song of Two Humans, I think of an ode to life. Murnau's silent masterpiece is a film that begins on a contentious premise. A man's desperation for an escape from the life he's grown to resent decides he must murder his wife. This notion alone would make a story's subject almost instantaneously irredeemable, yet Sunrise manages to achieve an almost miraculous redemption for our characters. The first act of the film follows this heart-wrenching struggle of the two characters whom we spend the entirety of the film with. And within the film's first half an hour, Murnau presents the picturesque pastoral paradise, which by night transforms into a playground of the damned. Beautifully shot, and we see the great emotional depth our two characters carry with them, one filled with love, the other tortured by dread. though the most incredible aspect of Sunrise lies not in the turnaround of its climax. In regards to narrative structure, Sunrise's primary conflict is resolved much sooner than we may anticipate. It seems as though by the halfway point of the film, the resentment and anguish that was so present has been cast away. It shouldn't work, but for the film's remainder, it's not the undoing of what has been taken for granted, but it's the resurgence of our protagonist's love of life. What we witness throughout the majority of Sunrise is two people displaying the sheer exhilaration, not of falling in love, but merely to be in love. Sequences of taking photos, enjoying food, dancing, the simplest gestures heightened to the completely joyous experience of what it is to simply be alive, to be two humans. Appropriate for the film's title, Sunrise takes on a song-like structure. It doesn't take the minutiae of daily life and show us how nice it is. Murnau's filmmaking shows the impressionistic sensations of all emotion, and he sings them out loud. His danger is brooding and murderous, wherein even the literal language of the film begins to sink like our protagonist's vengeful desires. And in the same breath, our expressions of love teleport us to the heavens where nothing else matters. The initial redemption that occurs in Sunrise asserts the power of one another's love, but in an incredible feat of storytelling, our two characters must brave the very power of nature itself, putting their love to the ultimate test. Yet as we watch these characters grow, we watch as their love has overpowered everything it has encountered thus far. It's become the most important thing in their world. Sunrise, a song of two humans, thus creates a redemption for all life, as if just life itself is beautiful enough to redeem all sin. To watch this film is to feel a deep love for the life that you live at this very moment. And as the sun rises, we're reminded of the majesty of being human. Number 28, Citizen Kane, directed by Orson Welles. How does one discuss Citizen Kane without divulging into cliches? You can't. However, in this one instance, cliche and contrivance should be permitted, because the obvious statements that you can and will inevitably make about Citizen Kane exist for a reason. Citizen Kane remains the most influential film of all time. It's almost an objective truth at this point. When learning about the language of film, you can learn everything you need to know about framing a scene, pacing, character, montage, all from Citizen Kane. Because what people perhaps neglect most when talking about Citizen Kane is explaining its inescapable importance within the realm of cinema. Cinema in 1941 was still in many ways fighting to assert itself as a medium that could stand alongside high literature. And even though great film theorists such as Abel Gance and Sergei Eisenstein had furthered the discourse of the form, there was still the barrier of its emergence as a unique form of storytelling. But Citizen Kane seemed to change that. The density of Citizen Kane's narrative is an incredible feat. In 2 hours, we learn of a boy that was born into a poor family, and watch how he morphs into a newspaper tycoon, the growth and disintegration of his marriage, the perception of the myriad of those closest to him, until he becomes a reclusive old man leaving the world with a mysterious whisper. It's a perfect screenplay premise, centering around one of the most emblematic and transformative performances an actor has ever put on film, with Orson Welles as Charles Foster Kane.
However, I have something more than a hope. And Jim Geddes has something less than a chance.
And though the story of Citizen Kane is a fascinating character study, it's its methodology that remains the shining jewel in this box of treasures. The stories within stories, the flashbacks, the non-linearity, its play with the passages of time, and all shot by Greg Toland with some of the most magnificent photography that's ever been shot in cinema. The way space is used in this film, every frame tells us something about the characters, their relationships to one another, and is ultimately just a spectacle of cinematic creativity. I can't talk about Citizen Kane and add any additional depth. Everyone has to watch this film, and if you don't come out realizing what a spectacular achievement in the world of cinema this is, then you need to watch it again. Most people still regard Citizen Kane as the greatest film of all time, and it would be difficult to dissuade them. So why is it not higher? Well, I still hold one conviction in regards to Citizen Kane not being the greatest film of all time. Citizen Kane was the only film that Welles made under RKO, and there he had full creative control. But if he had creative control over his follow-up film, The Magnificent Ambersons, and the studio hadn't altered the final cut, then that undoubtedly would have been the greatest film that Orson Welles ever made. But for now, I'll make do with Citizen Kane.
I expect to lose $1 million next year. You know, Mr. Thatcher, at the rate of $1 million a year, I'll have to close this place in 60 years.
Number 27, My Dinner with Andre, directed by Louis Malle. Show, don't tell. This is the first rule you hear about filmmaking, but rules are meant to be broken. So what could be a better example of this than a film which is nothing more than two people having dinner and talking? That's the premise. Two friends meet and discuss one another's lives, and where one character, Andre, recites his grand and mystical experiences, his artistic, immaterial lifestyle, the other man at the table, Wally, discusses a simpler, more subdued life that he leads. And we sit, and we listen.
Who am I? Why am I here? Where do I come from? And where am I going? But instead of applying them to a role, you apply them to yourself.
To speak about My Dinner with Andre would lead to levels of irony that I'm not ready to explore here. Essentially, I would just get in the way. For the only thing that occurs in this film is the conversation. Two friends sit and have a conversation, and that is it. However, I hope that in saying that this is one of the greatest films of all time can help get across the importance and impact of that conversation. The great thing about My Dinner with Andre is that it covers a diverse array of topics. One moment the talk explores theatre, then it explores modernity, then travelling the world, friendship. It flows and piques interest the way any good conversation does. Some things we directly relate to and can comprehend, but many of them we don't have a direct connection with. And yet we learn quite intimately the life philosophies that these two men employ, and as they begin to challenge and question one another's choices, the resulting dialogues are incredibly resounding ideas for us, the viewers. The film is a war of words, with nothing at stake other than where these topics may take us next. Explaining what's discussed in My Dinner with Andre is tantamount to spoiling the entire experience. It's a meditative piece with far more in common with a play than with cinema, and yet it simply belongs inside the film frame. Andre and Wally in many ways represent our inner voice, whereas one says that we should strive to throw away and be spontaneous and everything will work out, the other says how life is about the simple pleasures, and if you can be happy with what you have, then why ask for anything more?
I mean, why is it necessary to have more than this? Or to even think about having more than this? I mean, I don't really know what you're talking about. I mean, I know what you're talking about. I don't really know what you're talking about.
And they are both correct, for the film gives time for them to expound on these grand monologues, to defend their ideals and challenge the status quo. So even though whoever is watching may have no affinity with Andre's perspective on spiritualism, we begin to respect both ways of living. And ultimately, that's what the film is. A meditation on the innumerable ways that one can live one's life. But we must have values. And if we hold those values true and help others understand them, then we can still have a splendid dinner together.
What does that mean? A wife, a husband, a son. A baby holds your hands, and then suddenly there's this huge man lifting you off the ground, and then he's gone.
Number 26, Akira, directed by Katsuhiro Otomo. If coolness was a currency, then Akira would make us all very rich. Sink into the sublime chaos that is Neo-Tokyo, a post-nuclear re-envisioning of how Japan will look after World War III. Teenage biker gangs commit acts of brutal violence on one another. Revolutionaries bomb the buildings of the new hybrid governmental military facilities. All the while, the very real corporations maintain their advertising prowess as their logos fill the neon-covered skylines. That is what Akira is actually about. We follow one of the emerging biker gangs, most notably our two main characters, Kaneda and Tetsuo. Both of their stories diverging greatly from one another as they're swept up into a world much greater than they are. And like every other inhabitant of this universe, they persist in an existence that they can no longer control. Their personal stories becoming all the more insignificant in a world that's about to figuratively and literally explode. The story of Akira does not center on a simple narrative in which we're invested in its cause and effect. Based on Otomo's original manga, it's an accomplishment in and of itself that Akira was able to compress this rich world into the format of a motion picture. The film focuses on the hyper-violence that's assuming reign in our ever more technological world. The children are purposeless, whereas the adults are indoctrinated in one ideology or another. Yet the presence of a very real threat lies underneath the city. The remnants of the young boy Akira, hidden in a military base underground. This secret of what makes Neo-Tokyo exist, simultaneously, will be the thing that will destroy it. Akira brought anime to the Western world with its complex style of storytelling, as well as its absurdly detailed level of animation. Hand-drawn animation had never looked this good, and the team behind Akira's look created a super fluid style of motion by increasing the amount of animation cells. It also had the most amount of different colours used in any animation at the time. To this day, just watching Akira is still unbelievable that they were able to achieve the visual splendour that unfolds in front of you. Akira was a feat for the form of animation. Anyone could watch this film with the sound off and you would still be completely astounded. But amongst being a feast for the eyes, it's the complex layers of society it depicts with nuance. How normal people from all walks of life manage to fit into a story that's so beyond their recognition. How it displays the looming threats that have emerged in globalized worlds, destroying cultures and breeding intense violence between factions. Some of the best sequences in Akira are not simply its magnificent scale of destruction, but how every event, no matter how big or small, can drag a normal person into an abnormal mode of being. Akira furthered what was capable in the filmic depictions of dystopian worlds that seem so familiar. It developed an aesthetic that reigns supreme even today. The West was introduced to anime with Akira, and with it, the mature and intricate philosophies that came with so much of the medium. Akira remains a milestone in these worlds, and in the world of film alike. Number 25, Gone with the Wind, directed by Victor Fleming. What became Hollywood's first grand epic of its newly emerged studio system would remain to this day the archetype for its synonymous genre. Although directing is attributed to Victor Fleming, Gone with the Wind should perhaps be attributed to producer David O. Selznick. What was the most expensive film at the time, starring Hollywood's most famous actor, scored by Max Steiner, and shot in 3-strip Technicolor, the studios were banking on Gone with the Wind with everything that they had, and it just so happened to work. At 4 hours in length, featuring an intermission as well as an overture, Gone with the Wind presents us with the romantic Civil War epic. And by romantic, this isn't merely referring to the actual romance story. Gone with the Wind presents everything of the once upon a time US on a grand, immense vista. It's a film where everything is large, the story sprawls many years, the family at the centre traverses all of their joys and tragedies, all the while a war rages in the background, transforming the landscape. Gone with the Wind is a film that sings the praises of its image, not cutting a single corner to make the film frame the pinnacle of its storytelling device. The film loves film. The image itself, shot on Technicolor, doesn't show us how life truly is. It's revealing the hidden beauty that can only be exposed through cinema. The colours are warm, the love is sweeping, and the loss catastrophic. Does Gone with the Wind appeal to our sentimentalities? Absolutely. But within this genre, with this approach, it only works in its favour. Gone with the Wind from a narrative sense is many things. It's the story of the American Civil War, of a tumultuous love, of a wealthy family losing what they have, of a changing society. But what Gone with the Wind really is a staple for the capabilities of cinema. The moments and the people are a joy to spend time with, particularly the protagonist Scarlett O'Hara, being one of the most fascinating portrayals of femininity that cinema has conjured. Delicate and powerful, her childish stubbornness also being her greatest asset. Gone with the Wind is a giant film, in every sense of the word. We follow the horror of Civil War America, while at the same time deal with the doomed romance of a young couple. Clark Gable as Rhett Butler, giving his most memorable and vulnerable performance. The sheer drama on display is an orchestrated feast of colour, music and character, and as the score swells up and Scarlett stares over the hazed landscape, we're reminded of what cinema can be. There still aren't many films that can take on a larger task than Gone with the Wind. This is a film of multiple craftsmen working together to make a piece of art, and their effort is on display in every frame. Gone with the Wind, as I am to describe it, is a romantic view of bygone times and bygone people, a testament to people's strengths and hardships, their prides and their follies. And though much of the discussion of the film has become focused on more historical issues, it remains a triumph, and from a cinematic lens, an example that studios can exist and are able to deliver not only spectacles for the masses, but to make those spectacles something beautiful. Number 24. The Cook, the Thief, His Wife and Her Lover, directed by Peter Greenaway. And whilst on the subject of romanticism, it's now time to examine a film that too goes out of its way to warp reality, displaying its lack thereof, although this time, beauty shall lie in the grotesque.
This is a free start. You must learn the rules, eh?
I need to eat and drink the very best, and that's expensive.
The Cook, the Thief, His Wife and Her Lover takes place over several nights in an otherworldly warehouse turned luxurious restaurant. Every night, Albert, his wife Georgina, and his parade of thugs barge their way into the restaurant and enjoy their meals at the expense of everybody else. All the while, Georgina has many sexual rendezvous with a stranger she's seen and immediately fallen in love with. Fueled by Michael Gambon's portrayal of Albert Spicker, perhaps the most vile character to ever exist in cinema, we're subjected to all manner of degrading, animalistic, and vile behaviour.
Terrine, a filet lamb, a poison,
It's poisson.
What did you say, Georgie? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?
Poisson.
And what is all this in the service of? Well, for a film whose interpretation of many different ideas I still haven't exactly settled on. Cook, Thief, Wife, Lover is a kind of anti-cinema. Greenaway wears the film's theatrical tropes like a badge of honour. Structurally, the film is presented in acts, each act served to us via a menu. The sequences play out as if beneath the proscenium arch of a stage. We move almost exclusively laterally throughout the film. We never leave the seat of the spectator, remaining on the axis of the observer, almost forced to endure the horrors that occur on screen. And although what's on screen is horrific, it's also, in its own macabre way, completely glorious.
His mother is a Roman Catholic. He's been in prison in South Africa. He's as black as the ace of spades, and he probably drinks his own pee.
The Shakespearean resolve of our actors only heightens the intensity of Greenaway's intense choice of topics, orchestrating the movements to the score of Michael Nyman, costumes designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier, and each room a monochromatic set piece. We remain trapped in a beautifully revolting world. The context of the film is wondrous. You can take each element of mise-en-scène and admire its beauty, yet it's the content which aims to do nothing but revile us.
Don't you like mussels? You've got to learn to like them if you're going to eat with me. Don't you dare throw up in here, Mitchell, or I'll get spanked at the stuff and back down your throat.
Our characters speak such disgusting jargon that some of their conversations seem to make no sense at all. The violence of the film is so gut-wrenching that it moves from an uncomfortable watch to pure horror. An already difficult to watch scene will be made even more disgusting by Greenaway, almost as if he's putting us through an endurance test. Oftentimes, it feels that Greenaway himself doesn't like the fact that we are still watching the film. So why? What's the purpose of the film? Is it a misanthropic tale of depravity and the gluttony of the human spirit? Is it an attack on the buffoonery of the bourgeoisie? ingratiating themselves into places of culture, regardless of their own lack of refinement or decorum? Is it an anarchistic mood piece, aimed to have no real meaning other than shake the foundation of the cinematic medium? Well, it feels like all of those things. Many times I find myself questioning the core intent of the cook, the thief, his wife and her lover, yet I still find myself returning and amazed by its unflinching look at degeneracy and elegance rolled into one unforgettable tasting course.
I'm going to the loo.
Number 23, Mirror, directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. The dream world has become an integral realm of cinema, just as it has our own realities. We attempt to understand the translucent domain of these mirages, but in Mirror, we do not approach dreams with a Freudian or Jungian perspective. Rather, this is a uniquely Tarkovskian perspective, one that shows that all of life is inseparable from a dream.
Что с тобой, Маруся? Тебе плохо?
Не удивляйся. Это так понятно. Я люблю тебя.
What is very clearly Tarkovsky's most personal piece, Mirror is not a film to be described, for it may not even be possible to describe it. It's a story of subjective memory. A life passes in front of us. They seem to be of a young boy. We catch glimpses of his mother. We witness dramatic vignettes that appear as suddenly as they fade away. Mirror is a collection of experiences, of image and sound, and these images, though crafted in the film, are our own images too. The wind blowing through a field, the water dripping from cracked walls. We have experienced these before. Mirror is an exercise in the blurring of multiple subjectivities. The same actors play multiple characters. The materiality of the world will alter with the movement of the camera, and that which clearly possesses no grand meaning, now with a new lens, holds the answers to all the mysteries of life. Tarkovsky has always utilised the elements of the natural world to tell his stories, yet what's most unique to Mirror is that permeable barrier between reality and the unreal, a barrier which we continually pass in between. The gust of wind in the field becomes the rattling on the ground, which becomes a touch of snow, which becomes the frost in the air. We move through the sensorial experiences which unite us all. Our personal experiences that make us who we are not trapped in a singular place and time. We carry them with us wherever we go. Mirror is like a quantum map of one boy's fleeting thoughts, and I've done my best to describe it, but to watch it talks of that feeling of being alive, the one that's somewhere in the middle of everything, that place that hovers above time, not quite silent, not quite real. It may sound abstract, but for those that have seen Mirror, they too have been to that place. Number 22, Odette, directed by Karl Theodor Dreyer. It was the work of Karl Dreyer wherein I had the most difficulty in selecting my favourite film of his. I knew one of his films was to be on this list, but in looking at his oeuvre that included The Passion of Joan of Arc, Day of Wrath and Gertrude, I had to select Odette as my choice of his masterpiece.
Farfar, hvor går du hen?
I spørger jo ikke mig. I siger jo ikke mig, hvor I går hen.
Odette, like much of Dreyer's work, is about his own views of faith and the divine. Based on a play of the same name, Odette is a theological and spiritual piece on the lives of a rural family. A widower and his children are all undergoing a differing and unique struggle. One of the children aims to be married, while another is about to have a child of their own. And one of the sons has proclaimed to be Jesus Christ in the flesh and wanders the farm, decrying the age's lack of faith. It's an unforgettable and haunting performance as the eldest son meanders through scenes like a ghost, all the while the camera drifts with the same ethereal demeanour. Odette carries the character of a play. Long scenes of people talking are presented as long, uninterrupted takes. A very sombre and quiet piece, the staging of Odette is incredibly calculated. Shooting a few rooms in very few shots seems like a simple task, but Dreyer's use of lighting throughout Odette conveys the depth of what we're watching. Light appears more akin to Dreyer's silent works, deep, tall shadows, and varying degrees of lightness, displaying intricacy in what we see. People talking in a room suddenly becomes drenched in drama, not only because of what they say, but how we see it. Their solemnity is worn on their bodies and on the world around them.
Vil du stanse? Kom tilbage. Du skal.
Odette is a muted experience. To explain its rising tension and denouement would be perhaps to misinterpret its purpose as an art piece. The film is incredibly subdued to the point where action takes a backseat and thought and meditation are placed at the forefront. A deeply spiritual and religious film, Odette features characters with opposing views on faith, and although the film's finale may be difficult to view through any secular interpretation, it doesn't matter. For much like many of the great films, its themes transcend its immediate topics and carries them to astonishing heights. A film about the simple yet painful struggles of the pastoral is a film that in reality is about the great mysteries of life and death.
Se så på din mor, når jeg nævner Jesu navn, vil hun rejse sig.
Number 21, Lion, directed by Matthew Kassovitz. Very rarely can a film adequately capture the world it attempts to depict with the grit and feel necessary to truly understand it. Film in many ways has become an elitist art form. We only need look at the gilded film festivals and award ceremonies that spend millions on celebrating real art. But a true urban cinema can be found in Lion. Not just because it's good at its depiction of the outer suburbs of Paris, but because of its legitimate authenticity. Lion follows three boys from these suburbs over the course of a single day. It captures the culture, the kinetic energy, and the unpredictability of life in these urban holdings, because the crew that made the film understood them. When filming Lion, the crew opted for primarily non-professional actors and moved into the suburb for where they were filming. And as the lives of these people hangs on a thread, with disruption around the corner from police, violence exploding from everywhere they turn, and simply looking for their means of survival, Kassovitz employs a hyper-energetic, handheld style that puts us right in the middle of this world, cutting and moving with the same neurotic edge that's needed in a world just to get by. The film is one of two halves. The first, in what will later be realised as the more honest suburbs, comes with an edge. Although we're in an environment that thrives in danger, There's an honesty in what's presented to us. We smash into scenes like a car colliding with its victim. We cut on the sounds of gunfire. We're constantly snapped into this precarious reality, but at least we know where we are. It's only in the second half of the film, when we see our characters in the city of Paris, the more civilized, the more correct part of town, that our characters become outcasts and the film becomes a more uptight experience. But there's still something dangerous here, only it lurks in a seemingly pleasant area. From the very second the location changes, we see the visible barrier between our protagonists and this new surrounding. Lion's image of class separation is one that's mature without fetishizing the life of the poor. Struggles do exist, but sometimes bad decisions are made. The saddest part being that most decisions are beyond anyone's control. Lion celebrates Paris, all the while begging for it to change. We fly above the tower blocks and are hit with a moment of serenity. All the while, we know the instability that lies just below, as the mantra of "fuck the police" rings through the boulevards. Lion is not just capturing a certain place, it's a vessel for a certain time, just before the millennium, wherein we are moving toward a much more hyperactive world. Some parts of those worlds are still moving, while some are inert. And in this world that is constantly moving, some people are going to be left behind. Lion is a mood piece, perfectly depicting not only this world, but the angst that persists in those that have an urge to destroy the world. But our characters don't want that. They want to destroy the world as it is now. The two most vital thematics of Lion are space and time, and they are both moving. Is it going to be bad? Or do we just exist in a case of so far, so good? Number 20, Love Exposure, directed by Shansono. If ever there were a film that would be deemed so lowbrow and pathetically absurd that just the act of describing it would be so ridiculous, you would either question that person's taste, mental faculties, or think they were just lying, then it would be my next entry, Love Exposure. So let's get right into it. Our main character, Yu, is the son of a Catholic priest. His mother dies, and as he senses the growing distance between himself and his father, realizes the only way to maintain their relationship is to commit sins for his forgiveness. Eventually this leads him to progress further and further until he becomes a professional pervert in a crew of friends that take photographs up the skirts of girls. One day, upon losing a bet, he has to cross-dress and walk the streets, wherein he finds a girl that reminds him of his sexual fantasies of the Virgin Mary. Kaori, a damaged girl that hates all men except for Kurt Cobain and has a tattoo of Jesus, falls in love with Yu's alter ego. All the while, a Christian cult led by its leader, who genitally disfigured an abuser, is creating a sexless sect, which is important, as Yu's erection is also an integral plot point. This, alongside an underground hentai collective, a mental institution, and a love triangle, and Love Exposure, is one of the most charming films you can come across. Love Exposure is the kind of film that attempts to display that life does have a purpose for everyone. Our main character, Yu, is a young man that commits awful acts, but we get to see his intentions. He's naive and he's simply someone attempting to win his father's attention and the love of his life, all the while navigating the most lurid, outrageous and downright cartoonish aspects of modern Japan.
すいません。小学生しか愛せなくて。許す。
すいません。女の人のゲロをするのが好きで。
許す。
Love Exposure is a critique of contemporary Japanese culture, but all the while Shansono wants us to try and understand it. Shooting on handheld digital camera, the lo-fi aesthetic of Love Exposure is worn with pride, as is its ridiculous content. Sion Sono wants us to find some meaning, any level of joy in what we see, and that means exploring every possible avenue of existence there is. Yu is an endearing character because he has purpose in life, and wherever we find him, his morality never fails. Perhaps there's a life lesson in Love Exposure for us. Of course, if you are to watch it, go along for the ride and just accept what's put in front of you. But then take that mentality and apply it to the real world. If someone lives their life to the fullest, with a purpose and with a code, perhaps that is the true love for life on display. That's what it means to be exposed to love. Who would have thought that a 4-hour film about perverted, cross-dressing, sexually dysfunctional Christians would be one of the most genuinely sincere and touching films I've seen. Honestly, there's really nothing else quite like it. Number 19, Persona, directed by Ingmar Bergman. When people discuss high art, it's very rare that they're referring to cinema. That realm is reserved exclusively for literature and paintings of masters. Only a few films are considered part of that high echelon, and the first film I think of when I think of cinema as high art is in fact Persona. Made in the middle point of his career, Persona is the perfect blend of all the Bergman-esque traits that made his work so memorable. His deep philosophical quandaries on our place within the world, as well as his very human lens on the emotional depth that individuals carry with them. Following Elizabeth, an actress that has suddenly become mute, and her carer Alma on an isolated island, trying to pinpoint the meaning behind Persona, is a riddle in and of itself. Alma being the voice of the film is the primary source of conflict, as she begins to use the voiceless Elizabeth as a vessel for her to pour her own insecurities and doubts into.
Vi var ju lika nöjda bägge två, vi vill väl inte ha några barn. Visst inte just då.
But Elizabeth does not respond to this, and as we see growing similarities between the two, we begin to question, is all of this rejection from Alma? Is any of what we're seeing really going on? Persona, first and foremost, is a film about identity, with a rich psychological depth questioning the person we present ourselves as. Is our memory of ourselves different from the real self? Can we absorb someone else's persona to make it our own? The ghostly presence of Elizabeth is where the film talks about such enigmas through its radical aesthetic. Shot in stark black and white by Bergman's longtime cinematographer Sven Nykvist, never has there been a more vital use of framing in cinema.
Du tycker han är äcklig med sin tjocka mun och sin fula kropp. Sina fuktiga och vädjande ögon. Du tycker han är äcklig och du är rädd.
The close-up faces, the use of the frame cutting an image to create an illusion. The duality represented by Persona is in every frame, in every boundary of light and dark that paints the screen. And speaking of screen, this doesn't even touch one of the fundamental aspects of Persona. Beginning with a truly experimental prologue, we're bombarded with shots and sequences of screens and cameras. Persona opens with a statement that it is a movie. Then it resets, never to mention it again. Subconsciously, we watch all of Persona with this in mind. Ultimately, where do we fit into this picture? How does our role as a viewer affect these two fictional characters' blurring of identity? It would be impossible to even introduce all of the themes in Persona. It's just that layered of a piece. It's stripped down of all non-necessities, and what it gives us, it gives so much. A truly mature, philosophical, and hopefully introspective masterpiece. Number 18. Jean Dillmont, 23 Quai de Commerce, 1080 Bruxelles, directed by Chantal Akerman. Over the course of 3 days, a woman cleans her home. She prepares dinner, and she completes her chores. The cycle then repeats. Her actions are invisible, and thus she is invisible. Jean Dillmont highlights with a drab aesthetic a crucial look at the female experience. With more in common with a video art piece than traditional cinematic storytelling, Jean Dillmont utilises the inertia of its characters' actions to highlight their meaninglessness, completely removing her from any kind of agency or even any kind of humanity. Clocking in at over 200 minutes long, many of which are spent watching completely mundane tasks in their entirety. Jean Dillmont for Chantal Akerman was to represent a lifestyle that's been accepted as a form of living, uncomfortably forcing us to view the normalised tyranny of so many men and the meek subservience of so many women. The acts of Jean Dillmont are presented without any intrusion from the filmmaker. The camera is static, and there's no point that they're cut away from or compressed for ease of the viewer. This is the unseen life of many women, and we are forced to watch it to bring into reality that which is so often ignored. The robotic and routine actions pervade as the drabness of time becomes larger and larger, just as is Jean's submission to her son and to the sexual objectification from other men. But this life becomes unsustainable, and it's only the most insignificant change within this carefully crafted routine that collapses Jean's world. She's removed from her set regimen, which allows her to conform, and all of a sudden, her individuality is screaming in her face. What is she doing, and how could she do this? The film requires a nothingness to its actions, which in turn requires an ultimate kind of catharsis. By the film's ending, there truly is only one way to redeem everything that she's done. It may be a difficult watch, and perhaps I wouldn't even call it enjoyable, but it is most certainly a sublime piece of cinema with a vital message for both men and women alike. Number 17, Mulholland Drive, directed by David Lynch. If Mirror is the capturing of a dream on film, then Mulholland Drive is the capturing of a nightmare. Beginning its life as a TV pilot before transitioning into a feature film, Mulholland Drive is the warped story of an aspiring actress trying to make it in Hollywood. Though this isn't quite the Hollywood that we know, it's the Hollywood of our subconscious, one that permanently exists in the pit of our memory, whose images and people are all there, but not exactly how we remember them.
Not in my film. It's no longer your film.
The work of David Lynch is inseparable from his work in transcendental meditation, and although he's been very open about his process when creating a film, the actuality of what his films represent remains opaque. Lynch's work is that of the unconscious.
Oh my lord.
subconscious mind. They operate on a dream logic, much as when we do when we are asleep. The connections between characters and places are tenuous, but they're by no means meaningless. They're dark labyrinths to navigate, uncertain of what we'll find, but everything within Mulholland Drive holds a secret to its meaning. Truth is hidden away, behind corners, in mysterious containers, behind curtains. We're led on a neo-noir mystery and constantly have our expectations subverted. One moment we're following the story of a missing identity, only to then believe that nothing that we've witnessed even existed.
Hey, pretty girl. Time to wake up.
Lynch's work has been attributed to his very specific stylistic form of storytelling. But then what is it about Mulholland Drive that separates it from the rest of his work? I think that there's something about the world that Mulholland Drive creates that's exactly how we imagine a real living nightmare to be. People aren't intrinsically a threat, yet everything about their presence we want to reject. The eerie, almost prophetic story of becoming a star, memories that seem to have never existed. Many of these elements are pervasive throughout Lynch's work, but there's just something about the specificity of a feeling that's captured in Mulholland Drive that's perfect. Mulholland Drive is a frustrating film for many. However, I believe that it's simply because it's being viewed in the wrong sense. Mulholland Drive never seemed to me to be a film to figure out. I believe that instinct is how this film was made, and thus instinct is how this film should be read. It utilises all of the signifiers that make a work Lynchian. The nightmarish landscapes of Eraserhead, the sadism in the underbelly of Americana we see in Blue Velvet, the immaterial world of personas in Lost Highway. They're all present here. And these things aren't logical, but we get them.
You want us to shut everything down? Then we'll shut everything down.
The use of an image of a man standing under a single light as he talks to us in a never-ending world of blackness. Two strangers emerging from nowhere, talking about the monster that lives behind the building. We know these experiences. We've had them in the abyss of our mind. We remember them more than some real encounters we've had. This metaphysical logic is where Lynch speaks to us, and he does it no better than in Mulholland Drive. The horror that is Hollywood is a world of fake identities, plasticity, and aggressive pop culture. Mulholland Drive is if you take that world at night, shake it up, and then dream about it. The nightmare may be awful, but only because the reality isn't far off. Number 16, The Searchers, directed by John Ford. For reasons that I can't explain, when I first watched The Searchers, I didn't like it. But I think that with time, I've come to realise that I simply didn't understand what I was watching. The Western is perhaps the most genre of any genre pieces, with iconographies more anticipated and expected than other genres to the point of cliché. Even to have John Wayne is in itself an archetype of the Western genre. The story of revenge on a tribe of natives by an old cowboy seemed so generic to me. I was missing something, and it was only after expanding my own knowledge of cinema, realising the grand influence of John Ford's work, and rewatching again, that I instantly saw the sheer brilliance that was The Searchers.
Aaron, get Martin, will you? Oh, thank you, sister. I can sure use that coffee. Pass the sugar, son. Ah, fine. Oh, wait a minute, sister. I didn't get any coffee yet.
First of all, the tropes of the Western epic begins with The Searchers. Ford's mastery of shooting landscapes with extremely wide vistas of Monument Valley was so idiosyncratic of his style that to even shoot there now is tantamount to plagiarism. Ethan, the main character of the film, is not the gung-ho macho cowboy we anticipate. He's an anti-hero, plagued with prejudice and loss, finding the idea of settling into civilized society an impossibility. His return to the homestead at the film's finale is the climax of a Greek epic, perhaps even a Greek tragedy. There's great complexity within The Searchers, dealing with themes of racism, the relations of natives, and being an outsider of your own world.
Well, Reverend, that clears it. No, and you stay out of this. All of you. I don't want you with me. I'll need you for what I gotta do.
But especially when you examine The Searchers alongside the remainder of John Ford's filmography, we see that the humanism of the Grapes of Wrath, or the man who shot Liberty Valance, is the central point of The Searchers. We're excited to see Ethan embark on his adventure and to follow the hero's journey, but he's a myth. Ethan can never be the hero. The hero is sacrificial, and most of the time, the world doesn't need a hero or doesn't want him. This is emblemized in what's probably the most famous final shot in the history of cinema. The Searchers is a film that's swelling with emotion. On its surface, it's a revenge story, but besides that mechanical action, the film is about people. It's about struggle.
Come on. All right, now you fight fair, Marty. Hey, wait a minute, Marty. Huh? Somebody's fiddle. Hey, Sam.
Like many Ford films, the setting of the Old West is shot so beautifully that it renders a mythical quality to the stories that are being told. But the greatest moments of the film are in the silence of nature, when people talk and try to find how they fit into this world. What does a hero do when the world is in no need for one? The fingerprints of The Searchers exist all around us. Any epic or adventure film can't avoid its monolithic presence in the public subconscious. If you've seen Star Wars, then you've seen a decent amount of The Searchers. And as Orson Welles said himself when asked about his favourite filmmakers, he said, "I prefer the old masters." By that I mean John Ford, and John Ford. Ford created romanticized tapestries of the old American West, poetic landscapes that tell the stories of an era that's past, but the stories of the kind of complex characters that colour our lives forever.
She's not that bad.
I hope you die. That'll be the day.
Number 15, Barry Lyndon, directed by Stanley Kubrick. At some point after its release, Barry Lyndon became the forgotten film of Kubrick's filmography. It was, for reasons unknown, the black sheep, and it was only in recent memory that there began to be a reappraisal of it. How this occurred, I have no idea, but we have to ensure that this never happens again, because Barry Lyndon remains a powerhouse of ingenuity, captivating storytelling, and a level of skill that only a master such as Kubrick could possibly create.
Barry's father had been bred, like many other young sons of a genteel family, to the profession of law. And there is no doubt he would have made an eminent figure in his profession, had he not been killed.
Barry Lyndon is an 18th century period drama, and one that's utterly Kubrickian in every possible sense. Its extravagant presentation, the downfall of humanity in a decadent society, and an operatic, theatrical approach whose style screams in the face of its audience.
And, as such things often happen, these thoughts totally coincided with his having first sight upon a lady who was for a considerable part in his life.
Barry Lyndon is split into two chapters, and follows the rise and subsequent fall of one Redmond Barry. The story is a quintessential period piece of a gilded cage society that's become disenfranchised with the reality of life. Yet in the manner in which Kubrick tells the story of Barry Lyndon, That remains its crowning jewel. To watch Barry Lyndon is to be taken on a tour of the history of the great masters of painting, many of whom were the inspiration for the film's unbelievable compositions. Being the perfectionist he was, Kubrick acquired lenses from NASA so that he could shoot the interior scenes by candlelight, as was done at the time.
Let those laugh that win.
The film is just one incredible image after another. Intricately framed, the subjects play around in this beautiful, yet almost aggressively perfect manner of shooting. The rigidity of the compositions, displaying the characters' restrictions in this world of societal pressure and expectation. And if there is a trait of Kubrick that I simply can't get enough of, it's his explosions of chaos throughout his meticulously crafted works. While the majority of the film is made up of sequences that only a master could craft, he still has the ability to transgress his own techniques, shooting handheld to bring audiences into the picturesque sublime as they implode from the inside. Reminding us that these societies of strict decorum were ultimately still inhabited by people like us. Every technique in Barry Lyndon is loud and assertive, as is all of Kubrick's work. It is pure genre, exploring the depth of humanity in these alien societies. Completely authentic and filled to the brim with images to rival the greatest artist of our species, Barry Lyndon remains supreme as a tale of a society unsustainable in its customs, told by an artist at the pinnacle of his craft.
Barry believed, and not without some reason, that it had been a declaration of war against him by Bullingdon from the start, and that the evil consequences which ensued were entirely of Bullingdon's creating.
Number 14, The Night of the Hunter, directed by Charles Laughton. The biggest tragedy of The Night of the Hunter is that due to the terrible reception it garnered upon its initial release, Charles Laughton was never given another opportunity to direct again. This was to be his first and last feature, and due to its initial panning, Laughton also never had the opportunity to witness the legacy that The Night of the Hunter was to have on cinema. Preacher and killer Harry Powell, played by Robert Mitchum, infiltrates a family after learning that their criminal patriarch has left them the $10,000 he'd recently stolen. With all the elements of a Pulp Fiction novel, there'll be nothing to suggest what The Night of the Hunter has to offer, although most discussion of the film begins with the legitimate threat of the charming Harry Powell, which results in one of the most unsettling characters in what's undoubtedly one of cinema's greatest performances.
Now watch and I'll show you the story of life. These fingers, dear hearts, is always a warring and a tugging one against the other. Now watch 'em. Oh, brother left hand hates a fighting, and it looks like love's a goner. But wait a minute. Hot dog loves a winning. Yes, sirree. It's love that won, and old left hand hate is down for the count.
The Night of the Hunter serves as a coming-of-age story that happens to be in the setting of an American Gothic folktale. A mysterious evil invades a small, close-knit community, and the children are the only ones that seem to notice. It's a thriller told from the perspective of the outsiders. The children don't understand the world, but they can distinguish a monster when they see one.
Come on, children. Off to bed with the both of you.
The world as such is almost storybook in its approach. Cinematography by Stanley Cortez taking the majority of its influence from German expressionist cinema. The shadows are absolutely black, and the geometry of much of the world is painted by the harsh intrusion of light. I say intrusion because the world of The Night of the Hunter is dark. Evil has spread and consumes the innocence that the world once had so much of. Even much of what the children see appears with an almost fictitious aesthetic. The view of a man singing on a horse in the distance shows the simplicity of a child's understanding of evil, but the threat still remains. Night of the Hunter over time became regarded as a staple of American cinema, and yet it still remains so much of an outlier. Even watching it now, it doesn't nestle in with any genre. It holds too much love and hope for it to be a traditional noir. It gradually moves away from the story's main threat to be considered a thriller, and it looks and plays out differently than any other American film of the era. There are moments of the film in which the gritty, murderous tale becomes a dreamlike exploration of human nature. The reason why The Night of the Hunter stands the test of time is a multitude of things. One may point to Robert Mitchum's pure encapsulation of the human monster as the most obvious, and this is definitely true. But I believe that because there is no American film quite like Night of the Hunter, at the midpoint of the film, the now iconic Erie River sequence physically transports the film into a children's fable. We see little animals as a young girl sings, almost as if the film itself is protecting the children. Humanism begins to emerge, and where we end the film is not at all where we began. The Night of the Hunter spends most of its time as a terrifying experience that perfectly captures the feeling of dread, but it should be remembered most as a story of the strength and courage of a child.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Number 13, Tokyo Story, directed by Yasujiro Ozu. The work of Ozu can be identified just from the still images of his work. The Ozuian style was an approach to cinema that he never deviated from. Intimate family dramas, the camera placed on a tripod at a low height, the composition dictated by the ubiquitous straight-line geometry of interior Japanese architecture. His stories were always quiet and slow, focusing on the bittersweet moments of what it is to live. His works always evoked a kind of joy, but one that's fleeting. Love that is intense and powerful, but we know must end at some point. Ozu as a director is one wherein we look at his legacy as an entire body of work. Although the standout piece among all of his pieces, the one wherein the culmination of his technique reached its pinnacle, was his 1953 film, Tokyo Story. Following the elderly Hirayama couple, who travel from the countryside to Tokyo to visit their son, it's soon revealed that the family is too busy to spend any time with them, aside from their widowed daughter-in-law, played by Setsuko Hara. Words can't express the emotional depth that Tokyo Story possesses. It carries with it a sentimentality of immense proportions, and its look at the fading beauty of all life makes it a very difficult piece to not be overwhelmed by. How do we transition between one generation to another? Is it possible to not lose all upon one generation's departure? Tokyo Story is universal, the silent introspection that occurs with life and death. How we always wish that we could have more time with those we love, and finding deep meaning in every passing moment in life. Characters talk directly to the camera in Ozu films, bringing a degree of intimacy and subjective experience that serves to highlight the humanism of his tales. But it's people that's what's most important to Ozu, their meditations and reflections on life as the film moves, like us, gradually and inevitably towards its end. Tokyo Story, much like all of Ozu's work, operates on an elliptical style of editing. Important events aren't shown on screen, rather spoken about by the characters after the fact. Ozu wants to hear his characters speak and think and ponder. The external world doesn't matter anywhere near as much as the internal, for even when we see a wind chime or a boat passing by, we think on what this means to the characters, but perhaps more so, what this means to ourselves. Tokyo's story is a constant interplay between the tragedy and sublime of being alive, finding beauty in the sorrow and the majestic experience of what it is to simply be.
そろそろそうねえお母様またどうぞ東京いらしたら
Number 12. The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, directed by Sergio Leone. I still don't believe that I've seen a better final half hour to a film than The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. The premise is genius in its simplicity. $200,000 is buried somewhere. One man knows the name and location of the cemetery, while the other knows the name and location of the grave. All the while they're both being tracked by a bounty hunter, and they all have to work together before they can finally betray each other.
Why don't we tell each other our heavenly secret? Why don't we? Huh? You go first. No, I think it's better that you start.
The Good, the Bad and the Ugly may be considered as the ultimate Western. However, it was initially created as a satire of the traditional Western genre that had emerged up to that point. Sergio Leone didn't aim to romanticize the Old West. Instead, he focused on the chaos and immorality of its inhabitants, even if, by the end, we still find ourselves completely obsessed with these dubious, yet undeniably charming criminals. The Good, the Bad and the Ugly is a tremendous cinematic spectacle that, all things put aside, is just an incredibly fun watch. The score by Ennio Morricone is one of the greatest in all of cinema, and the scenes that are conducted to his soundtrack are elevated, becoming some of the most memorable scenes in cinema. Hitchcock may be considered the father of suspense, but Sergio Leone's use of silence and editing throughout the film makes everything seem so much more exciting. And that's what I always think of when I think of this film. I think of a bunch of joyous adjectives that sometimes so much of film misses out on. Excitement, spectacle, tension, comical.
If you want to shoot,
when you have to shoot, don't talk.
It's just a wonderful film experience. It's one adventure from start to finish with fantastic characters, amazing set pieces, and it's exactly what it needs to be. There are few films better directed than this. But it was being part of this kind of experience that categorized it as a spaghetti western, meaning that it could never be seen as the piece of art that it's always been. It has originality in spades, and it made a man running around a cemetery one of the most exciting pieces of film ever captured. It's a film that's too enjoyable and too well crafted to be looked at with any kind of cynical gaze. It may be a piece of entertainment, but it's a degree of entertainment which also takes it to the pinnacle of fine art.
But if you miss, you had better miss very well. Whoever double-crosses me and leaves me alive, he understands nothing about Tuco. Nothing.
Number 11, Taxi Driver, directed by Martin Scorsese. In a career as celebrated as Martin Scorsese, it's almost an insult to say that his most celebrated work is also the least Scorsese of his filmography. But this is also to do with the fact that Taxi Driver belongs equally to screenwriter Paul Schrader.
I just want to go out. I really want to. I got some bad ideas in my head. I just.
Paul Schrader is no stranger to stories of societal outcasts whose obsessions explode in a spectacle of violence, yet Taxi Driver remains the standard for the cinematic tale of isolation, of the forgotten people that we pass in the street every day, of those who have to escape the world by receding into their own minds, only to find a landscape that's much, much worse.
I'm the only one here. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Oh, yeah? Okay.
Robert De Niro plays Travis Bickle, a New York taxi driver who works nights. He loathes and in many ways fears the degeneracy that he witnesses each night he drives through the city. His hatred grows as his mental stability deteriorates. The world is vile and evil, and yet what Travis cannot see is that this is a projection. It's his self-hatred, for he is just another person that's part of the world he loathes. Travis visits pornography theatres, deals with the criminals he claims to despise. Taxi Driver asks whether it is we that create the degeneracy of the modern world, or if we're the receptacles for all of its rancid waste.
It's like, I think that the president should just clean up this whole mess here. He should just flush it right down the fucking toilet.
And the world of Taxi Driver is just that, one that's spent wallowing in its dregs. Taxi Driver is a character study. We get glimpses of Travis's perspective, but Scorsese takes the appropriate approach in never letting us romanticize Travis's worldview. Rather, we see the objective truth of his descent into insanity. The camera will turn away from Travis when he becomes a creature too pathetic to acknowledge, and it will stare at him in shock upon his point of no return.
Have led us into war, into poverty, into unemployment and inflation. Today I say to you, we have reached the turning point.
Paul Schrader said that a person only feels at their loneliest when surrounded by other people. Scorsese's direction of the city of New York is precisely that. The people that surround Travis are innumerable yet faceless. We see them through the windscreen of Travis's taxi, through the rain illuminated by neon lights, and the score of Bernard Herrmann plays as this gentle soul is being dragged into the depths of what a human being can become. De Niro delivers a performance of such nuance of a man battling his own psyche. His gestures and delivery are perfect. A man who could help himself by removing himself from the situation, but his own radicalization comes at the fact that he can't escape this world, because he doesn't want to. He revels in his hatred. Why look away when he can stare at his own hatred in the face? Taxi Driver is the story of one man's psychology, and yet the terror lies that there is a little Travis in all of us.
You know? It's a good thing to have just as a threat.
Number 10, Apocalypse Now, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. As we enter the top 10, I had to decide which films I consider the top tier of the top tier. Many of the films mentioned thus far can switch places with one another to some degree, but from here on, I truly had to find the highest echelon. And the first film that breaches that category was Coppola's Palme d'Or descent into the heart of darkness, Apocalypse Now.
Don't look at the camera! Don't look at the camera! Just go by like you're fighting! Like you're fighting! Don't look at the camera! The television! Just go through! Go through! Just go by! Keep right going! Don't look at the camera! Go on, keep going!
Adapted from Joseph Conrad's novel, bringing the story away from the colonized Congo into the more contemporary setting of the Vietnam War, Coppola's depiction of terror couldn't be captured more perfectly than in the insanity that is the jungle. And deep within the recesses of that alien terrain, there lies one American that has ventured too deep. Apocalypse Now is as much of a horror film as it is a war film. Our main character Willard sails down a river with his company to assassinate one Colonel Kurtz, and as he moves further and further downstream, he's forced to address the declining nature for what appears to be all of humanity. It's an otherworldly force that takes over, dragging him there, closer to Kurtz and further from reality. The morality of people is discarded for their purely animal instincts, and the endlessly setting sun seems to cloak the film in a blanket of dreamlike stillness. We become more and more disconnected from the real, an analogy for the war as a whole. With cinematography by Vittorio Storaro, colour played a large role in Apocalypse Now. Various hues of smoke waft through the scenes, spotlights dance through the night, and the suffocating warmth of the jungle is shown in the deep yellow lighting of the delta. This world is chaos incarnate, choreographed to the spectral sounds of Carmine Coppola's synthetic soundtrack. We are not just in the depth of the jungle. Apocalypse Now is in a different realm altogether.
Do you know who's in command here? Yeah.
Apocalypse Now progresses through a very act-based structure, hitting salient checkpoints as the film works towards its climax. All the while there's an overtonal progression as the film moves onwards. There is the sequence with the platoon of Kilgore, the segment at the USO show, and the Dolong Bridge segment until we reach the heart of Colonel Kurtz. The film very clearly asks us to measure the sequences against one another, as the deterioration of our character's psyche mirrors the world around them. The characters feel distinctly separate to the worlds they encounter, all the while the powerful influence these worlds possess will undoubtedly occupy some part of our characters' souls. We're like wanderers, drifting through lands, observing what has already been and what cannot be undone. Apocalypse Now truly captures the feeling of a downward spiral, as things just grow worse and worse for everyone involved. And it's precisely because of this that we have to keep going further. What truly lies at the depth of a man's soul.
You're neither. You're an errand. And how close it looks.
The film is an intense sensorial depiction of psychological decay and dehumanization that occurs during war. The world we see in Apocalypse Now is what one may imagine at the end of time, resorting back to our primitive nature wherein only the mighty can rule. And this is where Colonel Kurtz comes in. The radical views that Kurtz holds true are frighteningly prophetic, and Marlon Brando's portrayal carries such immense weight, and yet Kurtz is the only character we encounter that seems to speak the truth. In all of this disorder, a madman reveals clarity. This is what the world has become, and this is how the world has to be led. We are not civilized, we are animals. Look at what we've done to our world. We should accept our fates. Apocalypse Now is a fully realized vision of the language of film and how art is something that's imperfect. Much of the making of Apocalypse Now came with improvisation from the characters, immersing themselves in the world and seeing what rang true. And this is the result. One of the greatest films ever created, and a gaze into the face of horror. Number 9, Yi Yi, directed by Edward Yang. I came to learn about myself that when examining stories, the ones that resonate most with me are the ones that I can only describe as grand. Not grand just in the idea of a large piece or an epic, but there's something about a story that affects multiple people, that alters the very nature of a world which I find very appealing. It's as though the story and the themes represent something greater than us, which is what I've always found so transcendental about art. And Yi Yi by Edward Yang is that kind of story. The story follows the Jiang family and the personal woes of each member. The mother, the father, the daughter and the son, as well as the brother-in-law. The stories of each family member are not directly connected. However, there does exist a kind of existentialist thread between them all. The father ruminates on a lost love that he never got over from childhood. The mother deals with losing the family matriarch of the grandmother. All of their tales seem unique to themselves as they take place amongst the empty tapestry of the Taipei landscape. Yi Yi strikes a balance between the intimate and the shared, between the personal and the public. Released in 2000, Yi Yi captured, more than any other film I've seen, that bridge at the dawn of the millennium, between the end of one world and the birth of another. One where culture becomes westernized and the spaces that surround us lose all sense of history and become something so impersonal. Yi Yi focuses on people in these places, places that we've seen before, that we recognize, that seem so familiar and yet so foreign. Our characters are dwarfed in their surroundings, their stories ultimately just a drop in the ocean of all stories that surround us. But what is it about Yi Yi that makes it a film that could be considered this good? Because it's the perfect understanding of a modern affliction. What does family mean in today's world, where we all ultimately live our own separate lives? Our characters yearn for personal connections as we watch them at different transitory stages in their lives, wherein one thing must die so that another may continue. The father must make amends with a love that can never be rekindled. The boy must end the path of childhood so he may become a man. The world is constantly changing, and though we're desperate to hold on to that world which gave us such happiness and joy, things change. People change. Edward Yang shot all of his films in his distinctive subdued style. Frames with the potential to be so loud are in fact subtle and controlled. His mastery of composition, choosing to keep the camera static for long takes, allowing the people to interact with the world around them. Yang's work is sentimental, and Yi Yi perhaps most of all. The human emotion in this film is rich and incredibly authentic, because that's what the film's about. It's about the feeling of longing for happiness. It's about the love of a family that you wish you had more of. It's a story of sadness, yet it's comforting. When I first watched Yi Yi, I knew that the way to describe it to people was not to discuss narrative, but how the film feels. Yi Yi is that feeling at 3 AM as you sit in an airport waiting for your flight. Parts of the world move with rapid pace, others are still and fast asleep. And meanwhile you watch it all in a transitory state, knowing that you're leaving one thing behind, but you'll be going somewhere new. And in the end, it will all be okay. Number 8. Seven Samurai, directed by Akira Kurosawa. When it comes to which film has had the largest direct influence on the rest of cinema from this list, I may have to put my money on Kurosawa's greatest film, Seven Samurai. Action and adventure cinema to this day still uses the storytelling devices, many of which were developed by this film. The idea of a group of heroes banding together, finding one another before they set out on a journey. The story of 7 samurai recruited to defend a village from bandits. It's exactly how you imagine it to be, and it's perfect. As I mentioned earlier, if you've seen Star Wars, you've seen a lot of the Searchers. But if you've seen Seven Samurai, you've seen nearly every adventure film ever made. Seven Samurai was Kurosawa's longest and most intricately designed film. When it comes to the filming itself, Kurosawa was known to create detailed storyboards of his work. But in Seven Samurai, he was to undertake sequences and styles of shooting that hadn't even been considered up until then. The final battle sequence is the film's most dramatic and most spectacular moment. Kurosawa's use of telephoto cameras bring a dynamism to his images. He follows people as they run and move, as backgrounds fly past behind them. The entire sequence was explained to the crew in diagrams and measured down to the letter. You can even count how many bandits are attacking the village throughout the film and how many are left. That's how precise his directing was. The film grabs your attention with the introduction of each of the Ronin, and throughout the film you legitimately care for their troop. But there is one member that steals the show. It's of course Toshiro Mifune. The charm and charisma of this man oozes throughout the film. He's wild, funny, and just as much a hero as the rest. Every facet of Seven Samurai has to be analysed, because cinema of today owes so much to it, and much like The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, this is a film which is a blockbuster. It's pure entertainment that's so expertly crafted. Nothing about the film feels of a certain time or dated. Its pacing, its structure, leave the audience genuinely invested as to what's about to happen. Some of the action scenes are so subdued and quiet compared to how we anticipate an action film to present itself. And yet there's a layer of tension that makes each sequence memorable, building more and more toward the ultimate climax. Kurosawa made many types of films, but what he was most identified as was a samurai director, the filmmaker that makes the epic kind of films. And although not completely true, Seven Samurai is one of those epic films. His use of harsh weather, his loud triumphant score, his revolutionary development of filmmaking techniques, everything about Seven Samurai is large and enthralling. Modern cinema has taken so much from Seven Samurai, but they lack something. Their beats are all the same, but they don't possess that same soul. Whereas many action heroes of now are exactly that, the archetype, the heroes of Seven Samurai were people. They were genuine characters, and they did what they did to help others. Amidst the fighting and heroism lies the story of the resilience of the human spirit. And as a perfect segue, and as I may not have another reason to mention this, perhaps my favourite Seven Samurai piece of trivia is that after a screening of Solaris, Tarkovsky and Kurosawa were in a bar together, and as neither could speak one another's language, Tarkovsky began to scream the Seven Samurai theme at the top of his lungs, to which Kurosawa joined in. And if it's good enough for Tarkovsky, then it's good enough for me. Number 7, Andrei Rublev, directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. Although it didn't possess the immense weight of the Tarkovsky touch that would be present in his later films, the dreamlike setting of Mirror or the grand inertia of Stalker, Andrei Rublev remains the birth of the true Tarkovsky style, and in my belief, the greatest piece he ever created. Set in medieval Russia, we follow fresco painter Andrei Rublev across 8 chapters, each signifying a distinct moment in either his life or the history of Russia from the Tatar invasion, and examining pre-Tsarist Russia. Although a biographical film, the structure of Andrei Rublev is not to show the life of the man. In fact, large sequences of the film completely exclude him, and in the final third, our nominal character takes a vow of silence, becoming the ultimate voyeur of the events that surround him. So then why make him the focus of the story? The film opens on what may be the most startling introduction to a film ever made. An unnamed man attempts to fly over a field. We see his POV as he begins to ascend and look down upon his doubters below, before he crashes into the hillside.
Лечу! Архив!
This sequence, never to be mentioned, sets what kind of story Andrei Rublev is telling. For a brief moment we identify with this man. We become him. We experience his being before he's discarded. Tarkovsky wants us to remove any semblance of the intellectual when dealing with certain criteria of art and focus solely on the inner. Andrei Rublev is a film about these kinds of associations. Cause and effect is not at play here. The chapters show no distinct progression or even relation to one another. Andrei discusses faith, the nature of being an artist, and before we know it, we're greeted with a sequence reenacting the crucifixion of Jesus. Andrei Rublev is an episodic film that attempts to achieve some kind of symbiosis with the workings of its titular character. Andrei Rublev the man is used as a representation for all of what Russia was and what it would become. It explains why he encounters the varying entities of Russian society without ever being directly involved. He is, in essence, the spirit of all of Russia, a being omnipresent.
Скажу только, что там совсем не так, как вы все тут думаете. Русь, Русь. Всё-то она родная терпит.
Tarkovsky never followed the traditional logic of filmmaking. His admiration for landscapes, both natural and spiritual, would become what would typify his work. And it's this realm of the internal, of one's relation with the world around them in transcendental means, that was birthed in Andrei Rublev. Snow falls from indoors, fires blaze all around. The world is powerful, much more than we. And Tarkovsky shoots the world of 15th century Russia to display its awe-inspiring power. Backgrounds extend beyond the horizon as characters communicate with these worlds in the foreground. The balance of human and environment is so strong here, we're constantly reminded that the world is as important as the inhabitants. And this is a world that's shot so beautifully and otherworldly that it's hard to believe that it's the same planet as ours. Perhaps Tarkovsky wanted to show that the medieval world was precisely that. But what I find the most interesting aspect about Andrei Rublev is that it does possess a narrative, a tenuous
Welcome
one,
to my channel.
but there is story at play here. And
Go
yet
to
most
sleep.
of the real goings-on of Andrei Rublev are unknown. Tarkovsky
that
knowingly
makes no
used
sense.
a subject in which no one knows much about. The
No?
world and events that Tarkovsky
Well, all the
creates,
vampires should
the
go
large
to
scale
sleep during the
assault
day,
on
I
church.
agree on that.
These
Oh,
were
no.
all from the imagination of Tarkovsky.
Ah.
Every sequence has a chapter completely dedicated to it, yet they are all essentially fictional. Though the tapestry as a whole is a necessity to understand the enigmatic world that was
What time
early
is it?
Russia. Tarkovsky
It's,
curated the life of Andrei
almost
Rublev,
6
whether it happened or not.
PM.
But the work of Tarkovsky was a dreamscape, and people only exist in the minds of those living. Whatever Andrei Rublev was in his real life, he's made all real by the mythical portrayal of Tarkovsky's vision.
Сам же всегда говоришь, про что думаешь. Так что ж мне?
What an
Я
idiot.
человек мирской,
No coffee.
свободный.
No.
Number
Jesus
6,
Christ, stop it!
Spirited Away, directed by Hayao Miyazaki. It has to be the greatest animation that's ever been made. The story of a young girl trapped in a bathhouse for spirits,
Make a
finding a
cup.
way to escape, is not just a feast for the eyes.
I might.
It's one of the most beautiful
I just
stories
want to find a
ever
peaceful
envisioned
place to,
about a child
you know,
trying to
not
find
get
their way
harassed
in
by,
the world.
well, humans.
夢だ夢だ覚めろ覚めろ覚めろ
Miyazaki has always been in tune with the emotional turbulence of children and the insight that that brings. Chihiro is the main character of Spirited Away, and she possesses an innocence, but that doesn't mean that she has complete purity. She is stubborn and petty and childish, and is surrounded by a world of mysterious and strange creatures, some of which are threatening, and some of which are just there. But we're in a world we cannot comprehend, and one we cannot control. Influence great...
Let's see if the sun kills me or not. I didn't drink a single cup of coffee, so yeah, I might as well, I guess. Okay. Oh, night time. Rise and shine, Mr. Vampire. Oh yeah, I got a present from my pops and mother. Honey, a little pot of honey. It's for the times that I, you know, enjoy drinking tea. You know, not just coffee. Look out! It's me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my God! Anyway. Run away! Run away! Run away before the pain. Good job. That almost killed me. Now it's the time to make choice, Mr. Freeman. I guess I can come here to... Interesting. Hocus pocus. Oh. Where to jump? It is. I agree. It is a huge mistake.
By Japanese folklore and tales of the yokai, having an understanding of Japanese mythology will greatly enhance your viewing experience of Spirited Away. But it's a film that possesses so much originality that it could be the first film you've ever seen and you'll still be dazzled by its astonishing sensibilities. From the film's opening, we see a young girl like so many we've seen before, so upset that she's doing something she doesn't want to. And in a matter of minutes, the transition from reality to the spirit world is a piece of genius. As the adventure unfolds in front of our eyes, and we're cascaded into one of the most amazing worlds in the history of human imagination. Chihiro encounters a multitude of characters, all trying to find their place in the spirit world. Perhaps the most impactful and memorable of these characters being No-Face, the avaricious and tempting spirit that is as terrifying as he is misunderstood. Chihiro's traversal of this world is filled with scene after scene of excitement. Dragons fly through the air, and giant heads bounce around the gilded room of a witch. And yet the emotional purging that Spirited Away holds in spades is a very Ozuian style. Silent scenes of contemplation on the peaceful vista of an endless ocean. A girl and her spirit friend take a journey on a train in what is one of the most serene and thoughtful moments of the entire film. There are a number of interpretations for Spirited Away. Its navigation of traditional Japanese stories, its allegories for the struggle of many modern children. However, I see it as a story of growth. Chihiro reconciles with her own identity, her own flaws of being a child. It's who she is, and as of now, the world is scary and full of monsters. In a way, it always will be. But that innocent gaze that she possesses is the only way to maneuver through this world. In search of her own name, she must ensure that she never lets go of this. She can never return to a time before that innocence was challenged and put to the test. But if she's strong, she can keep hold of it and always keep it with her. A beautiful, magical story, which some people say is more than animation, but no, this is pure animation, and that is cinema. Number 5, Fanny and Alexander, directed by Ingmar Bergman. Bergman's final masterpiece was to be his crowning achievement, his most autobiographical film, taking direct inspiration from his own upbringing. Fanny and Alexander follows its 2 titular siblings and the transition from the happiness of their luxurious family manor to the sterile and inhospitable lodging of their new father figure, an authoritarian clergyman.
Ja!
Fanny and Alexander exists in the same vein as I described Yi Yi. It's a family drama that exists on a grand scale. The set design and art direction of the film is already stunning. The contrast of the luscious reds make the sterile white walls of the latter half truly hit with an icy touch. But to have all of this shot once more by Bergman's longtime collaborator Sven Nykvist elevates the imagery to sublime new levels. Where Fanny and Alexander differs from many other family dramas is that Bergman is at the helm, and although his philosophical style permeated much of his middle era of filmmaking, here his touch of magical realism adds another layer of depth to this already rich film.
En oformlig brinnande gestalt rör sig över golvet, skrikande.
You're deeply invested in the goings-on of this large, extended family. As drama ensues between the members, there's jealousy between the aristocratic and worker classes of the household, and affairs seem to be just one of the many secrets that are hidden in its walls. The family feels as alive as the characters from a Tolstoy novel, but Bergman adds that otherworldly nature to the story, as though in order for our characters to truly grow, they must reconcile themselves with the spiritual connection that binds them all. The encounters of family members that have passed stay with us, and we must carry on their legacy. Like many of these tapestry-esque epics, however, Fanny and Alexander is still ultimately about family. It exists amongst the greatest art pieces that explore less of the meaning of existence on a metaphysical scale and how to exist with those people whom you share the most intimate bonds with. What does it mean to traverse life's most troubling tribulations with your family? One of the great explorations of one of the great questions, what does family mean?
Den ska vi hålla oss till. Den ska vi odla och göra det bästa av.
Regardless of what happens throughout Fanny and Alexander, the sequences that we see of truly deep love is that reminder of the tenderness that only the love of a family can evoke. One that may be flawed and whose relations are all over the place, but they are still the people that can give us the most joy, the greatest memories. And just to see the beauty of a family that loves one another, that has to go through so much, is perhaps enough for this to convey just how brilliant and how beautiful a piece of art Fanny and Alexander truly is.
Här kommer min familj.
Number 4, The Lord of the Rings trilogy, directed by Peter Jackson. The most popular film I'm going to include on this list. What more can be said about the Lord of the Rings trilogy? In all of cinema, we've never seen a spectacle and a labour of love of this scale, and it may never be replicated. When the Lord of the Rings films were being released, they exploded into popular culture. All of a sudden, the fantasy genre had struck the mainstream like never before. But what did we expect? The Lord of the Rings novels were perceived as almost unfilmable feats. The only way to film them was to make the story at least 10 hours long, give it the budget of a major blockbuster, and have a team of expert craftsmen that are not only perfect in their roles, but have a deep passion and understanding of the source material. And even watching it today, I still can't believe that they actually did it. It might be fair to say that the Lord of the Rings trilogy is the most impressive achievement ever put on celluloid. The expansive lore that Tolkien created in his books was not toned down for viewers. In fact, it was placed at the very forefront. This Middle-earth was the magical, fantastical, and alien world that was envisioned in the novels. The language, the settings, the costumes, everything was made to bring that source material to fruition. The films are so big, and it's precisely because of that the only way to truly analyse the films would be to devote many hours to it, because the amount of craftsmanship that went into every frame is mind-blowing. Its use of practical effects, as well as the advancements in all manner of special effects, are something to behold. Most of what we see are real people interacting with real environments, and so there's never a moment when Middle-earth feels artificial. In fact, it's the extended editions that I believe are the definitive editions of the films. You want to spend more time in these worlds. That's how fully realised they are. Designing each piece of armour to have the correct coat of arms for individual soldiers, having daily makeup for actors that would last several hours. All of the effort that went into these films was not because they needed to, it was because they wanted to. Peter Jackson and his team that worked on these films took an impossible undertaking of an esoteric world, and if there was one thing I think this trilogy has left as a legacy, it was that you don't have to appease the masses in order for a piece to be impactful. We anticipate, particularly in genre pieces, that you can't go too high concept, you can't be too of the genre. We need some reality to hold on to. But The Lord of the Rings did exactly that. It celebrated its fantasy. It relished in its opaque logic and its mystery. We as viewers were willing to suspend our disbelief, and not only were we willing, we were excited to do so. I've barely scratched the surface of what these films are, but truthfully they've become so ingrained in our collective experience that most of you probably already know this. I haven't even touched the story of the film, but it's the archetypical hero's journey. And yet in this world of orcs, wizards and elves, it's the film's humanity which makes them resonate still. Characters that reach and fight for a greater future, those that sacrifice themselves for the greater good, and one of the most powerful tales of friendship that you're likely to see. It's an indulgent, unbelievable, colossal monolith of a filmic experience. The Lord of the Rings is a celebration of everything that cinema can and should be. Number 3, 2001: A Space Odyssey, directed by Stanley Kubrick. It was a difficult decision deciding which Kubrick film that I ultimately thought to be his magnum opus. Even thinking as objectively as possible still wasn't a significant enough option in separating the two films. Both are the products of a master at his absolute best, though in the end, I believe 2001: A Space Odyssey to be Kubrick's greatest achievement, if nothing more than the fact that although an adaptation much like Barry Lyndon, the very specificity of how he presents the genre of science fiction could only be displayed through the visual storytelling of cinema.
Except for a single, very powerful radio mission aimed at Jupiter, the 4-million-year-old black monolith has remained completely inert.
2001 was another genre experimentation via Kubrick, and would see us, in the space of 142 minutes, travelling from the dawn of man, beyond time, to the possible final transcendental form for all of humankind. 2001 presents the potentiality for all human beings, our greatest achievements to our self-destructive nature. Kubrick links these themes through all of history on the idea of technology. The same sparks that birthed the first tool is the same ingenuity that allowed us to traverse the unknown reaches of space. It may also even be that we as a species have advanced so much we can create an object that even we can't destroy.
It's still within operational limits right now.
Yes, and it will stay that way until it fails.
Would you say we have a reliable 72 hours to failure?
Yes, that's a completely reliable figure.
Kubrick's filmography is often thought of as a very misanthropic view of mankind, And even if that were the case, 2001 stands separate from that, presenting us with a possibility for us as humans and how we may create an existence far beyond our imagination. Though it's Kubrick's imagination that's the most magnificent asset on display in 2001. The stories of Barry Lyndon's production of replicating a centuries-old era are exhausting in their authenticity. Yet in 2001, Kubrick aimed to actively portray a world that was yet to exist, and managed to do so with the same accuracy and devotion to the authentic. 2001, even in the role of technology within the arts, pushed the medium forward all of its own accord. The developments of rear screen projections, the building of giant sets to give the illusion of space travel, and countless ingenious techniques to display the majesty and mystery of the cosmic world. It's Kubrick's visual storytelling, which is why I think 2001 sets itself apart from most films. It's a very clear piece in what it aims to talk about, yet it wears its secrets on its sleeve so bravely that it becomes a film open to vast interpretations. Kubrick almost set himself a near impossible task of creating a world that required immense exposition and removed it all. The first and final 20 minutes of the film have no dialogue, and the dialogue that is used throughout is emotionless and used sparingly. We don't particularly have characters. Some may even argue that we don't even have a plot. But there's a confidence in Kubrick's loud filmmaking that you can just sense that everything in the frame is purposeful and necessary. The film is an opera, filled with dancing spaceships, the crescendo of the emerging monster, and the triumphant celebrations of ascension. This is a film that celebrates humanity and everything that we can be. "2001: A Space Odyssey" is a film that I may be inclined to call flawless. Every composition is seared into your memory. The colour and grading of the film is exactly how it's supposed to be. The searing whites of a world wherein technology has become the be-all and end-all, to the searing red light of the HAL 9000 computer. Kubrick, being the perfectionist he was rumoured on having seen an initial cut of 2001, said that the blacks of space were not black enough. The horror that's conveyed of the mysterious monolith not only signifies our innate reaction to the unknown, it's a stroke of genius by a master filmmaker, recognising the weight of the message his film carries. Everything in 2001 hits with full force, because it has to. This is a piece from an artist aiming to convey perhaps some of the most important messages you can convey in your art. Here is a glimpse of our ideal, and in the presentation of such, Kubrick is reshaping our world so that we may reach it. Number 2, Satan Tango, directed by Bellatar. And in what is the penultimate choice on my list, is a film that I encourage everyone to see, and yet never have the opportunity to do so. Bellatar's masterpiece, the devouring and earth-shattering drudge through nihilistic existence, Satan Tango. At over 7 hours long, the length of Satan Tango is understandably the first thing people discuss with the film, and it's also difficult for it not to become a distraction upon introducing the film to others. Because Satan Tango is a film that crawls to its finale, through the mud and the rain that engorges its frames. The film takes place in a Hungarian village across 12 chapters. In many of the chapters, we're introduced to some inhabitants. We learn that there is some kind of conspiracy involving a sum of money that some of the villagers are intending to steal. All of this occurs in whispers as news reaches the village that the young man by the name of Irmiash is returning. The themes of Satan Tango deal with the crisis of authority that corrects others. Irmiash is a character that appears as some type of deity. The villagers see him as so far above them, and he too has established this kind of hierarchy in order to con them out of their money. He's the king of the peasants, refusing to let go of the small degree of power he has so that he can control others. The villagers are too people that have become content in their own slavery. The farm that they live on possesses no joy. The people betray one another, and yet at the same time, they remain stagnant in their existence. And stagnation is the way Satan Tango's world exists. The length of Satan Tango is not just an exercise in filmmaking. The slow, almost unbearable manner in which we tread through the story is the most necessary tool at Tar's disposal. The scenes in Satan Tango can play out for minutes at a time, beyond the point of recognition, to the point we feel almost trapped in the scenes themselves. Time is the dictator of all in Satan Tango. When we move through the landscape, we do not simply see the horizon and move onwards. We walk towards it, and we continue to walk until we realise that we're getting nowhere. We move with characters for minutes at a time, only to realise we're not moving. The place where we are is suspended in time. The rain cascades and it never changes. The music loops in circles, and we slowly begin to realise that this world shall never change. It's been forgotten, nothing more than a memory. This interconnects with Tar's filmic decision making, with the structure of the film taking the shape of a tango. There are 6 chapters that move forward and 6 chapters that move backward, culminating in a full circle. Satan Tango is not a happy film. It's the antithesis of a happy film. Shot in black and white, its characters carry a hatred, visions of the only path to follow being one that annihilates all life. So why then do I consider it such a spectacular feat? Because it truly displays the capacity of what film can be. Few films are like Satan Tango. Its length of the film is never not justified. As time progresses, you realise you're in an inert world, and that stagnation only intensifies over time. The landscape, the weather, the movement, it all transposes into something we start to dread. You as a viewer begin to literally feel the immensity of this world, to show with such stark nature the reality of people's lives and how they can be victimized, only to then continue the cycle of injustice against one another, is a fascinating setting. Satan Tango is a film to be experienced, to be pondered over and deciphered. A film that may alter your perspective on what a film is. It may confuse or enrage you. However, that emotional turmoil you find yourself in is one that coincides with the piece itself. Not all art is supposed to be enjoyed, and art is seldom perfect. It's often those imperfections that make it the highest echelons of humanity, and in the realm of cinema, it's harder to find a more impactful piece than Satan Tango.
Azt is tudta, hogy nincs egyedül, hiszen minden és mindenki, apja odafönt, anyja, a testvérei, a doktor, a macska, ezek az akácfák, ez a sáros út, ez az ég, ez az éjszaka idelen függ tőle. Mint ahogyan ő is szinte csüng mindenen.
Number 1, The Godfather, Part 1 and Part 2. directed by Francis Ford Coppola. And so, I cheated. I put 2 films as my number 1 spot, and it may even be the 2 most obvious picks I could choose for the greatest film of all time. But I would also be lying to myself if I didn't put The Godfather 1 and 2 as the greatest film of all time. When I thought about what was to be my number 1 pick, I had to think of a film that I could never grow tired of. A film that even in discussing it, I still get excited to this day. And a film whose mastery of the form still stands the test of time. And there was no other choice. In what may still be the greatest piece of mainstream popular culture, The Godfather is what everyone wants cinema to be. It seems to be the one film that everyone agrees on. Not just that it's really good, but that it's in a tier of its own.
Michael, is it true?
Don't ask me about my business, Kate.
Is it true?
Don't ask me about my business.
No!
And when discussing a film of that caliber, what else more can be said about it that hasn't been said before? And I'm using the singular term of film because I do consider part 1 and 2 of The Godfather to be a singular piece. At its heart, it's a simple tale. The rise from nothing and the tragedies that befall one immigrant family in America. When analysing each aspect of The Godfather, every element has become a template for what a film is supposed to be. Adapted from Mario Puzo's novel, the screenplay written by Coppola and Puzo himself is a sweeping, exciting and epic tapestry of 20th century America.
Et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Just the screenplay alone features everything that you can think of to make a perfect story. It has the formalistic structure of 3 acts, the inciting incident, but at the same time still has a creativity within the form. The breakaway sections, such as the sequence of the horse's head, jumping backwards in time, all elements that serve to enrich some of the greatest characters that will ever exist in the medium. For if you strip away everything else from The Godfather, what you're left with are rich, complex characters, and that is the heart of the film.
You know my father did business with Hyman Roth. He respected him.
Your father did business with Hyman Roth. Your father respected Hyman Roth. But your father never trusted Hyman Roth.
The film grain and murmured talks in darkened rooms flood the film with atmosphere. Nino Rota's beautiful score never allows us to forget the tragic tale we're witnessing, and every performance is a career best from what are already some of the greatest actors to ever have featured in film. But beyond all of that, The Godfather is about character. The growth of the Honourable Vito Corleone, who lives his life in service to no one other than his family, whom he has undying devotion to. And his children, Santino, a volatile and charismatic hothead, Fredo, the awkward weak link of the boys, Tom Hagen, an orphan that was brought into the family as a young boy, and of course, Michael Corleone, a character that should be seen as cinema's answer to Hamlet. A character with such depth, with such enigma, with such tragedy that befalls him to undergo the most awe-inspiring transformation.
Mike, you don't come to Las Vegas and talk to a man like Mo Green like that!
Fredo, you're my older brother, and I love you. But don't ever take sides with anyone against the family again.
Michael Corleone is the centerpiece of The Godfather, although it just happens to help that every single moment from every other person around him is, for lack of a better term, perfect. I've never seen a film that is in equal parts so consistently enthralling, philosophical, exciting, and thought-provoking. Every sequence is an icon of the form. The dinner sequence between Sollozzo, Michael, and McCluskey is a template for how to direct tension in a scene. The presence of Hyman Roth and how he turns a dying man into such a powerful figure. Every moment is ingrained in my memory, and I'm not the only one. From film theorists to the average cinema watcher, The Godfather is special. It's our Shakespearean tragedy. It's the pinnacle of the art form. It's the greatest film of all time.
They might like a story like that.
might. They just might.
It's not personal. It's strictly business.
Hello YouTube. So you might be thinking right now, what is this? I did not have this on my RE4 demo. Well, pay attention, I am not kidding. To get this mode, it's a random chance. When you press new game, it'll ask you if you want to do this challenge. So you have to start a new game, quit out, start a new game, quit out, start a new game, quit out until this appears, and then you can accept it. Anyway, I haven't seen a single video on YouTube with this completed. I just completed it. It's a very, very hard difficulty of the demo. Hope you guys enjoy. If you did, leave a like, subscribe, yada yada. And I will see you for the 800 more RE4 remake videos I make when the game comes out. We got it! We got it! Mad Chainsaw mode. The maddest chainsaw I ever did see.
How far could he have gone?
Ugh. Come to think of it, man, even though you could parry in this game, the knife still isn't as strong as the original, because like,
Anyone home?
if you knife something in the head in this game, you can't just instantly kick it either. And even if you parry someone, you still can't instantly kick them, only sometimes.
This is not good.
This is not good, guys. This Super Salvador does not want to die, brah. What if there was a mad sandwich mode where you play as Barry? Ah, man. God, this part feels so janky. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying, like, the second guy, when he lunges, feels pretty random. Oh shit! What are you smiling about, Guitar Penguin? What are you smiling about? What, buddy? Are you liking the demo? Yeah. Those like the dead infected, man, they just go so far. Oh shit. That was bull, dude. You can leave as always. Just kidding.
Halo? Da, izvolite, da li to Petar Ivanović na drugoj vezi?
Petar Ivanović, da, Petar Ivanović.
Da, izvolite Petar Ivanović, što se radi?
Izvolite, Ilija Kosović.
Onaj film sam te...
Stiga sam, pa kad god ćeš, ajde.
A?
Ali nemoj za 2 sata.
Ne, sad ću ja krenut, samo ako budeš imao goste, ja ću se odmah ovako i sad.
Kaj ideš ti, Milan? Pa, ne ide da spomniš,
Ne, nisam to mislio, znaš ti vrlo dobro.
Sam prvače gledam do motela, ajde ti polako dok kreneš, što je to, ajde.
Baš.
Ajde onda obrnemo krug, ajde kreni odmah pa da vidiš auto kakav je, što sam zabiljen, ajde.
Da obrnem krug? Nema potrebe da ja obrćem krug, znaš da mene automobili ne impresioniraju.
Ma dobro, ali te impresionira poklon tvoje kumi od mene.
Nisam ga ja poklonio. Čestitam i tako to, ali ja...
Daš, ali ništa da...
Mene to ne radi. Rade me pare.
Je li peđica tu nije?
Ne, pare me radi. Sve je stalo ne.
Ajde, kreni, ajde.
Je. Šta treba? Ne znam, sladoled. Šta god da ćeš, meni je sve. Ne znam. Jednu toplu čokoladu. Eto viš. Jednostavno. Pozdrav. It does look nice. Yeah, don't do that. So, while I'm downloading this, no, please don't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
si mlado, što se radi?
Gde ste ljudi? Pa šta se radi?
Ja njega nisam pomenuo. Onda ti zez.
So, I'm always looking. I'll find an answer for my illness. Ljudi, jer igrate nešto, bre, a?
Znači, nužno.
Grazie, presa.
Dobro. Ljudi, jeste tu bre? Snake?
You keep your money, which is $250, and you have to return back our money, which is $24,750. All right. Okay. Are you doing anything with your computer? I don't think so. Yes, I do. I know that you did something with your computer. No, I didn't.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Fergie Scammer Payback. Really excited for this part 2 video. We're dealing with our wonderful friend, Prof Rod again.
Jesi, moraš se
First part of the video.
Gledam u s kamerima nekim nešto.
Ti me ne skamuješ.
Ne. Gledam na internetu kako kamere skamuju, to je najjače.
A, kako skamuju one Englese.
Aha, dobro, a?
Da. Kad su spanič.
Unwanted errors and the warning reports and the viruses in your computer. Hey, last night. Yes, ma'am, yes. So, first of all, I want you to go ahead and be in front of your computer for a moment so that I can go ahead and give you the problem. You don't sound as tired as you were yesterday. No, ma'am, no problem. Ma'am, I want you to go ahead and be in front of your computer for a moment so that I can go ahead. Yes. Go ahead and turn it on. Okay. Babu, customer. Ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, here's Babu. Ma'am, Babu is one of our.
Deutschland, über alles.
And open your Anydesk. And now click on accept. You see a quick stream on your screen. Hold on. You see option that you here's
Vlad 1. Welcome to my channel.
no, ma'am, no, my name is Kevin, not Caroline. But I thought it was our senior certified technician.
Molly!
Bottom corner of your screen. Can you see you are successfully connected with my
Che vai.
hold on, honey. Look at here, at the right hand side bottom corner of your screen. Yes, I see. Well, hold on. See, honey, hold on. My granddaughter's texting. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Just hold on. Just give me 2 seconds. All right. Hold on. Honey, are you having a good day? No, not yet. Why? Why not? Because I'm waiting for you since long time. I didn't mean that. You know?
Ah, perché tengo poco di noi.
And ma'am, are you living alone or you are staying with your family? Well, I live alone. Oh, that's good. All right, ma'am. So now, first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a problem which are also in your computer. All right. All right, ma'am. So now, just give me a moment. Actually, your computer is working a little bit slow. That is why it's taking time, but you don't have to. Right. But you don't have to worry about it, ma'am. After today, your computer will run as a brand new machine. All right. Oh, that's very kind of you, honey. Ma'am, let me tell you something, ma'am. Those one red color error, it happens to contain somewhere around 700 to 800 viruses on it. And they have an ability 700 to 800 viruses on it, and they have an ability to keep on multiplying by itself whether your computer is on or off, alright? Oh my lord. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just close out this page because this page is no longer safe for your computer. So now I'm going to show you the access connection of your computer, alright? Okay. So now these are the local IP addresses through which you use your internet, ma'am. If you just have a look over here, can you see these foreign addresses? Yes. How did you see all of these? Ma'am, I'm going to show you the problem, ma'am, because we are over here technicians, ma'am. So now these are the foreign IP addresses who are currently connected to your computer, ma'am. If you just have a look at the state, can you see all of them are what is published in your computer? Can you see? So now over here, what I'm going to show, you that how we got to know about your problem, alright? Alright, ma'am, so now at the bottom, can you see what is this? Transmit failed Gmail failure. Can you see that? Yes. And now if you just have a look over here, can you see packet send 4, receive 0, lost 4, 100% lost. Can you see that? Yes. So that means, ma'am, we are trying to...
Autisti brali sve, naš Nešo. Očisti s kamera.
Questa è
I don't know, ma'am. It's not your fault or the computer's fault. Actually, there's some issue on the server. That is the reason you computer. No, ma'am, it's not. This is the reason your computer get hacked. So that is why, actually, that is the reason, actually, your computer didn't receive on-time security update from your computer. That is the reason your computer get hacked. Now let me go ahead and show you, like, how many people are currently connected to your computer, alright? Okay, I'm kind of nervous. You don't have to worry about anything, Granny. And today I'm calling you to solve all your problems. You don't have to worry about anything, Granny, alright? Okay. You do all this stuff, by the way. We were certified technicians on the Microsoft. So now, first of all, tell me, like, a part of this computer, how many devices do you have? Do you have any other computer or any laptop or anything? I just have this one. Alright, ma'am, so but if you just have a look over here, can you see current connection? Yes. I see it. Yes, and that means 10 other people are currently connected to your computer. Many? Yes, ma'am. That means you connected to your computer, ma'am. And you just have a look over here. Can you see router solicitations, router advertisements, router solicitations? That means with the help of your IP address, they are also trying to send unwanted solicitations and unwanted advertisements to your neighbor IP address as well. They also want to have the IP address of your neighbor IP address as well with the help of your IP address. And they already have to, with the help of your IP address, they are also trying to send unwanted solicitations and unwanted advertisements to your neighbor IP address as well, just to have their IP address. What I'm going to do, I'm going to run a quick scan on your computer, With the help of this scan, we will get a response from our main server, like what is actually happening. Can you see the remote service? Yes. Once again, I am going to run a quick scan on your computer. In which that you said yes, no. Get a response from our main server, like what needs to be done in order to get this computer fixed, alright? Okay. Alright, ma'am, just give me a moment. Let me run a scan. Once the scan has stopped, then we will get a response, like what needs to be done in order to get this computer fixed up, alright? Alright, ma'am. Can you see the scan has started? Yes. That's Saha Lab name is beautiful. That's not your name, though, honey. Yeah, but it's already shown you the hacker. Here's the response you came from Microsoft. Okay, because on the latest bill from the security services, the customer is eligible to get a compensation of $250. Okay, I'll go for that. Oh, hold on. Compensation and refund operation, March 20. That's from a long time ago. That's well over a year ago. As a part of the settlement, the company paid $10 million. So I'm getting $10 million today? No, ma'am. You are getting, hold on, let me show you. What it says, you are getting a compensation of $250, alright? Okay. $250 from our end. So now I would request you to go ahead and click on claim your compensation. Alright, ma'am. So now, as I want you to go ahead and select the name of your bank, that is whichever bank that you bank with. The Bank of America's First Baptist Bank. Do I need to log in? Yes, ma'am. You have to log in into your online banking so that I can go ahead log in myself as well with the B bank, if you bank with Chase Bank. Ma'am, first of all, let me show you, ma'am. Can you see at the top it says connection is secure, alright? So you don't have to worry about anything. Right now you are connected to the Microsoft IT department by itself. Can you see that? Yeah, I see that. Yeah, Microsoft. Just give me a moment, alright. Okay, what is it? Yeah, it says this site is for demonstration purposes only. Alright, ma'am, so now we successfully log into our account as well, so I'm going to transfer this funds. Now, are you handy with the pen on paper? But if you need me to be handy, I will. Alright, ma'am, go ahead and first of all, go ahead and take pen and
That's yours.
Okay. That's it. So you want the money in your money market account? Yes. Ma'am, first of all, let me tell you something, ma'am. I talked to my financial team and he said we can only transfer the fund into your checking or into your savings. Okay, checking's fine. Are you there, ma'am? Yes, I'm back. What are you doing on the computer? Hold on. What is it that you're typing? You're clicking around doing stuff? What is all this? Hold on. What's all this nonsense on here? Ma'am, go back to your router. Go back again? I've been to the router 4 times back. Okay, I'll be right back. Go back to your router. Okay, honey, I'm back. Why are you in my Roth IRA? You have to, when you in front of the router, they want you to type in something. Wait, put something in the router. Ma'am, I'm giving you some number. You have to confirm you from the router. Okay, what's the number? First of all, go to your router. Do you need me to bring the computer with me, or you need don't bring something with you? Okay, what do I need to just bring the pen and paper and go in front of the router. Hello? Did you hear me saying your name? And what are you writing on the computer? Transfer? What is this? What are you typing? Hold on, ma'am. So now we successfully transfer the fund into your account, alright? Ma'am, but by mistakenly, there is some problem has been taking place over here. We transfer the fund into your checking account. Hold on. What do you mean, hold on? Hold on, honey. I'm going to go back to the router. Something's messing up. Now, can you see the transfer has been taking place? Yes, I see that. A technical glitch has been taken place over here, and instead of $250, we sent you $25,000, ma'am. Why would you do that? Ma'am, who is Perla? Why are you always asking for Perla? You're Perla, aren't you, or no? You're Kevin. No, I'm Perla. I'm Kevin. Oh, who's Perla? Farlad. He's on my computer. Ma'am, Farlad is our financial manager. From these $25,000, you keep your money, you keep $250 when you right? Walmart, there you go. Okay. Gosh, I'm getting nervous now. But I didn't mean to want to, I didn't want to get in trouble with the law. Let me tell you something. Once you are successfully returned back our money, then if according to U.S. Government Law Act 1932, if any company fees you any extra amount or anything, so if you return back our money, then the customer is eligible to get additional compensation to the ego sale if it depends our transfer and need and close on. Then I will give you account details on that account. You have to transfer is it an address or what is it? So to go to the gift card section and you have to buy a gift card of $500 and if they ask you like for what reason you are purchasing, all right. Once you reach the parking lot, goodness gracious. Hello. Yes, are you good? Yes, I'm almost at the store. A lot of how much? You have to get 9 cards of $500. 9 gift card of $500. Okay, 9 of them. Okay. Should I put you on mute? Yes. Put me on mute. Okay, Prahlad, I'll be right back. Why you are saying Prahlad? Oh, that's good. Hello. Is Prahlad there? Yes, ma'am. This is not Prahlad. This is Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Okay, I'm driving home right now. Ma'am, you got the card? Yes, I got Google Play cards. All right. Look at the back of the card, ma'am. You see there's a scratch panel? Oh yeah, I'm driving though, honey. I can't look at the back of the card. All right. First of all, drive safely and go back to the home.
So we were on his phone last night. Bardeen is the one who he was text messaging last night.
Hello? You're always texting somebody. Ma'am, one of my customers is texting me. I will now asking for Prahlad, then who is that? I don't know who the hell out there. Well, I'm a psychic. I told you that the other day. I could sense things, so I'm sensing the name of Ferdinand and Prahlad. So you don't know them? No, I don't know about them. Okay. And stop talking to me about them. I don't like it. Why? These are the names that the spirits are telling me as I'm driving. I can't these names that are coming through. There's a Paul, there's a Ferdinand. I don't know who the hell they are. So stop talking to me about them. Coming. Yeah, it's coming. He's got short hair. There's a Ferdinand. He's like he's sitting next to me in the passenger seat of the car. Okay, honey, I'm back at the house. You need me to go in front of the computer? Yes. Okay. So after we're done with the cards, could you put Prahlad on the phone? Yes, I can. Is that your brother? But I don't know who the hell is Prahlad. How can I put him in phone? Your name is Prahlad? I thought you said your name was Kevin. Yes, I was saying I don't know. But my name is Kevin. Ma'am, listen to me very carefully. Why are you doing this kind of stuff? I'm trying to redeem the car for you, right? Now you don't have to do anything, ma'am. I'm here for you. Stop doing this. Prahlad. Hello? Were you talking about Babu again? Ma'am, first of all, I didn't understand what the you are trying to do. Stop doing this. Okay, well, how about you tell me what happened to your computer? Nothing. Are you sure? Yes. Are you doing anything with your computer? I don't think so. Yes, I do. I know that you did something with my computer. No, I didn't. You are a hacker or scammer. What? Why would you try to tell me that there's fake viruses on my computer and then tell me that I owe you $25,000? How about you have all of your files gone for trying to steal money from an old person? I don't want to take any money from you. Yes, you do. And your files are gone. How did you do that? Because I'm Vivian Helen Veronica Rogers, and you do not mess with old people. Do you hear me? How dare you do this to somebody of my stature? I have a certain set of skills, and you have no files left. Why would you do that, ma'am? Why would you try to steal from me? I'm so sorry about it. No, you're not. Yes, ma'am. I heard what you said in Hindi as well about me. What did I say about you? You said the MF word about me. And I noticed that you were talking on WhatsApp with your friend when you were on my computer on your phone yesterday. I was watching you. And you're from Colorado, and you have a Samsung device. How do you know that? Why would you try to do this to unsuspecting old people? So sorry, I will not do this again. So sorry about it now. Don't do anything with me. If you can, please give me all my files, ma'am. Please, I'm requesting you, ma'am. No. Ma'am, I'm catching you late. Please don't do this, ma'am. And you're trying to steal $25,000 and you're worried about a couple files. Well, you're actually worried about like tens of thousands of files. But still, how dare you do this to somebody? And you're cussing under your breath about me. I heard what you said about me. And now you want to apologize. So sorry, ma'am. You should be ashamed of yourself. Yes, I'm really ashamed of myself. No, you're not. Yes, ma'am. Please forgive me, ma'am. No. Look how bad this is. Look at this. Microsoft has failed to install your version. We owe you $250, and you're going to try to take $25,000 from me? You don't mess with somebody who loves Bobby Flay like I do. Look at those jeans. He fits into those jeans like a glove, and you're going to try to steal money from me. I would be ashamed if I were you. Are you talking to Ferdine right now on the phone? Tell him what happened. Tell me who Ferdine is. Oh, you got off the team viewer too, huh? I know you're there, Prahlad. And why does Ferdine have SF at the end?
And there we go, y'all. Another successful scam bait, file deletion, a lot of chaos on the scammer's computer, and he probably
Boga mi je nešto baš ga jodra.
Skinuo grupom Windows. Vlado?
Molim?
Koliko je skinuo grupom Windowsu?
Skirao mu sve, brate. I izbrisao mu svaki fajl. I ovaj tražio da mu se vrati i ono kukao i ovaj nije hteo.
Glupi skameri. Niko ne veruje Windowsima. Zato što ćete ti izjavu uvek. Cigan je cigan.
Industry. Nešto, pa šta ti radiš, moj prijatelju? Šta se radi kod tebe, moj neš?
Ništa.
Kako ti bilo na poslu danas, moj neš?
Super.
Čekaj, je ovo nova pesma? Vjerojatno je Kekina. Sad ćemo da vidim. To nisam čuo. A dobro, nije nešto.
I kill one.
Pretpostavljam da iza mene možete da vidite posledice razornih udara na ovu zgradu koja se nalazi u centru Donjecka, u samom centru Donjecka. Ovo je jedan lep park, neću kod spomenika Ševčenko, eto, ko zna Donjeck, ono iza, ako vidite iza spomenika Ševčenko, ako vidite onaj visoki reflektor, to je od olimpijskog stadiona koji se nalazi neposredno pored Donbas arene, čuvenog stadiona Šahtjora. Znači, ovo je zaista centar Donjecka i evo pre samo nekoliko nedelja zaključujem po stanju u kom se nalazi ovo zdanje, da je pre svega nekoliko nedelja došlo do ovog udara, jer da je duže već bi bilo potpuno sanirano. Znači, pre samo nekoliko nedelja...
Moj Takimire. Šta se igra moj tak igre?
Hunt.
Hunt. Sa kim huntuješ?
Sa randomima.
Sa randovima. Huntuješ sa randovima, a nećeš sa prijateljima. Pa zašto to tako? Zašto nećeš sa prijateljima da huntuješ?
Clear. GG guys, GG. What? What? Počeo nema ovih ostalih. Počeo da ćeš.
Nešto, daj, brate, pozivnicu za Discord da ubacim na Steam da drugari neki moji tu.
Možeš samo odmah šaljati. Ovdje idete da počnu.
Samo da vidim. Hvala ti, jer ti ne smeta što će dođu malo kod nas?
Ne.
Hello boys, I'm weak as Sam.
Hello. Hello, comrades.
Hello, what's up?
It's me, Glass. I don't have the same nickname in Discord.
Okay. What's up, my friend?
Nothing much.
My friend Nenad is also here.
What's up, boys? I don't play company here. I just chill here.
But Company of Heroes is chill.
Nah.
Time to win with Axis. Yesterday, the last match was fucking awful.
Yes, is stupid hackers. No reason to hack map. No fun. No.
You understand in Russian?
No, I'm Serb.
Yeah.
I could launch Kosovo Serb's God music. I love that music.
So, ti ljubiš srpsku muziku?
Reci da ću da mu pustim posle nešto.
Language sounds very Polish.
Oh yeah.
Very like Polish. Cześć kurwa, papieros jest kurwa.
Nein.
Szybszego, lepszego, co ty kurwa pierdolisz? You know, Vlada, it's quite strange. A Serbian having a Turkish Steam.
Yeah. No
But-
strange. Is okay.
Why?
You are
Why
traitor.
strange?
Traitor. True.
We have Russian and Turkish Steam because why not buy cheap game for like 4 or 5 times cheaper than on Europe?
Yeah.
It's same shit like on the Russian before.
Yeah, but I think people got fucked with the Russian Steams, no?
Yeah. We get pocket because we cannot add the fund to our account anymore.
Turk Steam work fine.
Ay, traitors. Yeah. I don't know. I have European Steam. I buy if any games I want. I buy from Instant Gaming. I used to buy from a Russian site. It was called Plati.ru, but that Instant Gaming is way better. Like it's sometimes like 80% off the game you can buy there, like 80% cheaper than Steam. It depends on the game, but it's legal. Everything is okay. Like never had any problems.
Gde si bre, šta radiš?
Hello, hello.
Pa šta ima novo, prijatelju?
Nothing special, that much.
Okay, let's rock, ladies. Pre nego što počnem da kažem da imam turski Steam da kupujemo igre preko njih jer je jeftinije mnogo.
Ma dobro.
You will get banned.
Why?
There he is.
Yeah. I have Russian Steam like 10 years.
You
Almost
needed.
10 years.
So what? You said you travel a lot and use a Russian bank to.
Nope. I have two accounts in the past. One is European, one is Russian. I use my European to gift myself Steam gift. Then I buy any games that I want.
All I can say, you're all cheap bastards.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in post-communist fucking country, and I must comprehend it on some.
Bitch, please, I'm in post-Soviet country as well. Litva. Litva.
Oh. Latvia.
You know, не, Litva. Latvia is different.
Yeah,
Lithuania.
Yeah, there are two countries, Lithuania and Latvia.
I go to forest.
Have fun there. I did fun last game I played.
You can go or pop.
Thank you.
Usually those from Pioneers.
Yeah, but now you live in European Union.
Same shit.
You think?
Same shit. In Soviet times, you have to say Papa Stalin and Lenin is sexy. Now you have to say all homosexuals are sexy and transgenders. It's the same, blad. Same fucking propagandas, same social stuff. Same stupidity. We're not free. But this time we gave our asses for free. We wanted to give our asses. This time was different. Well, they're very bad players. Very bad players.
Yeah. Maybe you.
Gonna push that fuel.
Oh, they're building a snipers. I've never seen people using so many snipers like very often. It's very strange for me. It's like Company of Heroes, one tactic. But snipers are not that good like in Company of Heroes 1.
time playing a long time ago.
I play sometimes, but it's very different tactics compared to this. Yeah, they're very bad. Very bad. Ooh, get that sniper? No?
No, I didn't. The truck there as well.
Hello boys, I'm weak as Sam.
That's dead.
You have Panzerfaust?
Yeah. Oh, fire it!
Well done. Well, I think in 5 or 3 minutes we will be at their base. Бля. No.
Sniper, sniper, kill him. Fire. Come
Blob
on, the volley.
on blob.
Sniper down.
Nice. Well, you have a crazy accent, my friend. Where are you from?
UK.
Oh, okay.
No, UK.
So, from what part of the, you know?
In the north.
Ah,
near,
in the north.
Huddersfield, Leeds.
Okay. That's nice. I guess there are not much immigrants there, right?
No, it's quite.
Yeah.
Too cold.
Yeah, they like the warm places.
I want to go aggressive with my Panzersphere kit.
This game is finished very soon.
No, we will have to wait for tanks and shit like that, you know. Still, you will not break their machine guns without tanks. You still need to wait for tanks. I don't think they will surrender.
There is no way to surrender yet.
It's ridiculous. Like, I think it's because all of the players went to play Company of Heroes 2. I think because of this. Maybe some people got it on discount or something like that. This game. Or new people trying it out.
Wipe him, wipe him, wipe him. Yes.
Yeah, boy. Enjoy my spam. Ah, he tried to bait me. Naughty, naughty boy.
Need one MG here. I'm send you one.
I'm just going to keep pushing their fuel.
I'm going to flank. Aha, okay. Yes.
Ah, wait, they had fuel all the time, so need anti-tanks, I guess. But they're losing so much money, I don't think they will be able to afford tanks, no?
I did decap it for a while as well.
No, I mean those manpower losses at least.
Oh, the manpower, yeah, they won't be able to afford anything because of that. I'm going to try and decap their fuel again.
I like this guy. He comes up and gives me free bet all the time. What a champ! What a champ! No! Not even 10 minutes.
I told you. Pause game.
Oh yeah. I wonder what will Company of Heroes 3 look like. What kind of blob fest will that game be?
You cannot blow up over there.
You can't?
Not really.
Why?
It's much harder. It's maps are much wider, and it's not for camping at all.
Good.
I'm playing Company of Heroes 3 also, but they need to fix few bugs.
I can imagine. But wide maps, it's blobbing 101. Like in city maps, you can't blob shit. You'll get crushed or something like that. Mines.
And call-ins are much stronger. Like airstrikes are really super powerful. Artilleries are super powerful.
I guess tanks kind of suck there.
They're actually good. They die quickly, but they do deal also lots of damage.
So does this shenanigans exist too in that game? Anti-tanks and anti-infantry tanks?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
There are.
It's kind of always makes me fun, like in Company of Heroes 2. There is a SU-85 and T-34-95, same fucking guns.
I wouldn't say that there. It's not that much. Like it's stronger actually to play with tanks that are anti-infantry than playing with tanks that are anti-tanks. Because infantry are really strong.
So it's like people like you know, budging with their helmets together and trying to, you know, win a knife fight with the fucking submachine guns, something like that.
Not really. If you play with submachine guns in open maps, you'll be crushed.
I see. So then infantry die to small arms. Okay.
But it's a good thing because I like the idea they did with Wehrmacht, like German. Now they are 6-man squad, same as USF. So and they can utilize better. They have also grenades and anti-tank grenades. Like core units always have grenades and anti-tank grenades.
It's good. Like it was strange in this game that the Germans with low count and Soviets having like 6 members.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also very unrealistic. In reality, it should have been like one Soviet squad should have 10 people, 3 with guns and 7 with bullets.
Mm-hmm.
For the Russians, yeah.
Well, that was the case with them. Like first man dies, second one picks his rifle and then moves on.
Yeah, rifle and his shoes, if he's lucky, if he's fast enough.
It's not Hal Shepard. Our shepherd is playing different game.
Ah, okay, it's not that shepherd. Yeah, I thought he was on War of Tanks.
Yeah, he is. This one is without age. Last time I said it, he is. He was
But
playing against us now.
It's the same guy. Well, Humelete mache alles. Oh yeah. Maybe we should give them a head start of 5 minutes.
No, you don't.
Let's stay 5 minutes in our base. Then unleash our massive blob. Oh, British. I fucking hate British. British
British
shit.
and Russian will income.
Like this ability to, in green cover, to have increased rate of fire, that's fucking broken as fuck early on. Jeez Louise.
Okay, I'm gambling with 2 mg on start.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that guy will lose for playing with 3 infantry sections.
Yeah. And not in cover. Yeah. Get into the building that it's burning. Oh, here comes the Soviet. Give me that nice free XP. My Wolves Grenadiers are fucking champions. Almost that one and 1 kill only. Jesus Christ. Oh, here it comes. Let's blame the game, yeah. Yeah. I told you guys, we should have stayed in the base for 5 minutes. Well, maybe the bot will do more of damage, you know. Bots are kind of frustrating to play against.
It's not good. It's be fast game again.
Do you have that crystal ball for predictions?
No, I'm.
I think Joe does because he just totally annihilated them in that ambush.
Oh, he built a sniper. I like how he runs off with a fucking full squad with 0 health. That I like that. I'm so unlucky. Well, at least you guys have massive battles. All I do is chase one squad down and that's it. Was that a bot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, sniper, I will fuck you to the ground. I will fuck you to the ground. Of course, he's blind.
Oh, that's vicious. Not funny.
Time to harass. Do you think this Billy boy will leave?
Not yet.
He's trying to hide to his base. Oh, good boy. I don't understand what gives me damage. Those machine guns give me damage? What the fuck?
Yeah, they do actually. Those are dushkas inside.
Okay. Time to build a sim city near his fucking... Okay. Oh, they're building as well emplacements. Oh man, I went to the wrong doctrine. I wish I could build some anti-airs. Yeah, that will not help you, my friend. Do they have AT guns?
I haven't seen any yet.
One in the middle.
Yeah. And they got penals with the
Yeah, bad game. Bad game.
Oh, there's the AT gun.
As I mentioned, they have one.
Seems to be on fire now.
Yeah. This is fun. Oh, there's an AT gun. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh no, it's a anti-tank. Well, how the fuck can they afford it?
Okay, okay, no problem.
Yeah. Not smart, boys. Oh, I'll definitely sit in that grenade, my friend. You can count on that.
Use, please. Yes. One more fast game.
Did they last 10 minutes?
I don't think so.
Maybe let's wait for a few minutes so we would not get queued up with them.
Doesn't matter because we're new players as a team. Our ranking is super low.
I thought it doesn't matter. Like,
It does.
really
Yeah,
it does?
First 10 games.
It's like more like first 5, 7 games.
Yeah.
It's like with new teams I would face like fucking famous YouTubers and shit like that.
Because they also teamed up.
It's kind of weird ass mechanic, to be honest.
Well, this game wasn't never meant created for ranked games.
What? Like,
Popsky, where are you, my friend?
I'm here.
okay, I'll be right back in a few minutes. Have to smoke for a victory.
Okay, I'm stop game. No problem. I go to smoke also.
Star Citizen's updated. Nope.
Okay. What's the matter, guys? Someone left?
I'm back.
Yeah. Okay. You guys only play Axis?
I play all nations.
I play anything.
I'm play Akis only. I'm very bad with British or Russians.
Russians are probably the easiest to play. Just
Nešto,
point.
recimo da mi je žao kad mi ljudi ginu. Više volim da mi gine tehnika.
You just have to
What?
blob.
Rather don't lie, though. He's gonna die. You wanna say everyone?
Then he should play British. They are hardest to kill.
No, Soviets is nice. Like with Soviets, you don't care that you have many losses. Like
Yeah,
I
but
look,
he hates when his soldier dies, so British has lowest death rate.
he should play as Americans. Americans is also very easy. Like they have those trucks.
It's easy, but they still have high casualties.
I like Soviets that hoorah charged into death. Like I wish they could implement stuff like
I know, full division and veteran. I usually play solo against them or with them. But
I
they
wish
still-
that if my whole squad went into tanks tracks, the tanks tracks should get stuck or something like that. But yes, Soviets are my favorite to play.
I don't have favorite. Actually, my favorites are OKW. To be honest, actually, because I like to play aggressive, and they are the best aggressive nation for me.
The Soviets are also very aggressive, like, but you have to have a decent backup of people. If you have a potato,
They
near
have,
you,
but still OKW have, as I mentioned, have faster.
OKW is kind of now very, very bad at the beginning, to be honest.
Depends. Normally, I don't agree with that.
It's like in 1 versus 1, it's kind of one of the weakest
I am.
factions.
1 versus 1, that's a different story.
One of the weakest ones. Soviets are quite strong, and Wehrmacht is as well.
Hmm.
But it's just Wehrmacht is just a blob. I mean, Oberkommando West is just a blobber's dream. To be honest. Blob, 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 blob. And blob to victory.
Used to be good when you could get the King Tiger out, and that was worth something, but it's been nerfed so many times.
None of the vehicles here in this game are good on their own. It's like it's always has been like that.
So the game should work actually. Because
Yeah.
they are support units.
Yeah, but to be honest, I wished infantry would take more damage from stuff. Like sometimes I find it very ridiculous that units are shooting at point blank and hitting shit. Like I love
why
that
is it
I took
moving?
I like that I took a fuel point uncontested. Like that's ridiculous.
Sniper.
Again with the snipe. Are we playing those same retards? Please don't tell me we're playing those same retards.
No.
So, Vlada, they don't have enough.
To cover my back, please.
You'll be alright.
Use some blanket to cover the blood.
Oh, they amassed a lot of fucking troops. Oh, good. The sniper has retreated. That's good.
Sniper retreated here as well.
Oh, lad, that bunker is nasty.
Yup.
That bunker is nasty.
Oh shit, I don't have ammo.
Yeah, don't worry. He will piss off on his own. Don't worry.
Need ammo like bread.
I've got the X-ray ammo.
Let's just kill the fool. Let them bleed their own manpower. I'll bleed some bloody sandbags.
Oh, they're pushing mid.
Yeah.
Bleeding manpower from that sniper.
Well. Yeah, you have to rush early on. Like if he has a sniper, like and early on he doesn't have anything to defend it with.
Yeah, that's my best.
Yeah, but if you wait for them to build an actual army, then you're gonna get in some problems.
Okay, he's flanking me. Here.
Ay ay ay. What's up with these clown cars? What the fuck?
Get racking.
Fucking sniper is killing me.
Oof. They have a few snipers. Wow. That's frustrating to play, to be honest. But yeah, at least they're pushing us. Maybe we'll have somewhat of a fun.
Side, let's push the side again.
snipers.
Mm. The Soviets will have airborne infantry.
How about no?
I have a half-track ladder. You can reinforce your mortar.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm still sniper with. Thank you.
Look,
Thank
look,
you.
look, 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 look,
Yeah,
look.
yeah. Yeah.
No, no, it fucking missed the sniper. Fuck. That was awful. And I lost a squad.
Fuck.
Oh, those fucking mortars. Lost a squad even.
Awesome is.
Can you counter that?
Can salvage this. And you have this. Bob,
Sorry.
salvage, MG.
Yep. Okay. I'll wait.
You have also this. You have lots of fuel.
Okay, now, weird.
Down, motherfucker.
T70 up.
You can fuck off flanking that way. Don't worry, I've got your back. Oh, what did you? How did you retreat?
That's okay. Shooting at this and withdrawing my grenadiers to medics.
Fuck. He's killing me. Please kill sniper.
Now he ran away. Sadly. Oh, I'm taking really big losses.
Yep.
Yeah,
Why?
those heavy mortars.
Use my MG, please. Where is fucking sniper?
Ay, ay, ay. We really need to deal with those mortars.
Fuck.
It's getting ridiculous. I'll get your mortar, man, okay? fucking sniper.
Mix. Pa, gde si moj srećo?
What's your MG, Joe?
You're drawing it already.
Use MG, please. This.
And I'll of course lost it with 2
Ah.
shots from that 120.
Yeah.
That's why I hate the RNG.
Well, that's company of blobs for ya.
That's not company of blobs, it's company of locks.
Need fuel like bread.
Well, don't get your hopes up on that.
Oh shit! Who's taking my? Did anyone see my Rackham go down?
Where are those fucking?
Thank you.
Fuck, I'll play with sniper.
Just there.
Oh, pigeon.
Oh.
Isis Biva.
Al Bassett is here.
Yeah, bitch.
Seriously. It doesn't pen a bloody sin.
Please, kill a sniper here.
Double sniper. Oh, and he's just wiped a squad.
Yeah, he's hunting for my
Seriously,
Stuka.
can a P4 not penetrate that anymore? Did I just lose my offer? Oh. I'm bleeding too much, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I think all of us are bleeding pretty badly.
Not me.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this tank cannot hit that centaur. And when it does, it doesn't pen it.
No, all of those snipers survived. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you need a fucking direct shots with the fucking rockets? Are you fucking kidding me? That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, something's not right. They are just every time I'm hitting stuff, it's not dying.
Yeah, dude, it's one thing not dying, not taking any damage. That is another ridiculous.
Draculazrub.
This will be fun.
Welcome to my channel.
I think we can push them in the late game, but we need VPs, at least one of them survive.
build. I'm. Ovako. In build the mines. Here. Yeah, yes.
Oh, did you manage to pen that centaur?
Of course.
Well, I think I dealt with their mortar. Lada, can you concentrate there on the artillery?
Yes. Yes.
Fuck you, Brett. How do you like being run over?
Yehodemuon. Welcome to my channel.
They got Katyushas.
One sniper down.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh shit. Okay, game is over.
Not really.
Yeah, don't give up that easily.
Okay, but Custodies, everything. He's
As I
over there.
mentioned, game is not over. Please stop it.
Yeah. Oh, great. Careful.
Withdrawing, thanks.
Okay, back, please.
Oh, is that what I think it is?
Yes, it is. Fucking idiots.
The game's not over. I believe Joe has just wrecked them. Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, it stopped. No, is it still going?
It's still ongoing.
Need anti-tank, need anti-air.
Oh, that was a nice shot. Can you chase him? Oh yeah, no, you're not running away, bitch. Yeah, get another ass shot, asshole. Vlada, you're a crazy bastard. Oh no, it wasn't you.
It wasn't him.
I saw the flashing and I'm thinking, that doesn't look like their hold the line. Oh, hang on, I see decaps in their back line. That can't be what I think it is.
Oh my god, it's taking forever to kill that piece of shit. Well, I don't think they might win this anymore.
I'm being double teamed this side quite hard.
Nope. You will not run away, bitch.
After this.
On it, but with another unit.
After this.
I told you I'm on it.
There's obers there. Gonna be too late now.
Yeah, because I need that really fast capture.
The fuck was that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's 10 Overwatch.
Oh. Son of a bitch.
Oh yeah. Bit too slow.
No. No, Vlada, you moved him out of my fucking... Oh, God.
That's killed.
Oh, that's a great P4 hit. 4 models.
All stars.
Oh, sniper.
Vlada, was that really necessary to pick my machine gun with your engineers?
Sorry. Sorry.
You cheap bastard. You did it again.
Sorry.
Small misclick and this is what happens.
don't think you're supposed to use grenades on medics, are you? Doesn't that breach some law?
Not in this game.
Oh, that's all right then.
This game is War Crimes 101. Did my tanks miss that T-34 like 5 times?
Not normal.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that was unfortunate.
Oh, double sniper. Pig. Hit him, hit. Oh, nice. Whoever's calling that was.
Oh, that 5 squad lost. Come on, guys. Give me a break.
Yep.
Well, I played this game like a Soviet. Pushing manpower like nothing. Oh.
Double snipers were rough.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice play, Joe. You saved us. Close the pocket. Did you get it off twice?
I did 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
3 times, I think.
One more game or break.
I'm going to call it a night there. I think that's a good place to end it.
Yeah, also...
Not worthy to play with Joe anymore. He's too good.
Oh, man.
Good fun, though, guys. Cheers. Take care.
See you, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I'm almost number 1 in losses. Damn it. Yeah.
It's because you play as a Soviet?
Yes, I'm playing as... you know that the Germans used Soviet prisoners as, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was basically playing that. Oh, goodness.
I go to break.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a break as well. This match was kind of frustrating. Anyway, guys, thank you for the match.
Yeah. Pure- Vado. Prima cosa.